Chapter 3. Kumar. I reached the meeting place by 11 am. I asked Mr. Godrej, what is the news? He said, we are waiting for the news from Delhi about the project we are going to undertake. I asked, is it about our national server? He said, yes, we discussed other things and by 11:30 all the members reached the conference room. Tata Group MD, Mr. Tata, got up and said, we came to an understanding with the union government about the national server we planning to set up and we got the go-ahead for that. Now the ball is with Mr. Kumar for planning the project and getting it implemented. I took out my notes and explained to them the plan of action. How we will set up a server in Bombay and one in Delhi and how we are going to connect through modems and phone lines and the individual systems will be connected through modems and transfer the data from into the server. How the server will segregate the data and save to the server and how it will index the data and secure it. What are the protocols required for accessing the data and how the new data coming into the servers will be secured. Then I gave them a list of equipment required for the project. I have already distributed the modems to dealers all over India and where they are available for installation in the systems, the data transfer software will be given with the modems and how they can use it. They decided to set up a fund for setting up servers and hand over the money to me for doing the needful. But for spending the money above a threshold I need to have a second signature on the checks. I don't have a problem with that, where I am going to spend the money for myself. I said, after setting up the server, I will prepare a document of how to use the system and will send it to each of them. First, we have to decide the place for setting up servers. If any of you can suggest the place or I have a place, I would like to suggest it. They looked at each other and Mr. Tata said, we don't have a ready-made place, if you can suggest it we will take it. I said, in Bombay we have offices and we have an AC room with UPS available. I will have extra UPS for the server in case the main UPS fails. We have telephone lines available. We can always get more lines available to us. We have already ordered another 10 lines. Then what else do you need? Mr. Godrej asked, what about Delhi? I said, I can arrange that also, I have contacts there. Mr. Tata said, okay, you do that, you will have funds available to you by tomorrow. I said, I will arrange the servers, I have already put an inquiry to the manufacturers, and they said they can deliver in a day or two. I will have another 2 systems to get incoming traffic at each location. Seeing the traffic, we will decide how to upgrade the system. What shall we name our system? It will be known in the future as email and ours is a crude system, so we will name it ad hoc. These are the locations you will get the modems and they will not only deliver, but they will also install the modems and software too. This software has been made for our system and it will not be compatible to any other system. The software already has some built-in phone numbers, once they connect to the server they will update the phone numbers list from the server. With this you can exchange documents with your branches and put them on server so others can pick them. Or you can post general notices where they can be picked by others. Everything is inbuilt into the software. You have to select the option, what do you want to do with the doc. There are encryption facilities built into the software. Based on the software you can encrypt it before sending. Mr. Tata asked, when did you do all this? I said, I have been preparing these for the last 3 years. I have more ideas, I will come out with them at the appropriate time. My next idea would be mobile telephony. I am trying to get the government support for this. We can talk to others while on the move. It will be a boon to us when we are constantly on the move. Others can contact us even if they don't know where we are. It has only one disadvantage, that is our spouses can contact us at any time of the day. Everyone laughed around thinking what its effect would be. I will prepare a document on that and send it to you all. You can all try to get the airwaves allotted to us to start the venture. It will be a big capital-intensive venture. They will be introduced without our intervention somewhere in the future, but I want them to be introduced a little early for our convenience. Let us see how things move forward. On that note, we adjourned the meeting. I went back to the office and ordered 1 server and 2 systems for Bombay and Delhi each. They told me they will make them ready immediately and where to deliver them. I said, the Bombay order is to be delivered to our office in Delhi, I will give details when I get the confirmation. The Delhi setup can be taken up at a later time. I started checking the software I prepared for the server, making some tweaking and transferring to multiple locations, once the data is received automatically. This automatic transmission I could have put in the courier company data transmission, but I did not do it for them. Why take extra effort when there is no payback for that? I got the room prepared and got an extra UPS installed for redundancy. I went to the assembly floor and ordered another 100 modems which we will distribute on orders. These modems can be installed through COM ports and each computer will have 4 ports, so we can accommodate 4 modems on each system. We will have 12 incoming modems to receive data. Those systems in other companies will have 1 or max 2 if they want to have 1 for incoming and 1 for outgoing. Then they have to provide 2 lines. I checked with my dad and ours is the latest exchange in Bombay. They have upgraded the exchange system too. I went to the exchange and ordered another 12 lines for our data transfer project. My dad has already spoken to their manager and they took my application and said they will process the lines immediately. For the time being, we can use our office telephone lines. With this project, I am trying to usher our country into the future a little early. Maybe this will move other projects early too. I completed my work and reached home. Nandini is preparing dinner in the kitchen. I asked, "What are you doing in the kitchen?" She said, "I want to prepare your dinner myself." After getting the maid to cut the vegetables, I sent her home. I went near her and kissed her on the neck. I said, "I will have a bath and come and then we can have dinner." After dinner, I sat down on the sofa and lit a fag. After 2 minutes Nandini came and sat beside me. I looked at her and snubbed the fag. She asked, "Why did you do that? You could have continued." I said, "It does not matter." She asked, "What happened to your meeting?" I said, "It is a success, we got an order for installing 2 servers, one here and one in Delhi." She said, "So, you can clear your stock of modems." I said, "I ordered 100 more from our assembly to distribute from here. I am planning on selling subscriptions to use the servers and data transfer. Whatever we earn on subscriptions I will transfer to the fund so they can't object to us using the system for other users." She asked, "What will be your profit on that?" I said, "Our modem stocks will be sold out and we will have control over the data transmissions in India. When the internet reaches India, we will be in an advanced position with the services. It will also give us a leg up on our other future ventures." She did not say anything and sat there thinking. I sat there thinking about how it will boost our software business. We can get orders from our branches and even from clients. We can get requests for upgradation, queries or bugs. We can update our software and send it to clients or at least to our branches who can deliver it to clients. We can sell related hardware, like scanners, where they would like to scan printed materials to send to others after scanning. Computers are the most needed for this operation. It is a good thing that I got the assembly started. All our dealers are ready with computers fitted with modems. They can pitch in scanners assembled here in our factory, which reduces the cost. We can cut on import duties on parts than ready-made computers or scanners. If this trend continues, we might have to shift to a permanent factory than this bungalow. I remembered Mahira brought Kirit, who has a factory in Bhandup, in Dead Kumar's book, and this Kirit has an office space in Bhandup and they attend to many companies for accounting work. He might find us a factory site for shifting this factory. I made a note to ask Mahira about Kirit. Our political strategy took a little backseat with my coming back to Bombay. It is not a problem, as it is going to be long-term planning. At least Lavleen's problem with Guru is solved. Nandini got up from the sofa and said, "Let us go to bed," and I got up and followed her. I thought I should act all horny and make her feel I have missed her, otherwise, she would think I am having an affair with someone. I sat on the bed with my heart on, which I got through thinking about my exploits. Seeing me like that, she looked at me questioningly. I said, "Thinking about our night, see what happened, and come fast to the bed." She got beside me on the bed and I started talking about how much I missed her and how I spent sleepless nights with her thoughts. She must have believed me and started to make love to me passionately. It was as if we were transferred to our first night in her bungalow. After our lovemaking, she said, "It was the best night of my life." I looked at her lovingly and kissed her and said, "Mine too," and adjusted myself on the bed and lay. With this, she would stay calm for some time. Chapter 4. The year 1989. Kumar. Around 10 a.m., I called Mahira to the office and inquired about Kirit, who had come to our party. I said, I wanted to see if any factories were available in their area to shift our factory. Mahira asked, "You want to shift the factory, why?" I said, "We are going to expand the assembly processes, we need more places. We are going to get more orders for systems and other accessories. We have to be ready with our manufacturing plans. We are also setting up a server in our bungalow for India-wide data transfer." Mahira asked, "Is it like what you have developed for the courier company?" I said, "Something like that, but on a bigger scale and with advanced software. As soon as the server arrives, I am going to start the installation of the server. We are going to sell computers with hardware and software pre-installed for data transfer with a limited period subscription too, which we will include in the cost of the computers. This is going to revolutionize the Indian software industry. I want this bungalow to be used exclusively for software only. Mahira called Kirit and spoke to him and said, there is a small factory space available in his area, he wants us to check it out. I said, let us go and check it out. We went in my car to Bhandup and she showed me the way to his office. We went and met him in his cabin. He took us to the factory that is for sale or on lease rent. I said, we will take it at present for rent with an option to purchase it. So, we finalized the agreement and returned to the office. I asked, Mahira, plan to shift the factory immediately. She called Raj and Krishna and told them about the decision to shift the factory to Bhandup and to make arrangements to shift. There is no heavy equipment to shift, only assembly benches and stocks of kits and spare parts. They decided to use a van to shift them and started to do the transfer. Nandini. Suddenly shifting bug bit him, he wanted to shift the factory to somewhere else. He says this area is needed for development and the factory needs more space for running. After coming back from Delhi, he seemed different. It was as if he has enjoyed his stay there and had not missed me. What to make of him? Did he have an affair with Loveleen? She does not seem to be that kind of a lady. Why would she fall for him? He is already married and she is a high society lady. She is fair and he is dark and he is not very tall, compared to others what he would be in her eyes. Why would she fall for him? He went there to get her father a foothold in the political circle. What way they would look at him, someone like an assistant or a servant. It could be someone else. He was using those call girls for his work. Did he get connected to anyone? I can't decide on anything. He came to the office and told me he has taken a factory for rent at Bhandup and he is shifting the factory there. Why does he need to shift the factory there and spend so much on rent? He is telling me he has big plans for both the software company and the hardware company. Maybe getting the order for data transfer server got him to move the factory. Let us see where this leads. Loveleen. We have gone through the photos Kumar provided with his list of names and written down about them behind each photo. Now Kumar has gone back. I decided to go back to Bombay and send Sonia back to her house and the makeup man already left for Calcutta citing getting a call for a movie. He has shown Sonia how to do the makeup herself before going. If Guru asks for me, they can manage with Sonia. I am not needed at present. I booked the next flight to Bombay and reached Bombay. I caught a cab and reached the bungalow. I called Kumar's office and they said, he has gone to Bhandup. What is he doing in Bhandup? I left a message for him to meet me. Kumar. I came back from supervising the shifting to Bhandup and then went over and sat with Kirit chatting. I asked him, when is your wedding? Kirit said, my match with Nishita has petered out as her father found some problem with my Kundali. I asked, she was supposed to contact Loveleen for joining her firm, and why she did not go meet her. Kirit said, she tried to meet her, but she has gone to Delhi. I said, we both were in Delhi working an angle. If you speak with her tell her to contact her or if she can't then contact me. I came back to the office and found Loveleen has come back and was asking for me. I told Nandini I will go and see her and come back. I went to Loveleen's house, collected the photos and came back immediately. I thought I should be careful with Nandini. I feel she is having second thoughts about my visit to Delhi. I sat in my cabin and went through the photos and descriptions written behind. I did not get any idea and I thought I should sit with Loveleen and discuss the photos and put them aside. Nandini came into my room and picked up the photos and went through them. Nandini asked, what are these? I said, the photos that were taken at the party last Saturday. I showed Sonia and said, she is Sonia, Loveleen's double, and showing Dimple, she is Dimple whom I had sent to unmask Guru. Showing the photo of Sonia, she said, the resemblance is uncanny. I said, to make her look like that I called for a makeup man from Bombay. He did a good work on her, isn't he? Nandini said, if I see her original photo I can tell how much work he has done. I looked at her photo and thought back on the original Sonia and said, he did pretty good work there. Now I can't decide how to proceed further. Nandini asked, what is the problem? I said, I can't decide whom to target and how. I have to discuss this with Loveleen. Here I am making an excuse to meet with Loveleen to Nandini. I thought she might say go and discuss with her. Instead, Nandini said, let us go and discuss with her. I asked, do you want to come with me? Nandini said, yes, I want to see how this goes. I thought a minute and said, I will have a bath and change. I was working on the shifting the whole day. Maybe we will do it later, I am fully tired. I looked at Nandini's face. There is a look on her face for freezing second. Then she smiled and said, then let's go home, maybe you want a peg of whiskey. I said, that would be lovely. I got up, took her hand and walked to the house. That Saturday we got an invitation for a party through Loveleen. Loveleen said, we will meet some business people and some politicians also expected to come, we can catch something. So, I agreed to go to the party. Nandini's cousin's engagement is fixed for Sunday and Nandini said, I will leave on Saturday evening as I am expected there. Nandini could not go earlier as she has an afternoon meeting with a client. I and Loveleen decided to go to the party. I completed my work and went to the house to change. I had my bath and dressing up when Loveleen came over to the house. Nandini has not yet come back from the client meeting and Loveleen came over to the room. I already wore treasures and a shirt and tying the knot on the tie. Loveleen came in front of me and adjusted the tie. I picked the coat to wear and Loveleen took the coat from me and helped me to wear it and then touched it on the shoulders and removed a speck of dust on my coat. What we did not notice is that Nandini came and went to the bedroom looking at us at that moment. We went to the party and returned and Nandini already left for the airport. As it is only an engagement, I decided to skip it because we are going to inaugurate the server on Sunday in the presence of the members. On Sunday morning, as I have not received a phone from Nandini, I called her at her house. The servant said they all went over to the reception hall. So, I got busy with the arrangements for the party after the inauguration. Mr. Tata has inaugurated the server by switching it on and we went to my room and showed them how the software works by sending a file to the server. It is a general welcome letter and whoever connected to the server can pick up the letter. They called their offices and asked them to check for the welcome letter and they could download it. After that, I took the guests to the party area. Here Loveleen is acting as hostess. Those who know Nandini was asking where she is. I told them she is away in Hyderabad to attend her cousin's engagement. After the party I went to the house to change and called Nandini. I got a reply that she is not available at present. With nothing to do, I changed and went over to Loveleen's house. We had dinner at Loveleen's house and we retired to her bedroom. Thinking Nandini might come back in the night, I went back to the house. In the morning when I woke up, she was not there. I called back Hyderabad, but still the reply she is not available to come to the phone. This went on whole week. On Saturday evening I booked a flight to Hyderabad and reached her house. I went and sat on the sofa. She came after 1 hour with hands full of bags. Seeing me, she went over to her room and placed them there and came back and took me by hand out into the garden. I felt Nandini is angry with me, but why, I did not have a clue. I waited for her to say something. At last, she tried to get her anger under control and asked, what are you doing with Loveleen? I thought, am I caught by her somehow, and decided to play safe by asking, what did I do? Nandini asked, what Loveleen is doing in your room? I asked, when? Nandini said, last Saturday. I said, last Saturday she came over to go to that party, and you said you could not come. Nandini said, angrily, that day what she is doing standing behind you? I asked, what she could be doing behind me? Nandini said, by putting her hands on you. What is she doing? I thought about that day and said, I was wearing a tie when she entered, then she handed me the coat and must have done something on the shoulder. She must have removed some speck of dust from the coat, what else she can do? Nandini asked angrily, but what is she doing in your room? I said, she is like a family member, what is wrong with her coming to my room? Nandini said, angrily, so, she is like a family member to you, what is your relation with her? I thought if she is going to make this row just for her coming to my room, what she would do if she came to know about our affair. Nandini asked, what is your reply? I said, she is like a friend to me. Nandini said, like a girlfriend. I said, if she is a girl and she is a friend, so obviously she is a girlfriend. I said it in such an innocent way, she could not contain her laughter and started to laugh. Obviously, she is testing me to see if I would tell her everything. I asked, I called you so many times, why did you not reply to me? Nandini said, our friends met after so long, I went to tour with them. I could not get time to think about you. Thinking about what I read about Loveleen, I could not understand what kind of relationship he had with her. He helped her win her father's elections and she helped him financially to start off. Then she used him to conceive, but she was married to Guru and they covered it up with Guru as the father and Guru was later murdered. He thought she hated him because she used his sperm from him to get pregnant by giving him drugs. He had seen her in a dream, she had a disgusting look on her face. Then it was clear she had for some other reason. She was with him his whole life as a friend. With us she is a little different, she is not married yet and I don't want her to be married to that beast. Now what she will do in the future, I don't have an idea. Nandini looked at me sitting there with a sad face. She said, come, I will give you a present. Then I had to go back to my friends. I did not know you would come, otherwise I would have cancelled the program. Nandini took me to her room and we had intercourse. She dressed up and said, I am going out, you decide when you want to return. I said, I will take a ticket and return to Bombay. At least she is not thinking about what I could have done with Loveleen, she is fully occupied with her friends. Who are her friends, and what did she tell them about me? I went to the airport, collected my ticket for the flight and went over to my sister's house with a gift for her and had dinner, spent the night there and went back to the airport and then to Bombay. Nandini. From the time I came to Hyderabad, I was busy with my friends. My college friends had come to meet me. This is the first time I am meeting them after my marriage. Then they planned an outing after the engagement party and I had been busy with them. I didn't expect Kumar to come to Hyderabad, what with his busy schedule. When he came suddenly, I had two doubts in my mind, either he came here to check up on me or he had a guilty conscience, so he came here to confirm the same. So, I grilled him the way I did, and seeing his face I could not contain my laughter. It seems he did not understand how to treat Loveleen. I know it was a harmless gesture by Loveleen before the party. Now I have to go and meet my pals for an outing. So, I took Kumar to my room and gave him what he had come all this way for and told him to return to Bombay and went to meet my friends. Kumar. I came back home disappointed with Nandini's behavior. When she met her friends, she forgot about me. She did not have the common sense to call me and inform me. I was worried she left me and went to Hyderabad, where she is enjoying, and I am left to worry about what is she doing. Have I lost my vanity with her and she is behaving like that? Now I was busy because she was not here and now she will not be there for another week at least. We can't return to Delhi until she comes back. I have given Sahiti full control of the factory. She has Mahira, Raj and Krishna to help her. Shall I need to make arrangements if she goes off like this? Maybe start a branch in Hyderabad and have her look after it. With those thoughts, I slipped into sleep alone. I got up and went over to the office. I could not concentrate on the work and called Loveleen and she said, I will be at home. I went over to her and sat on the sofa. A girl came with the coffee and placed it on the table. I looked at her and recognized her and asked, aren't you supposed to work in the factory, what are you doing here? She said, I stay close by and I don't want to go to the factory at Bhandup and madam put me here. I asked, which madam? She said, Nandini madam. Did Nandini put her here to keep an eye on me? I had the coffee and said, bye to Loveleen and went back to the office. This is the reason she stayed back in Hyderabad for this long. Loveleen came to visit me at the office. She asked, you came and went away, what happened? I said, I suspect the servant you have in your house is a spy by Nandini. She asked, why did you think like that? I said, she was put there by Nandini, she is the kind of girl to do that. That is why she is stayed back at Hyderabad, so confidently. It is better we keep away from each other here. I have a flat in Andheri, where I am keeping the stock of the materials imported, we better go there. She asked, Nandini don't know about that flat. I said, she knew about the flat, but I don't think she will put someone there. She said, okay, whenever you want to go there, we will plan it. She said, seeing you, and went away. I started taking a meeting with Joy and the developers. We took a break for lunch and continued the meeting. I proposed an idea: we will give software on a trial basis to whoever is buying the systems. Our systems will move, and when the trial period is over, if they are happy with the software, they will renew the license for the software. Once they are accustomed to the software, they can't go back to the manual system. Joy said, I will speak with the marketing people about selling the trial software. I said, before the trial ends you have to follow up or it won't be much useful. Here I am following what has been written in the book. What else I can do? I have to think up some ideas. I am good at sales. So, I should think about selling software. Maybe I should go out into the field selling software to get more orders. No, the best way would be to get salesman to find clients and go and close the deal with them. I should use my magic touch with the clients to close the deals. I called the operator and asked, send salesman man when they arrive. Nandini. We were partying hard and one of the friends was pestering me to tell them about my husband. I told them he is a businessman in the field of computers. Those who studied with me in the US know about computers, but those from the college here don't have much knowledge of them. Lakshmi asked, what does he do? I told them he develops software and also assembles computer hardware and parts. What is the worth of the business? Karishma asked. I said, I did not put a penny as an investment and my share is now around 1 crore in the business. Karishma asked, how long did it take to make that? I said, around 2 years. Karishma said, oh, in 2 years, you are crorepati, and asked, what is his name? I was hesitant to tell his name at first, then slowly said Kumar. Karishma asked, do we know him? I said, how would you know him, he is from Bombay. Karishma asked, will he be coming to the marriage? I said, why would he not come, it is my cousin's marriage. Now I have to make sure, he would not attend the marriage. I don't want our junior college classmate to see him, they might recognize him from Dehradun. He looks exactly how he looked when he came for the second summer. Then I thought, am I ashamed of him to show him to be my husband? No, I am not ashamed of him, who can become crorepati in 2 years' time, and can do wonders in his lifetime. Then most of them would have known about him if not met him. If they come to know he is the same Kumar, they would start to throw their paws into him. Lakshmi asked, where did you meet him? Did your parents fix your marriage with him, or is it a love marriage? I said, both of them. I met him at his sister's marriage. His father and my father were friends. His father is an officer in telecom, Bombay, and he had helped my father's friend on my father asking about clearing some bills. Then when he visited Hyderabad, he used to come and visit my father. Then at his sister's marriage, my parents went away to Guntur for another marriage and they asked me to visit them and help them if they require any help. I went and met his parents and then he came out from running an errand and I fell for him at first look. I took him to my house and we spent the night there. Karishma asked, did he come with you willingly? I said, he was a little sad because his girlfriends are missing. Lakshmi asked, girlfriends? I said, one girlfriend's daughter he adopted and she is missing, and he had another girlfriend from his college days, who was working as an air hostess. You know how air hostesses look, she is presumed dead in an air crash. Karishma asked, presumed dead? I said, at the time everyone thought she was dead, but she lost her memory and she was found by some hill people, and when she came to our wedding party he recognized her. That is another story. When we came back to the marriage after spending the night, we started to be close. I told his parents that we are working on software for the hospital and went back home. When my parents were coming, I left him at the marriage hall. When my parents attended the marriage, seeing us together, my mother spoke to his mother, then to my father and then with his father. After consulting with each other, they thought we are a good pair and then asked me about marriage. I readily agreed as he is my dream man. Lakshmi asked, what do you mean by that? I said, he has a certain charm, he just earned 50 lakhs for just a piece of software and in the bed he is marvelous. He fully satisfies me and then I want more, he is that kind of person. We stay at a bungalow on the beach side. Twinkle asked, what is he really worth? I said, I don't know fully. In the software company he has 50% share and I have 25 and another software professional has 25. My share is around 1 crore and he has another computer hardware company in that he has a 70% share. He gave 10% each to his friends. That company's worth, I don't have an idea. Twinkle said, so, in the software company his share would be at least 2 crores. I said, I suppose so. Lakshmi asked, how lucky you were to catch him. I said, is he some fish to catch? Lakshmi said, a fish worth 3 crores. Twinkle said, when he comes to the marriage, are you going to introduce us or are you going to keep in a safe and lock him up? I said, why I would not introduce him to you. I thought it is better to keep him away from these leeches. I said, looking at my watch, I have booked a cab to drop each of us at our homes. He should be here any minute. Kumar. I called Joy to sit in on the meeting with the salesman. Loveleen also came to see what we are up to, so I asked her to join us. Maybe we can use the salesman in her business also, is done by dead Kumar. When the meeting started, remembering from the book, I started grilling them on the way they are selling software. At last, I told them when they find potential customers, let me know, and if they can't close the deal I will help them out. They looked at each other. I said, I am a software developer, what do I know about marketing? Is it what you may be thinking? Before starting the software firm, I worked with a courier company as a marketing executive. We have closed the deals that no other team has closed then. A rival courier company tried to get me to work for them. I refused it, saying I want to go into business, I am not interested to work under someone. So, I know a trick or two of closing the deals. Salesman said, if we get any problem closing the deals, we will come back to me. I pointed to them, you don't sell software alone, you have sell them our hardware too. Now we are planning to offer trial software to those who purchase our hardware. This will work this way: based on their sales we will offer 1 to 3 months of trial software related to their businesses. Then before the expiry of the trial period, we will approach them to take the license for the software. If they don't take the license, the software stops working. We always have to approach them before the expiry, otherwise if we approach them when it is not working and when they already went back to their old system, it will be difficult to convince them to take the licenses. When they all went away I asked, Loveleen, call your servant. When she came I asked her, from you I understood the problems the workers are facing with transportation. Especially for those staying around here. How much you are getting for working for madam? Must be substantially lower than working at the factory. She said, yes. I asked, if I arrange transportation for you and others will you be ready to go back to the factory? She said, it is better than this household work. There is also some future. I asked, then why did you decide to work as a servant? She said, Nandini madam promised to provide extra payment from her if I can work for Loveleen madam as she does not have any servants available. I told her to prepare a list of other workers from this area, then I will see what kind of transport should be arranged for you all. When she went away I looked at Loveleen. She said, now I understood what you meant. I called Mahira and asked, prepare a list of people working at the factory area wise and send it through the server. Mahira said, I will try out the server transfer and if I get any problem I will ring up. I asked, Loveleen, shall we go somewhere out? Loveleen said, we will go to your flat. I got up and said, I will bring the car, you be ready. I went to the parking, drove the car and stopped outside her gate. She came and sat on the passenger seat and I drove to my flat in Andheri. Nandini. I woke up and came down and found Praveen sitting in the hall. I asked, when did you come to Hyderabad? He is working in the US as a software engineer. Praveen said, today early in the morning. I said, you landed today and came over here. Praveen said, I came to see you, I could not come to your marriage. Congratulations, where is your husband? I said, he is in Bombay. Praveen asked, what is he doing in Bombay? Running another hospital. I said, in fact, he is running a software firm. Praveen asked surprisingly, software firm in Bombay, how come? I said, he also has a computer assembly too. Praveen said, oh, our country is improving. I asked, how come you are here? Praveen said, I came to attend Rahul's marriage. I asked, so early? Praveen said, my mother is looking for matches, so she wants me to come early. I looked him over and asked, will you do me a favor? Praveen said, whatever for you. I said, you have to act in front of my friends as my husband. Praveen asked, what, your husband? I said, my friends want to see him, he is very busy there with shifting his factory and they have started a new coalition with the likes of Tata, Birla and Godrej. They are developing cutting-edge technologies for the future of the country. Until I show them my husband, they are not going to leave me alone. You just have to meet them for a few minutes and you can say you have some other work and get away. Praveen asked, what did you tell them about your husband? I said, he had around 2 crores in his software business and I don't have any idea of how much he has in a hardware company. Praveen said, 2 crores in a software company, he must be doing well. I said, my share in the company is 1 crore other than his 2 crores. Praveen jumped on his seat and exclaimed, your share is 1 crore of rupees. What is he doing, robbing banks and putting it his company? I said, before he started the company, he developed a piece of software and sold it for 50 lakhs. Now he opened his mouth and kept it open and looked at me astonishingly. I said, you are from the software industry, why are you surprised by this? Praveen said, now I know how the software companies offer to pay these salaries in the USA. I asked him, so what, have you decided to help me or not? Praveen said, if I have to act like your husband for a few minutes, I don't have any objections, for at least a few minutes I could be a crorepati and your pati. I said, I will call them in the evening. Praveen said, okay, I will go home and come later, give me a call, and he went away. After 1 hour I got a call from Karishma and she asked, are you coming to the party in the evening? I said, Kumar just came over from Bombay, how can I leave him and come? Karishma said, why don't you say so, bring him to the party. I asked, where is the party arranged? Karishma said, at my friend's farmhouse nearer to your house. I said, okay, I will ask him if he is ready to come or not. Karishma said, bring him at whatever cost. I said, okay, I will try, and cut the call. I called Praveen and told him about the party in the evening. Praveen said, okay, I will come over there. I said, remember your name is Kumar. Praveen said, I will tell them Praveen Kumar, that way I won't have a problem telling my name. I said, okay by me. I took him to the party in the evening and introduced him as Kumar. Seeing him they were disappointed that he was not the Kumar from Dehradun. If I had shown them the real Kumar, what would they have done? But now Praveen is bitten by Karishma. Praveen said, I like her and see how she is looking at me. Now when I looked at her, she smiled at me. Now how did he interpret her smile, I don't know. T was behind me to introduce them to me. Now I have introduced him to them and I have not introduced them to him. So, I took him around and introduced him to each one of them. If I have to give him a chance, I have to get away from them for a few minutes. I said, I have to make a call, and made a call and said, I will be back in a few minutes, there is an emergency in the hospital, and went away, leaving him to deal with the party in his own way. Kumar. After reaching the flat, I opened the door and we went inside. There is a stale smell in the house for a long time in use. I opened the window and found Sunita's house and her window is closed. I have not met them after informing them about Sunita, so I decided to have a chat and come. I said, Loveleen, sit in the bedroom, I will come back in 5 minutes. And through the next building went to their building. I knocked on the door and Sunita's mother opened the door. I asked, how are you doing, auntie? She said, we are doing okay, come in and sit down, I will get you tea, and went into the kitchen. I sat and looked around. It looked the same as when I came to accost Sunita for telling Sahiti's family. She came back with a cup of tea and handed it to me. I took it and said, did you speak with Sunita, auntie? She said, Sunita spoke to your uncle but she refused to speak with me. I said, she must be angry at you for not listening to her on that day when she was going for duty. She said, I had thought a lot about that day, I was sorry for myself. But now she is alive, that is all I want. I heard she has a baby girl. I said, I saw her when she was 6 months old. Nice looking baby. Why don't you and uncle go to visit her in the guise of making a trip to Manali? If you want, I will arrange the trip. She asked, can you do that? I said, I can do it for you, just confirm with uncle and let me know. You call me on this number, and gave her my card. She looked at the card and asked, what is this? I said, I run a software company, and my wife has a crore rupees in the company. It would have been Sunita's share. She said, it was she who had complained about you. I said, at the time she was angry with me, then later she realized her mistake and you refused to listen to her. Now go and spend some time there with her and her baby. I will make arrangements for you. I got up and came back to my flat. By the time I reached the flat, Loveleen switched on the AC and slept on the bed. Praveen. Nandini left me alone with these people, I don't know anyone here. Now the girl she referred to as Lakshmi came and sat near me. I said, hello. Lakshmi said, hello, I heard a lot about you. How did you come into this software? I said, I went to the USA to study MS. Lakshmi said, oh, you studied in the US. Nandini did not tell me. I said, it must have slipped her mind. Then seeing us talking, Karishma came and sat on another chair. I could not take my eyes off her. Karishma asked, what are you looking at? I said, I feel I have met you somewhere. Karishma said, I don't suppose you have studied in Dehradun. I said, no, I have not studied there. Then it struck me, she was one of the girls' photos mom showed me. Her father is some Chowdhury, what is it? I said, I think your father is some Chowdhury, I could not remember. She said, Lakshman Chowdhury. I said, yes, now I remember, your father is in business and you have a younger sister too. Karishma asked, how do you know? I said, my aunt was telling us about you after showing her son your photo. Karishma asked, what is he doing? I said, he is a software engineer in the USA. About him later, tell me about you, what are you doing? Karishma asked, what am I doing, waiting to get married. I asked, do you want to go to the USA? Karishma said, why not, certainly I want to go to the USA. I could not contain myself and asked, Karishma, can I speak with you privately? Karishma looked me up and down thinking to accede to my request or not. Then got up and said, come with me. We went out into the garden and we walked a few feet and sat down on a wooden bench. I looked around and a little light coming from the house and the surroundings are in total darkness. I asked her, are there snakes here? Karishma said, there might be one or two. I asked scarily, is it safe to sit here? Karishma asked, if it is not safe, would have I brought you here? I said, I am not really Nandini's husband Kumar, I am Praveen Kumar from New York, USA, working there as a software engineer. Karishma said, I know. I asked, how do you know? Karishma said, as your mother showed you my photo, my mother showed me your photo and told me about you. I wanted to know what is Nandini's play here, bringing you as her husband. I said, I don't know about him, I have never met him. I came to meet him and Nandini today. She told me he is busy in Bombay, they are working on a big project with big companies of the likes Tata and Birla. She asked, are you sure about him? I said, I heard about his work before coming here. They are starting a server to use in data transfer all over India. One of my friends who worked with a courier company said they paid him 50 lakhs for that data transfer technology. He is genuine person and a genius. Now I got information from someone in the railway ministry that they are planning to use the same technology for the ticketing system in India. She asked what they would use it for. I said, I don't know exactly, my father called me to India to get me inside the project. It is not announced yet. Karishma asked, are you going back to the USA or not? I said, I am certainly going back. I told my father I don't have any idea about the data transfer software. I came here to attend Rohan's marriage, and also, to look at a few brides to fix the marriage. But your photo struck me at first glance. And when I saw you here at the party, I could not contain myself and had to come out with the truth about it. She kept staring into the dark and did not reply. I asked, what are you thinking, don't you like me? She said, it is not about you, I am thinking about Nandini. When she said her husband's name is Kumar and he is from Bombay, something struck my mind. In our junior college days at Dehradun, one boy Kumar used to come there for business purposes. Is he the same? Let us go inside and let our families discuss the matter, we will act as if we don't know each other in front of them. I said, okay. Nandini. I returned to the party after 1 hour. From the time I reached, Praveen is trying to catch my attention. I went to him and asked, what happened? Praveen said, come with me and took me outside and said, Karishma knows about me, she recognized me from the photo her mother showed her. Now I told her everything. I said, it is okay, I will tell them I played a prank on them and Karishma caught me. It is not a big deal. We went back inside and Karishma came to me and said, when are you going to show me your real husband? I said, I told you, I will show him at Rohan's wedding. This is just a prank. Karishma said, I know, just a prank. What is this Praveen is telling about your husband getting a big project from the railways? I said, I don't have any idea. She said, yes, it was not announced yet, Praveen's father called him to ask about the project and Praveen said he don't have any idea about it. What is this software he is talking about? I said, I told you, for a piece of software they paid him 50 lakhs. I lowered my voice and said he says he picked the software from the future. She looked at me astonishingly, and asked, how is that possible? I said, that is his speciality, otherwise, how can he earn this much in a short time? He just created a hospital software from memory within a month. I was there with him the whole time, he did not even refer to any book and he did not even consult me on the workings of the hospital. He said the total knowledge has been passed to him in his dreams. She kept looking at me as if she could not believe my words. I said, when you meet him at the marriage, you can ask him about the future and what kind of gadgets we are going to have, he will tell you himself. Kumar. I did not wake Loveleen, and instead went to a nearby hotel, picked up dinner and came back. I woke her and told her to have dinner. After dinner, we sat down to discuss business. Then we had our coupling and returned home. I dropped her outside her gate and went to my house and parked. I checked the server and no information from Mahira. I looked at the time, and it is 11 p.m. I thought not to disturb her at this time and went to my bed and lay on the bed lit a fag. Then I got a call, it is from Nandini. I asked, did you remember me now? Nandini said, I wanted to ask you about the railway contract. I asked, which contract? I don't have any idea. Nandini said, I got information that the railways are thinking about using your data transfer software for their ticket booking. I asked, is it? It has not reached me. Maybe tomorrow I will get the information. Nandini said, are you coming for the marriage? I asked, when is the marriage? Nandini said, it is on the 24th. I said, after 4 days. Okay, I will be there. Nandini said, come 1 day before the marriage. I said, your order is my wish. I got up and readied and went to the office. There is a memo for all the members. I read it says we are required to meet with the ministry tomorrow morning by 9 a.m. I called Tata's PA, Mr. Krishna Murthy, who sent the communication. He said, we will be leaving in the night, your ticket is reserved. I said, I want one more ticket, thinking Loveleen would like to come with me. He said, it can be arranged. I said, send me the details, and cut the phone. It seems things are moving faster than we thought. I rang up Loveleen and told her I am going to Delhi and if would she like to come with me. She agreed to come, and I said, I will tell her the details later and be ready with your baggage. Loveleen said, I will ask my driver to drop us at the airport, so one problem of transportation is solved. I packed my baggage and kept it aside. I got the details of the flight on the server. I informed Loveleen of the timing of the flight. At 8 p.m. we started at our house and reached the airport and took our luggage and went to the ticket counter. Seeing us, Mr. Murthy submitted 2 tickets and we got boarding passes, and we went through the security check and reached the waiting area. There I met Mr. Godrej and he asked, "What is this trip about?" I said, "I think we are going to meet the railway minister. I got this information from some other source." He asked, "Which source?" I said, "My wife told me I might expect a call from railways." Mr. Godrej asked, "Where did she get the information?" I said, "I don't have an idea, she is in Hyderabad at present." Then the boarding is announced and we went and sat on our seats. After the seat belt signs off, everyone is trying to understand why we were called to Delhi and no one has an answer. After landing, Mr. Murthy said, "We have booked rooms at the nearby hotel." I said, "We have a house here." He said, "Better be together at the hotel, if madam wants to go home, let her go." I said, "We better stay together, no problem, we will come to the hotel." He said, "But we booked one room for you, I thought your wife is coming with you." I said, "No problem, we can adjust in a single room." We were taken to the hotel by the airport bus and we were given keys to our rooms and we went and settled in our room. At 8 a.m. there is a knock on the door and the Mr. Murthy informed us that at 9 a.m. we would be leaving. I said, "We are ready." We went with the group to the minister's office and we sat down in a conference room. Minister's PA came and explained the situation. PA said, "We were booking tickets at major stations but we are getting problems with onward journey ticketing. After booking we are informing the station by posting a letter. Now we want to use the data transfer technique you are using for this purpose. Major junctions will be connected through your servers. Then when an onward booking is done or if the traveler wants to book a ticket from a particular station, they will reserve the ticket and inform the station through your server. They will pick the data and update their servers or they will write back if it is not possible, and then the reservation office will inform the traveler of the status." He stopped and looked at Mr. Tata and he nodded his head and looked at me. I asked, "What kind of software you are using?" The PA said, "We are developing our own software." I said, "I can do it, also we can use it to update the software at the other stations. We can have separate servers for your ticketing system. You must be having servers at major stations for ticketing." PA said, "I will call the minister," and went and called him. The minister came and asked, "What have you decided?" Mr. Tata said, "We can do it and also help you arrange the ticket reservation at all the major stations." He said, "Send your quote," and went away. The PA also went behind him. Now Mr. Tata said, "What should we do?" I waited for others to respond. After everyone spoke, I said, "A major part of this venture is my software and I would like to supply the hardware for this project. Keeping that in mind, you might quote the project cost. I think this will be taken by our consortium and I am ready to cooperate with the consortium. If we complete this project successfully, many government companies will come forward with their requirements. On behalf of our consortium, Tata should submit the quote to the railways. It is them who were approached. I accept whatever quote you are going to make." Everyone said yes to that and minister's PA was called, and our decision was informed to him and the quote will be sent through courier. We went back to the hotel and again took a meeting about the future of the consortium. I said I have some more project to be considered for our attention and took out the list I prepared and read it to them and passed on copies to them. I said, "My main project among them is mobile telephony. According to my estimates, this would be introduced in India around 1996 on a minor scale without our intervention. You can decide when it should be brought in. I have prepared all the required technology and we need from the government airwaves for the technology to be allotted to us. I passed on the technology cost at present prices if we can start off in the next 6 months. I gave estimates of the assembly of the technology and we are ready with the import of the technology as we have already taken the required permissions for import of the same. We will be paying for the same from our foreign exchange earnings, so there won't be a problem with the foreign exchange authorities too." Mr. Mehta asked, "When did you prepare for all of this?" I said, "I was working on all this for the last 2 years. I am constantly receiving information from the future." "How do you get them?" Mr. Mehta asked. I said, "In my dreams. I get information from around 17 years into the future. I told you that we have provided in our software keeping the future in mind, about excise changes and then VAT would be introduced." Mr. Mehta asked, "What is VAT?" I said, "Value added tax. It is a type of excise credit for sales tax. Then about the future developments in other items, which we can develop together, which we have to discuss separately." Mr. Mehta said, "Yes, we will do that after going back." We discussed my future items list and dispersed to our rooms. When everyone left, we left for the house, which the driver took us. We went over the photos brought with us by Sonia and decided to target Deputy CM's nephew Surendra Das. DCM Manohar Das has no sons, only 2 daughters, and he took it upon himself to bring his brother's son into politics. He wanted to make Surendra the CM in the near future. Next, is what outcome we want from this operation. Do we want Mr. Khanna to join their party, or do we want the party in power to resign? I asked Loveleen to confirm the same, and then we will plan next. Sonia went away saying she will fill up Dimple about the discussions. We stayed there for another day, and as the marriage looming near, we were back to Bombay, and I packed my luggage and left for Hyderabad to attend the wedding. Chapter 5. Nandini. Kumar called from Bombay before going to the airport. He will be here in another 2 hours. I have to go and meet him at the airport. Maybe I have to tell him do's and don'ts at the wedding, as I don't know how these girls are going to behave with him. I have to tell him to take everything with a pinch of salt. I have to warn him about Karishma. She might try some tricks on him, as her match is being fixed with Praveen. I went to the airport and waited at the arrival lounge. He came after 1 hour as he had to get his luggage. It seems he came prepared for attending the wedding with his suits and all. He had changed his hairstyle too. With his new hairstyle, he looks different from what he was in his college days. That is another good sign. As he is climbing the social ladder, he is changing himself to the society he is moving around. Did Loveleen has something to do with that? Whatever it might be. When he came out, I went and hugged him, and he looked at me as if, "You have missed me, why did you not call me?" I can read his mind. I took him to my house and took him to my room and put the luggage in a corner. I told him to take rest, and I will speak with him later. Kumar. I took out my night dress and went to have a bath. After changing, I sat on the bed and took out papers from my handbag. I continued checking the documents and noting down the points. Nandini came back after 1 hour. I put aside the document I was working on and looked at her. She is her vibrant self. Maybe this is what I like about in her. Nandini asked, "What are you looking at?" I said, "After how long I am looking at you." Nandini said, "What, only a week?" I said, "That week is like 1 year for me." Nandini said, "Don't talk rubbish." I said, "Come here." Nandini said, "I will change and come." Nandini went and wore a negligee and came. I asked, "When did you get this?" Nandini said, "I had it for a long time." Nandini came and stood before me. I said, "You bring the best in me." Nandini woke me up early in the morning. I asked, "What?" Nandini said, "We have to go to Rahul's house." I asked, "Isn't the wedding tomorrow?" Nandini said, "We have to attend other functions." I said, "Okay, coming," and went to have a bath. By the time I returned from having a bath, she brought a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. I sipped the coffee and asked, "What shall I wear?" Nandini said, "Wear casuals." I dressed and we both went to Rahul's house where the functions were being conducted. The ladies were giving him a bath after applying turmeric and then gave him a bath with some paste. After the bath they put up a bindi and a black spot on his cheek. Then he came to visit us. I shook his hands and congratulated him. Rahul said, "It is the first time we are meeting after the marriage." I said, "I came here and also to the hospital, you were always busy." Rahul said, "Nandini told me how busy you are, how the meeting went with the railway ministry." I said, "We have submitted our proposal, let us see where this goes." Then people started coming and Nandini introduced them. Next are Praveen and his sister Neeta. Praveen said, "I heard a lot about you, this is the first time I am meeting you." I asked, "Did you not attend the marriage?" Praveen said, "I was in the USA, so I could not attend the marriage." I asked, "What are you doing in the USA?" Praveen said, "I am a software engineer there." I said, "Nice, must be getting a good salary." Praveen said, "Salary-wise is good, but not like you here." I said, "To reach this position I had to work hard and manipulate some people." Praveen asked, "What hard work did you do?" I said, "I started with deliveries in my college. Then I did not study software engineering like you. I joined a courier company as a courier boy, there I got elevated to marketing executive. Then there I started to do data entry and then I got an idea for data transfer and I developed it and they have installed it all over India at their branches and then they sent me to the USA for training on their systems. I came back and, seeing them not giving me credit for it, I patented it and they had to cough up the money." He asked, "It is the software the railway were considering." I asked, "How do you know, did Nandini tell you?" He said, "No, I came to know from my father, he called me to India for this only. He wanted me to develop that software." I said, "I don't have an idea how to do that." My father said, "What did you go to the USA for? The software was developed by an Indian, and you can't do that." I said I have not heard about it, how can I do that? How did you get the idea? I said, I read it in a future book. I mean a book about the future. He asked, so what else you are working on? I said, we are working on mobile telephony, we can talk on the telephone while we move around. Then the internet, it must be available in the US as a telephone connected modem. We are working on broadband internet, that's what it is going to be called in the future. It does not use telephone lines, it is connected through wires. I have already ordered our hardware suppliers for providing a prototype. Then we have AI, artificial intelligence. You might know about robotic software, this is something like that, but not connected to robots. It will be connected through the internet. There are many more I am working on at the documentation stage. He asked, that is all okay, but how did you get the future book? I said, my future self is sending the information in my dreams. From the dreams, I could develop whole software. Nandini interjected and said, he had developed the hospital software just from his memory, no referencing books and not even taken my suggestions. After completion only, he had taken my suggestions, because I wanted it to work that way. He told that in that book I had given him full information about developing the software. You know one thing, his daughter Lena is a time traveler. He asked, what, time traveler, how could she do that? Nandini said, for that, I have to tell the story from the beginning. He had a one-night stand with a girl named Sahiti. Then she became pregnant and was about to be killed in an accident. She went into the future to meet his look-alike wearing a dhoti. He took her to his house. After the delivery she was back at her house missing a few hours. Then his daughter returned to him after a year, but she is grown up, about 7 years old. He asked, where is she? Nandini said, she is staying with his parents, they landed today morning and went to his sister's place. I have sent a car to bring them here. Praveen said, I want to work with you. I said, you are welcome to work with me, I am looking for experienced developers. Nandini said, I thought you would say, you can't work with me because of this all secret. I said, nothing is secret in this world, it would come out today or tomorrow. In the future, they are going to put cameras everywhere and are going to watch your every move. Nandini said, oh, in the bedroom too. I said, some people put them there too. And there are a few scandals about them too. Praveen said, I will wait for some time before coming back from USA, Karishma wants to go the USA. Nandini said, they are in discussions about his match with Karishma. Rahul's mother came and asked, did you have breakfast? I shook my head and said, no. She scolded Nandini, why don't you look after your husband? Nandini said, I forgot in their discussions. I will get it now, anyone else want breakfast? Rahul said, get for me too. I did not have even coffee from morning. Nandini said, I will get for both of you, and went away. I said, these ceremonies are brutal on us. Rahul said, in low voice, I heard from the time she met you, Nandini did not leave your side, did she think someone will steal you? I said, I don't know about that, I was developing software continuously and she looked after me for the whole period. Rahul asked, that is why you married her, because she took care of you. I said, not that. I was very down mentally when I met her and she understood my problems and stood by me this whole time. She knows my past and I know my future, so we clicked that way and we understand each other. Rahul asked, we heard you gave her a 25% share in the software company. I said, when we registered the company she was there, I gave her 25 and another partner 25 and I retained 50 because the investment is mine. Knowledge is also mine and they worked hard to develop the company, they deserve every rupee they earned for themselves. Nandini brought 2 plates of breakfast and handed them to us. Nandini said, what are you discussing so seriously? Rahul said, Kumar is telling how you are supporting him. After breakfast, she handed us 2 cups of tea. Now some girls came over and Nandini introduced Karishma, Lakshmi, Twinkle and Narmada. Lakshmi looked at me adoringly, must be thinking how I made all that money. Twinkle and Narmada were courteous. Karishma is altogether a different attitude. She is looking at me in a teasing manner. As I already know that talks are going on between the families of Praveen and her, I decided to play along. Karishma said, I feel I met you somewhere. I asked her, where are you from? She said, Vijayawada. I said, you must have seen me making deliveries around the houses. She asked, were you making deliveries when you are in Vijayawada? I said, I did that for 3 years during my degree college days. Then it really struck her that she saw me there. She asked, then you must be knowing Sunita. I said, she was my girlfriend. She asked, was? I said, she was with me for some time and as she was working as an air hostess and she was missing during an air accident. I remember seeing her in Dehradun. She was supposed to come to the hotel, but she had to cancel at the last minute as her grandmother died and she had to go back. To sidetrack her, I changed the topic and went on explaining how I saw Sunita and followed her and took her to Bombay, excluding our night on the train. Then Twinkle started to ask me about my business activities. Lakshmi was interested in how I made so much money. So, this way lunch is announced. We all went to the lunchroom. There were mats placed around and banana leaves placed in front of those who sat down. I sat down and on one side Karishma sat and on her other side Praveen sat down. On the side, Twinkle sat down. I looked at Nandini. She said, I will serve and will sit later. So, she does not have any objection to them sitting beside me. So, I was behaving freely with them. Twinkle tried to steal my sweet and I took it and dropped it back on her leaf. We had jokingly completed our lunch and came back and sat on the veranda. Karishma asked, what about the future of TV? I said, in the future there will be hundreds of channels, remembering my alter ego experience when he went to the flat for the first time and switched on the TV. All the programs are in color and they have very big TVs. They are like mini theaters. The sound is extraordinary. They have mobiles which will fit in the hand. You can speak with anyone easily, with no problems with STD codes. You can do train or bus reservations sitting at home. I continued, you may have heard about 3D movies. If you watch the movie, it appears like everything is happening in front of you. They have internet facilities which I am trying to bring to India, using which you can get any information from all over the world. You don't need reference books, you can check on your computer. There will be a company Google, which retrieves all the information from all over the world and you can search it out. They have what they call email, which replaced postal mail. Nobody writes letters, they send an email. Even wedding invitations are sent online, no one goes to give them. They call on phones for marriages. Only for the old people's sake, they go and give actual wedding invitations. You can speak face to face with anyone around the world through a mobile phone or computer. So many wonders the world is made of in the future. Whenever I remember them I make a note of them and try to fast forward them into reality. Twinkle asked, how do you do that fast forwarding? I said, we made a consortium of the big business houses like Tata, Birla, Reliance and Godrej. I could not do it with the limited resources I have. We try to influence the government with licenses and take up required infrastructure projects to help us in this. This is the first time Railways wants to use our technology for their ticketing system. Praveen asked, can't they use the phones for this work? I asked, do you mean to call the other station to confirm the ticketing? He said, yes, something like that. I said, they did that and later by sending a letter. The phone call has failed as they are making a lot of mistakes. Here the document is prepared by the system itself. So, there is little chance of a mistake. Lakshmi asked, so, this railway project will be taken up by the consortium and not by you directly? I said, yes. She asked, so, what is your profit in that? I said, my hardware company sells them all the computers and other items. The software has to be prepared by me and they will pay me a royalty for using the software. Maybe in the future, they will read in their books about who has brought a technological revolution in India and my name would be mentioned there. They looked at each other's faces. They must be thinking about how it would be reading the textbooks about the technological revolution. I heard a voice ask, what projects are you taking up on your own? I looked up. It is a new girl, who was not present at the time of lunch. I looked at her quizzically. She said, oh, sorry, I am Monica, Nandini's friend. She seemed familiar but I could not place her. I said, we are working on AI at our R&D. She asked, what is AI? I said, artificial intelligence. She asked, isn't it was what they showed in some movie? I said, you must be referring to Terminator movie. This is software and it should be able to answer your questions. Then it is supposed to do what the human brain can't do in its lifetime. Also, I have not received full information on that at present. Monica stood there looking at me. I asked, why don't you sit down? She thought a minute and asked, can I speak with you privately? I looked for Nandini, but she is nowhere around. I looked at Praveen, and he whispered, go, she wants to speak with you, she might want to invest with you, indicating she is loaded. I stood up and asked, where can we go? She said, come with me, and we went outside. There is a car with a driver standing there. She said, come sit, and opened the door. I got in and moved further. She got in beside me and told the driver to go to the farmhouse. Nandini. I came into the veranda with a cup of tea for Kumar. He is not there. I asked, Praveen, where is Kumar? Praveen said, Monica took him outside saying she wants to speak with him in private. I told him to go and speak to her, she might want to invest with him. I heard she came into all that money after her father died. Now she is running her father's business. I don't know what to say to Praveen. I remember she is one of the girls who spent time with him in Dehradun. At last, the past caught up with Kumar. I don't know what she will do. I went out to look for them, but he is not there. I asked our driver, did you see Kumar? He said, the other madam took him in her car. Now what she will do to him? Loveleen. Kumar left me to look after his office. This is the first time I am sitting in his chair. After sitting on the chair, I felt a confidence raise in me. It felt like all his knowledge is flowing through the chair to me. One developer came, knocked on the door and opened it and saw me there instead of Kumar saying sorry ma'am, I thought Kumar sir is here seeing the light. I said, come and tell me the problem, if I can't solve it I will call Kumar and find out. He said, I completed the project, he might want to check it out before finalizing. I said, then he had to come back. He said, thanks, and went away. Then Joy came and sat in front of me. I looked at her inquiringly. Joy said, we got a breakthrough with AI. I said, it is good. Joy said, now we can teach the software. I asked her, what are you going to teach her? Is it her or him? Joy said, whatever you want to call it. I said, then, it. Joy said, first we are going to teach it to speak. It should repeat what we tell it. Then we are going to teach it to do calculations. Then we are going to teach it think for itself. Then it should answer our questions by thinking the answers. I said, it is big work to do all that. So, what is the breakthrough? Joy said, we found its nerve. I asked, do you mean to say you found the AI's nerve? Joy replied, yes, now we can do all we are planning it to do. I said, nice, when I speak with Kumar, I will let him know. Joy asked, what are you doing sitting in his chair, enjoying the chair? I said, no, I am enjoying the touch of Kumar. I felt like all the knowledge is flowing through the chair to me. Before now, I could not speak with you on this matter, now I can have a conversation with you on this. Kumar told me to look after the business in his absence. How did you join his business? Joy said, I was working with this courier company there in the USA and I asked his help and he got me transferred here. I was working with him and he let me stay at his house when he went to his house in Vadala. Then one night some people came and killed my friend and kidnapped me and another friend. They kept us locked in a dark room. Then one day they took me out and were sending us to cell. Police intercepted us and took us to the police station. There he spoke to the SI and got me released and took the person who was selling us to Vakola Shakha Pramukh. Then through him, they busted a gang. They were operating from the bungalow where Kumar is staying now. He was in contact with the crime bureau and they have changed the watchmen to constables and even the Panwala opposite is from the crime bureau only. They kept the watch on this area and caught them red-handed. Most of the girls working in our factory were found with them only. That's why they call Kumar Bhaiya. They even tie Rakhi on the Rakhi day. I asked, what do you know about Nandini? Joy said, when they found me at the police station, she was with him, they came there to file a complaint about purse theft. That is my lucky day. Then afterwards he registered the company in the three of our names. She did not object to that. She was like a shadow then. She never left his side. Even though they were not married, she stayed with him and looked after him while he was developing hospital software. She did not leave his side until they were married. It is like she was scared he would disappear from her. Then after the marriage, she loosened her grip on him. She must be knowing his past. I asked, what is his past? Joy said, I don't know fully, I heard he worked hard to come up in life. He worked as a delivery boy throughout his college days. Then two things happened, first one he met Sunita which changed his life, and second, he found his daughter Leena. Because of Leena, he came back to Bombay 1 year early. Otherwise, he would have stayed back to be with Sunita until she finished her degree. That is what led to a bigger problem for him. Sunita got a misunderstanding and she broke up with him, and then when he was about to marry Sahiti, Leena's mother, she went and got it cancelled. Then they all disappeared, that is another story. Sahiti's parents were killed by the gang and also kidnapped and made her call girl. With the help of police, he found her parents' bodies and then found her and released her with many other girls. It was horrible experience for all of us. I asked, did he not try to marry Sahiti when she was found? Joy said, he is already married to Nandini by then. He was a changed man after marrying Nandini, she has tight control over him. I thought I know how much tight control Nandini has over him. If he set his mind to a thing, he would try to achieve it despite anyone's pressure. I asked, why do you think she keeps a tight control on him? Joy said, he is a marvelous lover, she does not want to lose him to anyone else. I asked, did you have a relationship with him? You are talking about his lovemaking. Joy said, I had a brief fling with him, he ran away from me, and that is when they kidnapped me. After that kidnapping, I decided to keep control of myself. If she is telling about his running away, what kind of kinky things she would have done with him? I looked her over and she is looking me over in that look, then I understood what kind of girl she is a bisexual who would sleep with a man or woman. She must have removed his juice, that's why he did run away. One should keep away from these kind of girls. I said to change the subject, so you were telling about AI. Joy said, I came to tell him about the breakthrough and then I remembered he is in Hyderabad. So, what did he tell you? I said, he told me to get a touch of the business, I might be needed to run it from time to time when he would be traveling. Joy asked, did he say traveling? I said, yes, he might be busy with the consortium works and I would be required to do his work. He was telling about meeting the clients to close the deals. Joy asked, do you have any experience with closing the deals? I said, I was working with my firm for the last 3 years and do you think I don't know anything about selling? Joy said, yes, you are right, I have not thought about that. I was thinking about the software industry. There is a call and I lifted the receiver and said, hello. The other side asked, is Joy there? I said, she is here and gave her the receiver. Joy spoke and said, I will see you again, and went away. Kumar. I went with Monica to their farmhouse and she took us to the house and we sat down on the veranda where some chairs were placed. I looked around, it was a pleasant atmosphere. After the sea wind in Bombay, this atmosphere seems to be a change of scene. I said, it is nice out here. Monica asked, do you remember me? I looked at her closely and said, I don't seem to recognize you. Monica said, I was one of the girls who met you in the first year in Dehradun. I said, I left that life behind long ago. I don't have any memories of that time. Monica asked, then what are you doing with Nandini? I said, she is my wife. Monica said, I know that. Don't you know she was from that past? I said, when I met her she was my father's friend's daughter. She asked me to prepare software for her hospital. From that time, we connected and she has not left my side. Monica asked, do you mean to say you stayed together without marriage? I asked, what is marriage? I was staying with other girls before her. In fact, because my girlfriends were missing and I could connect with her. She was there in my time of need and brought me from brink of a bad time. Over that, at that time I closed a deal and got a substantial amount for my efforts. I was ready to start a software firm. Then my sister's marriage fixed and we came to Hyderabad. At first look, she took me to her house. We spent the night and next day too. When her parents returned she left me at the hotel. Then both of our parents decided to marry us. It was a marriage fixed by our parents. But Nandini kept my side while I prepared the software for her and I went with her to her hospital and installed the software. Then when another partner returned we went and registered the company. She has left the hospital and was working with me all this time. Recently she came over here for her cousin's marriage. This is the first time she left for such a long time after marriage. Monica said, you seem to have lots of girls in your life. I said, they came and they went away. As Monica was not telling me anything why she brought me here, I asked, so, tell me why did you bring me here? Monica said, I was thinking to ask you or not. I said, as there was a saying when you came for milk why hide the glass? So, tell me what you have in mind. Monica said, as you are saying you don't remember me, there is no use telling you. I said, as you wish, and sat back leisurely. Monica kept looking at me and said, I called you for a one-time sex with you. I said, you must have understood me by now. So, you were not asking me that. So what else I can do for you? Monica asked, I heard you know something about the future, can you give me some tips on investing for the future? I asked, why do you want my advice? Monica said, I recently lost my father and came into some inheritance. Now you know how the relatives are, they want to get their hands into that money. I said, I can tell you to invest in real estate but it might take around 10 years. Monica asked, what about some business? I heard you have set up a consortium of companies. Can't you invest in that? I said, that consortium is made of big companies and my interest is in selling my computer products through them. I am importing and assembling here. I plan my future actions based on these products. I have phone modems assembled so I can push for the data transfer systems. Now I am getting them to prepare broadband modems which will connect through cables. Now in the future, it might take some time, but I am pushing for them to be brought here earlier than the regular time frame. So, I am taking a risk by investing in the future, which is uncertain. Monica asked, until now you were successful in your future ideas. I said, I was lucky until now. Monica thought for a minute, and said, it is not that I am scared of losing the money, it is the fear of losing to wrong investments, like those suggested by my relatives. Why don't you let me start one of those assembly firms you were scared to put your money into? If we earn profits we will share the profits, if we lose the money, it would be my money. What do you say? I said, let me think about it. First, tell me something about you. I would like to know who I am partnering with. Monica said, as I have already mentioned, I did up to junior college from Dehradun and I have studied my degree with Nandini but in a different major. Then we all came back to India. Recently my father died and left me all this inheritance. I asked, so how much your inheritance would be worth and how much you can invest at present time? Monica said, at conservative estimates, it would be around 100 crores. I asked, what is your father's name? Monica said, Zamindar Paramesham. I asked, are you in any way related to Pranita? Monica replied, yes, she is my cousin. Our fathers are brothers. I said, now I remember you, you were the first to join us at the hotel. I thought how similar you two look. So, you both are sisters, how is she? Monica said, her marriage is fixed for next month. I said, coming to investment, how much liquid cash can you invest now, and are there any properties available where we can set up our factory? I am thinking about starting basic electronics manufacturing facility. Monica asked, what is it? I said, we need a lot of electronics components in the assembly process. At present we are importing the total kit for assembly. If we can manufacture small components here we can reduce our import bill. Monica asked, will they give the know-how to manufacture those components? I said, it is they who want us to set up this manufacturing facility. They will transfer the technology and will partner with us. Monica said, we have lots of lands available for setting up factories. Where do you think we should set it up? I said, we have to see what raw materials are needed in the manufacturing process and which area is more accessible for these raw materials. Then we will see. First I need to consult with my importers. I got up and said, I will take leave now. Nandini must be wondering where we went away. Monica said, wait, have something and go, perhaps some whiskey. I said, it is not time for hot drinks. Monica said, then possibly some cold drinks, I will get them, and stood up. I said, I will come with you, and went behind her. Monica removed from the fridge 2 bottles and gave me one. I said, cheers to our long-lasting partnership. Monica said, for our long-lasting friendship. We came back to Rahul's house. Praveen asked, where did you go away? I said, we are discussing business, and did not elaborate. They waited for me to tell something, then when I have not, they let it be and started to discuss something else. Nandini took me aside and asked, what did she want? I said, she wanted to invest, so she was asking for ideas. Nandini asked, what did you say? I said, I have an idea for manufacturing electronics components, if she is interested I will speak with my contact, they want me to start a unit here in India. Nandini asked, how much investment is needed? I said, it is quite a capital-intensive process, I have to check with them before coming up with the amount. Nandini asked, did she agree? I said, I gave her some time to think it over. Even if she is not interested we might need to start it in a small way. Nandini said, if she says no, tell me I will try to get us some capital. It is the first time I am hearing her say I will look for capital, does she not want Monica to be her partner? I said, I will just come, and came out and lit a fag and stood there. Praveen came and asked for one, I gave him one. Praveen said, if you are looking for investors, I would like to invest. I asked, did Nandini put you up to this? Praveen said, no, it is my own idea. I got some amount saved and I can borrow from my father saying I will return the money from my further savings. I said, let me see how this goes. I have to contact the company who provides the kits, they are based in the USA and they have their production facilities in China and Thailand, which is where I get my components. It seems they are looking for alternate manufacturing facilities and like in China our labor costs are low. If we can work with our paying rent, we can shift our assembly to the manufacturing center. I think a manufacturing facility near Vizag would be ideal. Nearby port and availability of raw materials would be added advantage, only thing we have to see is if Monica has any land around there. First thing I have to speak with the manufacturers in the night and see where this goes. Nandini. I took Monica into a room and asked, what is your idea of taking my husband for a ride? Monica said, you know how is this with the relatives, they want to lay their hands on my money. They would bring useless proposals to make me invest money with them. I know once I invest what happens to my money, I will not see a paise back. So, I was asking Kumar for advice on investing money. I find his honesty while advising. He refused to invest my money, saying his ventures are all futuristic and don't have any time limit on when they will mature. When I said you could invest in a venture where you think is most risky and you would yourself hesitate to invest. Investment is mine and we will share the profits. If any losses, it would me to bear the losses. I asked, what did he say? Monica said, he said he had an idea for manufacturing the components used in his assembly. It is a capital-intensive project. He gave me time to think it over. I asked, for that, you had to take him to the farmhouse. Monica said, I had taken him with a different idea. But he refused to have anything to do with it. He is loyal to you. He said as long as Nandini is with me, I won't touch another woman. I asked, did he say that? Monica said, he didn't tell me exactly but to that effect. He was saying how you gave your hand when he was down and how you kept his side from then on. He also said that this is the longest you have kept away from him and he is feeling the after effects. I thought if what she says is true, I don't have to worry about him with anyone else. He is a gem. I look to her for any subterfuge, but there does not seem to be any. I asked, what is your opinion if anyone else wants to invest in the project? Monica said, I would welcome it. It would decrease my risk in the project. I said, it would also decrease your control over the company. Monica said, I don't want to involve myself fully with the company. If anyone else wants to participate in the management, they are welcome. I would like to have more advisors in the project. After having the chat with her, it seems her intentions seem to be genuine. Let me see how this plays out. Kumar. I saw Nandini taking Monica aside to talk to her. My instinct is correct about her. She is going to grill her about our relationship. I heard about past catching up, but I did not anticipate it catching up in this way. First, it was Nandini who caught up with me. Now Monica, but in a good way. She wants to invest with me. We got a call for dinner. I looked at the time, it is nearing 8 p.m. I thought after dinner I can make that call to the US. What time do they lower the ISD rates? Unlike afternoon, they arranged our dinner at the table. At a time 6 members can sit. It seemed some of the guests had already left with a promise of coming back tomorrow morning. After 9 p.m. I asked, Nandini, where can I make an ISD call? Nandini said, we don't have an ISD facility here, you can go to an STD booth at the center. I said, I will make a call and come back. Nandini nodded her head and Praveen said, I will come with you, it will be a walk for me. I made the call and spoke to the production manager who advised me to start production in India. He said, I will speak with the management about providing equipment and all, and asked about the investment for paying for all these equipments. I said, I had already procured investment. He said, I will call you back. I said, I am out of the city, you leave a message with my company, I will call back. I thought if we had mobile telephony, I could have given him my number to call back. Knowing something exists and not finding it for your use is pretty exhausting. I came back to the house. I asked, Nandini, where will we sleep today? Nandini said, they are arranging for sleeping in the hall. I said, okay, and went to the veranda to sit. Nandini. It seems Kumar has felt bad about sleeping in the hall. He went and sat in the veranda. We should have gone back to the house. But the functions will start early in the morning and I am required to be present at the functions. Let him stew, it will be just for a day. Maybe he is missing my companionship. Kumar. I had a very bad night sleeping. At one point I thought I should have gone to a hotel to sleep. But I don't want to hurt Nandini's feeling. I had a bath and Nandini handed me traditional wear. I looked at them as I have not worn them any time. Praveen helped me with wearing the dhoti. After that we went to the function hall. Next, she was busy with the wedding functions and as her husband, I was required to be with her. I stood with her and did what was asked of me. As I was busy with the functions of the wedding, Nandini acted as his sister in the wedding and I did not get to interact with the guests. We had our lunch with the bride and groom and all the guests completed their lunch and went on their way. Only a few close relatives were left in the function hall. I did not get to speak with Lena until now. I went to her and apologized for ignoring her. Lena said, don't worry Dad, I saw how busy you were with the function. I saw her, she is growing so fast. She came up to my throat. In a few years, she would be of marriageable age and I have to look for a groom for her. My parents took her and went back to my sister's house. After the wedding was completed, Rahul was supposed to bring his bride to his house. They completed the giveaway and we all with the bride and groom's family reached his house. Nandini brought me a cup of tea and said, the Muhurta is fixed for 9 p.m. After Garbhadhan, we will go back home. I nodded my head. I feel stifled when I come to anyone else's house. I don't know what to do. Over that I can't feel like home. For even a cup of tea or coffee, I have to depend on someone else. I saw Nandini and called her and asked, I have not seen Monica, did she not come for the marriage? Nandini said, Monica was there briefly and then went away. I thought as I had not got the information from the USA, I don't have any urgency to meet her. What I would want is a confirmation from her that she agreed to my proposal and commit to invest in the amount. Maybe she had to confirm her finances. What if the interest shown in manufacturing is only from the manager and their management did not ask him about looking for alternatives? Where did we hear of any investments in India by the USA or they showed any interest in starting manufacturing facilities for electronics? Now we have a favorable government in the center who are ready to grant us licenses on behalf of consortium. I looked at the time, it is around 9 p.m. Now they sat the bride on a chair and she is handing full coconuts to married women. When that finished they sent her to groom's room and closed the door. Now Nandini came and sat beside me. She said, my work is finished here. Shall we go? I said, on the way I have to make a call to the USA. Nandini said, okay, let us go. I picked up the baggage and put them in the car and the driver drove us and I stopped at the center and went to call from an STD booth. He said, our management has agreed to start the production in India and they would send the documents to your office through courier. I said, okay, I will check them and call him back. I sat in the car and we went to Nandini's house and the driver brought our luggage and kept it in her room and went away. I had my bath and changed, and sat on the bed. Nandini came after half an hour and went to take a bath. Nandini came after changing and sat on the bed beside me. Nandini asked, what are you thinking? I said, how much money is needed for the new factory? Nandini asked, what do you need 10 or 20 crores? Don't worry about the money, it will be arranged. I said, I am not worrying about the money. Until now I have not used others' money in my business, this is the first time I venturing with others' money. Nandini said, you were ready to use Lavleen's money. I said, I never thought Lavleen's money is others' money. She is part of our destiny. She is part of our family. Nandini was taken aback my talks. She asked, what are you saying? I said, as per what I have read about her and her future with us, she was staying with us in our house and her son Dhruv called me daddy along with Sneha's children. I understand her husband Guru was killed by some gang outside his house. Then whatever her inheritance she invested with me in real estate. Nandini said, so, it is after her husband's death, she started to invest with us. I said, no, she was investing with him from the time he started the software firm. I think her father's black money she was investing with the firm. She was so discreet about the source of the money and he never asked her. She started by giving him the first bungalow we are now staying and he used that for his software offices. That is when her father got elected as CM. Then her father gave him the second bungalow she is now staying and he started to live there. Then after Guru's death her father gave him the fourth bungalow thinking they will set up her business there. He did use the bungalow to live for both of them, that is himself with Lavleen and her son. Then he gave the second and third bungalows for rent to movie production. Nandini said, that is why you tried to give the office building for rent and when there are no takers you turned it into our office and factory. I nodded my head. I said, now the thing is he started his software firm in the year 1991, until then he was working as a manager with Kirit's factory. Nandini asked, Kirit is he the one who showed the factory at Bhandup? I said, yes, we started our software company in 1987. We are ahead of him by 4 years. I am trying to take advantage of that fact. I am going back to Bombay tomorrow, will you be coming with me? Nandini said, I need more time here to finish up pending works. I will come there next week. I said, it is okay by me. Nandini said, it seems you are missing my companionship, come here, and kissed me. I was cooperating with her, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Satisfied she rolled from me and lay beside me. She said, you seem to be distracted. I said, I don't know, my mind was filled with so many things. Sorry if I disappointed you. She said, nothing like it, you were not your usual self. Now Monica was interested to invest with me. My investments are shifting from Lavleen to Monica. It could mean I don't need Lavleen for my investments, then I should limit my interactions with her in a friendly manner and should put in the backseat of her political aspirations. Did I try to raise her hopes of making her father the CM? Now I can't abandon them at this juncture. I will help them and then take back step from their politics, as dead Kumar has done. I could not decide on anything and I slipped to sleep. I got the ticket booked for the night flight. I want to spend some time with Nandini before going back to Bombay. I got my hardware dealers to send me a modem and installed it in the hospital server and connected it to the telephone. I installed the software and set it up for receiving the software updates. Then I prepared a document on the idea of manufacturing and put the document on the server for the consortium members' information. After 1 hour Nandini returned and said, "Let us go for lunch." She took me to a restaurant. When I entered I was surprised all her friends were present there. Not only Monica, but Pranita was also there. Pranita got up and came to me and hugged me and said, "After so long I was seeing you." I asked, "How are you here?" Pranita said, "Before my wedding, I am giving the gals a party. It seems Nandini brought you as my present." I smiled and said, "Ask me what do you want?" Pranita smiled back and said, "Nothing from you, only your visit enough for me, thanks for coming." I am the lone guy among a group of girls. She asked, "What would you have?" I said, "A bottle of light beer." Pranita got me a bottle and sat beside me. She asked, "What I was hearing about you starting a factory." I asked, "It did reach you too?" Pranita said, "Monica is my sister and she was talking about you too." I said, "I got the documents from the USA, but I had to go through them. Once I go back to Bombay I will check them out. Then I have to put them up for a consortium and then I will let you all know about it." Pranita asked, "What is this about the consortium?" I said, "We have the top companies in the country as a group, we go through all the future affecting decisions. Now we want to bring internet here and mobile telephony, AI, these are all we have to go through this group." Pranita asked, "Is it advisable to go through them?" I said, "All the products we are going to be producing in the factory are going to affect the future of our country, it is going to put our country ahead of the USA too." Pranita said, "If you are going ahead with the factory idea, I would like to invest too." I asked, "How much you are willing to invest?" Pranita asked, "How much the project cost would be?" I said, "I don't have the cost estimates yet. We have to import equipment from the USA. Then we have to see how much import duty we had to pay, we have to use our contacts and get it reduced. That is why it has to go through the consortium. So, what is the basic investment you want to make and what maximum you can invest? Based on that I would come back to you with the details." Monica is also considering investing, doesn't she? Monica said, "You give us a ballpark costing of setting up the factory and we sit together and decide how much can we invest as our share if it is okay with you." I said, "It is okay with me. After going through the documents, I will prepare the costing and will send them to you, then you can come back to me with your share of investments." We agreed to that and toasted for the future partnership. I left them to do their party, and went over to my sister's place to meet my parents and Leena. As they will be staying for some more time here, I took their leave and went to Nandini's house, collected my baggage and went to the airport and back to Bombay. Part 6. Kumar set up production. Chapter 1. Kumar. I went back home and went straight to bed. I got up in the morning, had my coffee and strolled over to the office. I got the watchman open the office and went and sat behind my table. I looked through the papers and found the papers received from the USA. I went through them and noted the equipment and costs in US dollars and expected import duties and came to a figure. To that, I added the building of the factory and cost of raw materials and labor costs and came to a figure of 30 crores, tentative figure on the higher side. If I continue to run the factory from the present factory area, I could cut down some amount of that. I thought, what is the need to set up a factory in Vizag when I have a running factory here? I prepared the costing and requirement document and sent it over the server. I called Nandini at her house. She came to the phone and said, "Hello," in a sleepy voice. "You already woke up," in an accusing way. I said, "I woke up and did the costing for the project. It is coming to 25 crores. I will send you the detail through the courier today." Nandini said, "I will speak with them and let us see what they say." I said, "Do that and cut the call." I called Loveleen and informed her I reached Bombay. Loveleen said, "I will come to the office later." I came back home, had a bath and breakfast prepared by the servant, and reached the office by 9 a.m. Joy came and asked, "How is the trip?" I said, "It is okay, the marriage was good and I had met Nandini's friends for the first time. I got offers for investment from them. Have you seen the offer by the USA company for starting electronics manufacturing?" She said, "I saw it, it is going to be a cost-intensive process, where are you going to get the investment?" I said, "After I got the offer of investment I checked with them about starting the manufacturing. At initial estimates, we might require around 25 crores. Joy asked, "Will they be willing to invest so much?" I said, "I don't know, Nandini is in consultation with them." Let Loveleen come and we will discuss this further. What are the pending works? Joy said, Loveleen took care of them. I asked surprised, Loveleen took care of the work, how? Joy said, she is good at making decisions. She even closed 2 project deals and got herself a project too. So, only checking the final projects are left for you. I said, I will look at them, but where is she? I lifted the receiver and called her number. Servant took the phone. When asked about Loveleen, she said, she just left the house. I cut the call and said, she is on the way. Joy went to the door, opened it and looked outside. I heard her saying hello. I got up and went to the door. She hugged me and said, I missed you so much. I said, me too, come sit. I went and sat behind the desk and explained the cost of the manufacturing unit and what Nandini said about the investments. The telephone rang and it is Bob. I said, tell me what are the news. He said, about the equipment required for the manufacturing unit I have already ordered and paid from the funds in the US. Now when the papers come, you go and pay the customs duty and be ready to set up the factory. I said, I don't have the money to pay for the customs duty. He said, don't worry, I have already opened a bank account in the company name and transferred the required amount into the account. You concentrate on setting up the factory. I said, I am expecting an investment from some friends. He said, you keep the investment for setting up a R&D center. I will send someone to head the R&D center. Our first priority is to start the production. I said, okay, I will start the process. He said, okay, and cut the call. As both of them looking at me expectantly, I said, it is Bob. He says he already ordered the equipment and paid for them. He opened a bank account and he is telling me to pay for the import duty from that account. Whatever investments I am expecting, he told me to use them to set up a R&D center and he will send a center head. Joy asked, what research we have to do? I said, obviously electronics. They looked at each other's faces. Joy asked, why is Bob helping us? I said, he is not helping us, we are helping him. Loveleen said, what do you mean? I said, he doing all this because he needs a help developing something for him, otherwise why does we need a R&D center? Joy said, you have a point there, what do you think he needs to develop? I said, I think if it is related to electronics, it would be integrated circuit chips. That is the future of electronics. Now we have to push this information to the consortium and we have to say it will be good for their future products. I will say we will share the technology with them as per their product offerings. I will speak with Nandini and see what is going on there. I called her at the hospital. The operator said she is out and any message for her. I told her to call me back and cut the call. Receptionist came and gave a cover to Joy and said, courier received. She handed me the documents. It is for the equipment shipped invoices. I said, give them to the agents who looks after our imports to check with the customs for the payment of import duty. Receptionist came again and handed me another envelope. I checked there is a passbook and checkbook. I checked the account status. There is 10 crores credit in the book. I said, when the agent informs about the import duties, let me know, I will give him a check for the same, and handed her the passbook. Joy said, oh, so fast these things are moving. I said, it must be my knowledge of the future and its use by me, which made him to choose me for this. Loveleen asked, what do you mean by that? Joy had the same question in her mouth. I said, Dead Kumar was always troubled by the information he received. He was troubled by riots and bomb blasts. He was always troubled by the happening around him. I have started receiving these things recently, but I put them to good use. Dead Kumar started with dealership of computers. I started with the assembly of the computers, which they took up only after my alter ego went there. This data transfer software he had developed after 10 years. He made it a software and sold it to courier company, possibly for 2 lakhs or so. Then his idea Pan-India Matrimonial he started as a joint venture with courier company. I did sold them to the courier company and I got 50 lakhs as compensation 10 years early. He was worried about the capital until he settled down. I put the 50 lakhs as capital and sailed through. He had a tough time selling the software. I took a tip from his problems and used it to my advantage. Instead of giving software selling to Mahira, I made her to look after the hardware division as he done later on. I have Nandini to help me in the business. He used Sunita to look after the business operations but only later on when she was suspended from airlines. Loveleen also started to help him out financially after her father became CM, that is after 1991. From all of this we are ahead by at least 5 years. We have a hardware assembly unit. We require kits for assembling the units. Now we don't have to depend on imports for our requirements. We will be self-sufficient in a few years' time. Then we will be supplying to others. I continued, it will not surprise me if he comes with blueprints to develop products for him. Loveleen asked, what kind of products? I said, if my expectation is correct, he would bring the futuristic products which were only shown in movies about the future. Joy asked, how do you know your alter ego has received anything like that? I said, I think something like that. My brain is overflowing with information, I could not even sort them out. I need a good night's sleep to get a correct idea of what it could mean. Then the telephone rang. This time it is Nandini. She said, I got the message that you called. I said, the investment for the manufacturing plant has been solved. She asked, how? I said, Bob arranged for the equipment and he put the money for import duty in the bank. We may not require investment for this factory. But he says use the money for R&D center. He says he will send a center head also. She asked, what kind of R&D? I said, I think in electronics only. It will be better returns than the factory but might take longer. Check if they want to invest in that. If they don't want to invest, it is not a problem. I am sure Bob will arrange the investments. Okay, I will speak with you later. She said, okay then, and cut the call. Joy went away to check with the import agent. Loveleen said, come to my house for lunch. I said, your servant would be there. She said, I will send her on an errand after serving lunch. I nodded my head and said, okay. Nandini. I went to meet friends at the usual hotel where we regularly meet. I explained to them what Kumar said. If they are keen on investing, there is an opportunity for investing in the R&D center he is proposing to start in Andhra. The returns will be good but it might take a little longer than the factory. But once the research is completed we can expect a good income from royalties. Lakshmi asked, it is like the software where he got 50 lakhs and still using the software. I said, it would be something like that, but that is software and this is hardware. If what he says is true, if we are successful, even USA will come to us for the products developed by the center. It will revolutionize the country in the world. Kumar says there is no pressure on you to invest with him, as he got the investment for the factory. He can get investment but because it was your idea to invest which led him to think of starting production, he would like to give you an opportunity to invest. It is up to you to decide. Monica asked what he is expecting as investment. I said, there is no upper limit or low limit, as per your investments he will issue you shares and as per shares you will get dividends. Now dividends will only be paid when they have surplus income to distribute. Pranita asked, what would be the research subject for them? I said, it would be obviously electronics. What exact products they will be researching will only be known after the research head arrives. Monica asked, is there going to be a research head? I said, that is what Kumar told me Bob has offered. Lakshmi asked, who is Bob? I said, he is the one who provided the capital for starting the production, he has already ordered the equipment and also provided the money for import duties and all. Karishma asked, who is Bob really? I said, he is the one who told Kumar to start learning software. Then when Joy's friend got killed, he got him cleared without fuss. Monica said, we will speak with the research head and decide about the investments. I said, that is an excellent idea, but better keep your investments ready. He may want to start the center immediately. Twinkle said, we are discussing going on a tour somewhere. I proposed we go to Araku Valley. I heard it is very pleasant at this time of the year. I looked at the others and they all nodded their heads in agreement. I thought, can I go with them? I told Kumar I would come to Bombay after a week. He would miss me, but I was with him from the time of his sister's marriage. This is the first time I was away from him. There is a saying, distance makes you come closer. There is no need to inform him of my going with them. If I tell him this, he might become sadder, otherwise he would think I am working and would not care. I said, okay, count me in. Someone arranged tickets to go to Vizag. There is a morning train from the Vizag station to go to Araku. We reached Vizag and sat on the Araku train. Kumar. I went to Loveleen's house for lunch with her. She asked the servant to put the serving bowls on the table. Then she acted as if she remembered something and said to her to go to the office and bring some files from there. Take the driver and go. When she went away, she called the office and told them to give her file, but to make her wait for half an hour before handing her the file. Now we have at least half an hour after completing our lunch for our activities. After our coupling I went back to the office and she told me she will come after collecting the file from the servant. It was after 2 days we were having a meeting with the developers about the status of the project we have undertaken. As they are little behind in their work, I decided to give them a pep talk. Then receptionist called and said, there are police came to meet you. I told the developers to disperse and told her to send them in. When I heard the door opening, I stood up to welcome them. They are not Maharashtra police, but Andhra police. I asked, is there a problem? Their SI said, you have to come with us. I asked, where? He said, Vizag. I asked, why Vizag? What happened there? He said, we have received a complaint that your wife Nandini is missing with a few of her friends. I asked, who has complained and why I am hearing this now? I smelled something wrong. I picked the phone and was about to call Central Crime Unit SI, who has helped with the catching of Dolly. He asked, whom you are calling, your lawyer? I said, I am calling CID. He was surprised, why call them? I said, I work closely with them and I think you don't have any jurisdiction to ask me to go with you. He said, it is about your wife and she is missing. I said, if she is missing I know how to get her back. I remembered how Bob got some missing girls. The call got connected and I asked for the SI. He came over the line and I told him the situation and he said, I will speak with them. When the conversation was completed he looked at me strangely and said, why did you not tell me that you work in IB? I said, I can't reveal that to anyone myself. If tell you that, you will ask me for ID. He said, what about your wife? I said, just a second and called Bob. He asked, what can I do? I said, there are police from Andhra telling me that my wife is missing. He asked, what can I do? I said, I remember you getting back girls who went missing. He asked, how did you know that? I said, I am getting information from all over. Bob said, I will check and let you know. I said to the police, you wait for some time. After half an hour I received a call. It is Nandini and she is telling me what is the emergency. He stopped the train and asked to call you immediately. I said, police are here to ask about your whereabouts, please speak with them. I gave the phone to the inspector. He spoke and returned the phone to me. I said to her, you better cancel your tour and come back home. She asked, what happened? I asked, what is today's date? She said, 27th. I asked, you know what is the correct date? It is the 29th. She asked, how is that possible? I said, so, you better come back, I will explain everything. I cut the call and I said to the inspector, are you satisfied? He asked, what are you talking about the dates? I said, it is between us. You better go back before the CID come to check. He asked, why would they check? I said, have you seen the watchman? He is from their department. As soon as you entered the premises, the information would have reached them. He seemed confused and said, okay, I will take leave, and went away with his constables. Joy asked, what is all this? I said, Nandini went with her friends without informing me. Now, something happened to them and they went missing. When the families complained to the police, they came to check up on me. Joy asked, but why did they come to check up on you? I said, I met them all at the marriage of her cousin. They wanted to invest with me and talks were going on with Nandini. Now they must have gone on a trip. When they are missing, someone must have thought I could have taken their money and made them disappear. I don't have any option than to involve Bob, who went into their past and stopped them at the station. Now Nandini's thinking she was in a time that is 3 days back, she did not realize she has skipped 3 days of her life. Joy said, everything is so fascinating. Nandini called me and said, I am coming by the flight now, come and pick me up. I said, okay. I went and picked her up from the airport. On the way back she asked, what happened, you had to stop our trip? I asked, where were you going? Nandini said, Araku. I asked, did you catch the Araku train? Nandini said, yes. I asked, then what happened? Nandini said, someone stopped the train and showed the conductor some ID and he asked us to get off the train as some emergency had come. Then he took us to a phone booth and asked me to call you. I said, do you know what happened? Nandini said, I had no idea. I said, you caught the train and reached Araku and you took rooms at the Padmavati Gardens on the treetop huts. Something happened there and you all went missing, might have been kidnapped or dead. Nandini said, kidnapped? I had no remembrance of being kidnapped. I said, that is why we had to intercept before you caught the train. Bob went back 3 days and stopped you from getting on the train and stopped you from going to Araku. He brought you all to our time and made you call me because the police were waiting to take me to Andhra to interrogate me. She asked, interrogate you, what did you do? I said, I did not do anything, I don't know who complained, it seems they thought I took their money and made them disappear. She said, do you mean to say I have traveled in time? I said, yes, after Leena and Sahiti you were the next person to travel in time. She did not say anything, must be thinking about time travel. We came home and it is around 10:30 p.m. Nandini said, I had dinner on the flight. I said, I had my dinner and came to pick you up. Nandini said, then let us go to bed, I have been waiting for you. I said, you did not remember me when going on the trip. She said, I made a mistake Baba, I am sorry. I said, it is okay, come then. Loveleen. Nandini put Kumar into big trouble. Andhra police came to arrest him here. Joy told me, he made a call and police were about to return. And then he made another call and they received a call from Nandini. I don't know how he does that. If he could do something to help my dad with his politics, it would be better for us. Now Nandini is back in Bombay, I had to keep away from him. The servant he suspected of spying for Nandini, I had sent her to work from my office. I don't want someone around whom I can't trust. I asked Krishna to provide me with a full-time servant, whom I can trust. He said, he will send someone. I heard watchman calling madam, I got up and went to the door. He is standing with a girl of 20 years. He said, Krishna send her madam. I asked, what is your name? She said, Jyothi. I said, come in. I asked, how do you know Krishna? She asked, in Marathi what madam? It seems she doesn't know much English. I asked her in Hindi, how do you know Krishna? She said, we were neighbors in Goa. I said, okay, do you want to work and stay here? She said it is okay with her as she is staying with known people after coming to Bombay. I showed her servant's quarters and she said, I will get my things from where I was staying, and went away. Nandini. I called Praveen and spoke to him. It was he who complained to the police and told them about the talks going on about investment. But how could he think Kumar would be involved in that when he said he don't want any investment at present time? There must be some miscommunication on his front. If they complained after 2 days about our missing, first thing how did he think we were missing? He must have asked Karishma to call him every day. When Karishma did not call him for 2 days, he would have complained to the police. What could have happened to us, to go missing? I can't remember anything other than getting in the train and train being stopped and we were forced to get down. I don't understand how Kumar could pull that trick. I am forever grateful to Kumar for saving all of us. He is my lifeline, I should never think of keeping him away from me. I heard the doorbell ring and 2 men were standing at the door. One of the men said, Hi, I am Bob, is Kumar there? I said, come in. Is he the research head Kumar told me would be coming? Bob said, yes, he is Dmitry Ivanchevich. You can call him Dims or Dimitri. I said, okay, come and sit, Kumar would be here in a minute. I went and called Kumar and after the introductions were over, Bob said, you discuss about the arrangement of the R&D center, and went away. I asked him, what would be the requirements for the center? He said, we will need at least 10 acres of land. I said, that can be arranged in Andhra. He said, I will arrange to build the labs and then I will arrange the equipment and research fellows also. I asked, what would they be researching there? Dimitri said, obviously it is about viruses and antivirus medicines and vaccines. I was taken aback. Kumar told me they would be researching electronics. I said the same, I thought we would be researching electronics. He said, I don't know anything about electronics, I am a microbiologist and I am brought to research some new viruses coming into the world. I asked, from where they are coming? He said, obviously from space. Bob told me there is a meteorite fall in India and it is kept very secret because of its impact on the health of the people living near that place. I asked, what happened? He said, the whole villages were killed by the virus attack. The area is cordoned off and no one is allowed to go near. We have to isolate the virus and do the research. I said, but building the research lab would take months. He said, we have a mobile lab, which we will use to collect the samples. If you let us know about the land, I will get our men to start construction. I said, we better go there and inspect the land. He said, okay, and called Bob after the conversation is over. He said, Bob is arranging for a chartered flight for us, let us go. I looked at Kumar, he said, you better go, I can't go at a moment's notice. I have a meeting with the consortium members. You know about the lands or get the information from them. I said, Monica is in Vizag only, I will call her and tell her to meet us at the airport. Kumar said, okay, you do that. Kumar. I was disappointed when he said they will be researching viruses. I called Bob after they went over to the airport and asked him the same. He said, don't worry about the technology, it will be transferred to you whenever the time comes. We are fast forwarding the technology in the US and it will be transferred to you at an appropriate time. Then you can manufacture them. I said, okay then, and cut the call. Now the R&D, I better leave it to Nandini and her friends. I am sure she manages the same. The money will be arranged by her friends, and if they think she is managing the show, and they will also be a part of that, they will be ready to put the money and allot the required land for the lab. Dimitri said he needs 10 acres, which is a big piece of land. As Bob suggested, I better concentrate on manufacturing components. Shall I do it personally or let Loveline handle that business? I have to decide. I will let her accompany me and see how she makes decisions and then decide. From what Joy said, she is also good in marketing, but for us, marketing is not that important, as we have enough projects and we are only needed when the salesman faces a tough challenge. This manufacturing process is a new business for us. For most of the components we will be using in our assembly process, the USA company may want some of the stock to be sold to their clients. We should not worry about selling them but have to concentrate on the quality of products. Let us see how this goes. I would have taken these things slowly, but Bob is moving things fast. But what about this R&D thing and the virus attack on an unknown area? Is it related to Nandini's and her friend's disappearance? Were they caught in the virus attack and unknowingly the inspector came to me with the accusations? It is good that he came to me instead of going around checking for clues for weeks on. Bob could go back and stop them from going to Araku. Either that or they would be stuck there forever becoming test subjects themselves or would have been dead from the virus attack. After a few days, Joy came and said, the agent called that the equipment have landed at the port. As we already paid the import duty after inspection, they will release the equipment to us. I said, tell him to get them to the Bhanduk factory and after inspection, we decide where to place them. For the time being, tell them to shift the assembly section to the first floor. Nandini. We are going towards the area where the meteorite crashed. Protective gear was arranged for all the occupants of the van. When I told the gang about starting an R&D center for virology, they were little hesitant. They were saying we never heard of such a thing like that. I said, if you don't put investment it is okay, at least give me 10 acres of land somewhere near Vizag. We will see about the building, maybe Kumar or Bob will provide the funds for that. Monica conceded to give the land as part of her investment. Because of her asking, only Kumar started to venture in this field, and she said to Kumar, I am ready to invest. If we get profits we will share, and if there are losses, it will be my loss. She said, don't worry about the funds for building. Instead of wasting money on relatives, I am ready to use the money for the greater good. So, we are going to collect the samples from the place. Dimitri got an assistant from Russia and they both will be collecting the samples, and we were ordered to stay away from the area in our protective suits watching them work. We stopped outside an area which was cordoned off by the military and protected by military personnel with guns in their hands. Dimitri got down with his assistant and showed them some papers and then showed their IDs. They must have asked about us sitting in the van. Dimitri shook his head indicating not part of the group and said something. They came back and picked up number of body bags and went inside the area. They brought 3 bodies with the help of the military personnel. They placed them in the van and they all washed their hands with some kind of liquid and came and sat down. We proceeded to Vizag. When we reached the city, they took us to a small lab they had set up. They got them stored in the lab and came out. I asked, can we get out of these dresses? He said, to go inside the bathroom and remove them and put them in the bin and your dresses in another bin and have a bath and come out and check which of the dresses fit you and wear them. Next time possibly you keep some dresses there. Kumar. I stopped the car in front of Loveline's house and we decided to go to Bhanduk. Loveline said, on the way let us go to my office. I assume you have not seen it. I said, no, I have not been to your office. Thinking except reading in the dead Kumar's book. We stopped and parked in her spot and went to her office. It was as it was described in the book. A receptionist is sitting outside and seeing Loveline she got up and said, good morning. I nodded my head to her and proceeded behind Loveline. She took me to the last cabin and I remembered what was dead Kumar's experience. She asked him did the work completed. And then lifted her head and asked who are you, because she did not remember hitting him with her car. Loveline said, come in, why did you stop outside? I said, I am looking into the future. She asked, what happened in the future? I said, not our future, someone else's. She showed me the visitor's chair and sat on her chair. She lifted the phone and told her to send Nishita. I saw her come inside and got up and gave my hand and said, hi, I am Kumar. She hesitated to give me her hand. I said, you came to my birthday party. Then she remembered me and gave me her hand. I shook and said, glad to be seeing you, when did you join here? She said, 1 month back. I said, it was me who told Kirit to ask you to join here. She nodded her head. Loveleen asked her about the project she was working on and she went away. Loveleen asked, what is your interest in Nishita? I said, she is practically family. She will be my future bhabhi. She asked, you mean your brother's wife? I said, yes. I lifted the phone listening to dial tone made a call to home. Mom took the call. I inquired about Lena and asked, where is Ram? She said, I have no idea. I said, tell him to give me a call. I needed his advice on some matter. As he had some experience with electronics, I decided to give him some work as a supervisor. He can work in the assembly section or manufacturing as he likes. Loveleen asked, why did you think about your brother now? I said, Nishita and he had to meet somewhere. She said, oh, you want to act Cupid for them? I nodded. She said, let us go. We went to the factory and checked the equipment received. As per the sizes we planned them to be placed around. Unlike Kirit's factory in Dead Kumar's book, we don't have a mezzanine floor. They made an office room on the first floor in a corner. We went to the first floor by the steps on a side. They are still adjusting the assembling tables around. I stood looking at them working and Loveleen went and made some suggestions of how they should be placed for maximum accessibility. Now I am sure she will take up the management work with me. One boy said, Madam called for you. She took the phone and spoke and said, your mother called your home and your servant told our servant thinking she will know where we are. I said, okay, I will call her. I took the phone from her and cut the call and called home. Mom said, take Ram's phone number. I noted it down and called him. I asked, where are you? Ram said, at Ghatkopar. I asked him, can you come to Bhandup, I need some advice about electronics. Ram took the address and said, I am coming in 15 minutes. I said, let us go and sit in the office room. I looked around, there is a table and a chair behind the table and another 2 chairs in the front. A table fan fitted on the wall. In the comparison of our AC rooms at the office, this is just shabby. I told Loveleen to sit behind the desk and sat on the visitor's chair. After 20 minutes a boy brought Ram to our cabin. I told him to sit down and introduced Loveleen. I told him we got investment for producing electronic components. We were assembling computer parts until now. Now the equipment has arrived from the USA and being placed on the floor. I want his advice on how to run the factory. It is not that I don't know how to run a factory, the dead Kumar's many years of experience have been imprinted in my brain. But I want him to take interest in our factory. He said, I am running a factory at Ghatkopar for making emergency lights. I said, if you don't have any objection you can shift it here. You will have spare parts available with us. I want you to look after the manufacturing as a manager and Loveleen will give you support. He thought a minute and said, okay, I will do the management, but I want a free hand in handling things. I said, it is okay by me. You can also help Loveleen with her interior decoration firm by advising on acoustics and lighting. He looked at Loveleen and said, okay. It seemed he liked Loveleen on the first look. But I had some other ideas for him. Loveleen said, come and meet me in my office in the evening, we will discuss how to move forward on that, and handed him her card. I said, go and have a look around the factory, and call the boy who brought him to take him to Krishna and tell Krishna to ring me up here. When Krishna called I explained to him that the factory setup will be looked after by my brother Ram and he can look after the assembly floor. And Raj will look after dispatch and Mahira would look after the marketing and collections. Loveleen said, let us go. I asked, shall we go to the office or home? She said, home, after lunch, we will work from your office. Nandini. We went to the bank and opened an account in the name of the lab with the documents provided by Bob and transferred an amount of 10 crores from their account to the lab's account. Then we went to see the land to be used for building the lab. I called Dad to look at the building plans drawn by the engineer engaged by Dimitri. Dad said, he will provide the costing for the same. I told him to immediately start the construction work. He said, I will put the equipment for fast construction. Loveleen. It seems Kumar is dependent on me for running his businesses. Did he make friends for this purpose only, or is he going to make Dad CM anytime? But it seems his businesses are going to grow to be one of the business conglomerates of India. The way he is adding business by business, it will not be that long. Here he is starting India's first electronics manufacturing process. Then in another part of India, they are starting a biomedical lab, experimenting on viruses, another first in India. Nandini is running a hospital. Kumar is in consultation with big businesses to collaborate for data transfer and internet. And he is talking about mobile telephony. First he thought the R&D lab is for research for chips. Maybe he will look into that next. We reached our house and we went to our house and I told Jyoti to serve the dinner. After lunch we sat there discussing business. Seeing us working she went to her room. We just slipped into my bedroom. Kumar. I am distracted from work. I just received message from Nandini that she started the building construction with the help of her father. It became an advantage, he is in construction business. I did well to give the work to Nandini. She will get it built as per the requirements and that too at the lowest cost possible. She sent me the registration papers of the company. The company is in my name as the main partner and Nandini, Monica and Pranita as major partners and Praveen and Karishma as minor partners. Twinkle and Lakshmi insisted to be partners and she gave them a 3% share each. So final shareholding pattern as mine 30% and Nandini 20%. Monica and Pranita at 14% each and Praveen and Karishma at 8% each and finally Twinkle and Lakshmi got 3% each. So as long as Nandini is with me I could control the company. I don't think we can control the company for long. If the government thinks it is required for the country they may take over. Whatever it may be, it is another domain and another technology for us. At least most of the work will be done by Dimitri and we need to provide him support in the form of money and any government support for any licenses. I think Bob already covered that. The letter and IDs mentioned by Nandini proves that. From his book I did not find any danger to the people except the riots after the Babri Masjid demolition and subsequent bomb blasts. Is Bob expecting any other meteorite falling and bringing in much more potential virus than what it has brought? Nandini has not seen the bodies, but the security around the area of the meteorite implies it is very serious threat. Death from exposure is very serious. That is all okay, but why did Bob arrange for us to start the manufacturing immediately by providing the funding? Even though with his funding the company is in my name only. Then why did he not provide funding for the lab and only provided the head of R&D? Does he want the name of the company in multiple persons' names as it is now? Some things I can't understand how he manages things. Chapter 2. The year 1990. Nandini. Building work is going on at a fast pace with Dad using the equipment. I think it is the first time he is trying to build something this fast. It is a single floor building spread over 2 acres. The remaining area is for cushion, that is what Dimitri told. He said, if we can get more area of the surrounding the building it would be better. We got a fence erected around the area earmarked for the lab. All around, do not enter, danger, boards with skull and cross are installed. Once the lab starts, Dimitri said, we should install alarms on the fence. Kumar. We got the equipment installed and got the raw materials delivered. I thought who should ask to inaugurate the facility. I asked my dad to inaugurate the manufacturing facility. Until now I have not had an inauguration ceremony for any of the offices. For the function, Nandini came from Vizag by flight. She said, the building is almost ready. Dimitri is getting equipment from Russia imported. Now I understood he must be having dollars and he paid for the equipment from the USA. We need to pay Russia in rubles, he had us set up the company this way. I think it would be easier to pay for this purpose in foreign currency. Nishita. Kumar's brother Ram was coming to our office to help in setting up home theaters as part of interior decorating. In comparison with Kumar he is taller and fairer. Now he is standing beside me at this ribbon cutting function. Their father was called to cut the ribbon. Kumar's mother and daughter Leena were standing beside his father. After cutting the ribbon they asked Leena to enter the premises first. I did not understand how he could have such a big daughter. Then someone told me he had adopted her when her mother is missing. Still it is unbelievable seeing Sahiti as Leena's mother. Raj told me that Sahiti and Leena have time traveled. How can anyone do that? He must be pulling my leg. He is like that only, always behind girls. I felt a hand touch my arm. I looked at the side, Ram is standing and looking at the group of people entering the factory. Now Raj told me he is the manager for manufacturing. Did Kumar gave him that job because he is his brother or because he has knowledge about electronics? He must have felt I am looking at him. He turned his head and looked at me and smiled. It seems he recognized me. I said, hi. He said, hi and turned his head and lifted the camera on his neck and took a photo. Then the party started outside the factory. Kirit has come to the factory. I said to Kirit, sorry about my father. He said, don't mind, I know something like this going to happen. It is not your fault. Then one of his boys came to call him to his office that a phone call came and he went over. Now whoever is there, I looked around and found Ram with the camera. I gave him a smile and went to Kumar to congratulate him. Now our Madam Loveleen is working with him closely and handed me the running of the business to me. She elevated me to the position of manager. I suspect Kumar has a hand in that. I heard from Raj that he looks into the future and takes business decisions. Raj said Sahiti and I are supposed work together. Because of missing Sunita, he had to take Sahiti to work in her place. However, it is an advantage for me, as I get to work alone to look after the business. The party finished and Ram handed the film reels to Krishna to wash and print. I took them from Krishna saying I know a photo studio and will get it for a cheaper price. I really don't know, but there is a photo studio nearby my house. I put them in my purse and told Madam I am going and came out of the factory to go to my house. I stood at the bus stop opposite to the factory. Ram must be going out. He stopped his bike in front of me and asked, "Where are you going?" I said, "Home." He asked, "Which area?" I said, "Vikhroli." He said, "Come, I am going to Ghatkopar." I sat behind him and he took my directions and dropped me outside my house. I told him to come to my flat, and have a cup of coffee or something. He said, "I will come later," and drove away. I went to the photo studio and asked them wash and print and gave him the reels and went home. Kumar. For the first time, my parents asked Leena to break the coconut at the machinery. It seems they have accepted her as their granddaughter and it seems they thought she is a good omen to start off things. Sahiti stood aside watching the function. I saw a drop of tear in her eyes. She must be proud that if not her, her daughter is the daughter of a multimillionaire. She is officially my daughter as per her school records. I think I should prepare a will and include her in the will. Otherwise, Nandini might contest Leena's eligibility in my assets. Nandini. The work in the lab is going on well. We can expect to start the lab in a fortnight. The equipment has arrived and is being erected as of now. Because of this, I had to keep away from Kumar. Previously I had thought can I stay away from him, but now I actually kept him away for so long. Once the lab completes and starts working, I might be able to come back to Bombay to be with Kumar. Now one more feather in his cap was added with the factory going to production. Maybe I can spend 2 days with him. Kumar sent Leena and his parents by car and we started for our house in his car. I sat in the back seat with Loveleen, and Kumar sat in the front seat beside the driver and was looking at some papers. He has become very busy during my absence. He was working with the consortium for bringing the internet to India. I heard they have taken a transponder on rent on Insat 1C. They want to connect through satellites to the US internet. He said if we can connect the internet here, he can think of taking up US software projects. I looked at Loveleen. It seems in my absence she has taken over my responsibilities in looking after the company. She has handed over her company to Nishita and most of the time she is spending her time looking after the company. Nishita. The photo studio guy said to come in the evening for collecting the photos. I went over to his shop at 7 p.m. He gave me washed reels with printed copies. He billed for washing the reels and printing costs by copies and I paid it and came back home. I started to look through the photos. First, it was all ordinary photos of the function. After halfway through my photos started appearing. First, it was innocuous photos with a group or just normal photos. Then the photos were of good clarity with different moods and there are few of the photos were taken using various techniques. Like side-by-side photos in a single shot. I don't know that photos can be taken this way too. It seems he is smitten by me from those photos. That is what I want to check, so I got the reels to print. It is confirmed that he likes me too. After the Kirit fiasco, I was cautious about guys. The next thing I have to do is get his kundali for my dad's sake. Kumar. Driver stopped at the Loveleen's house. As the habit I was about to get down and stopped myself and put the papers in the briefcase. Then he went to our building and parked the car. I got down and took the briefcase and went in and put the briefcase on the table and sat down. Seeing us, the servant came out. I said, "Please give me a cup of tea." Rose went into the kitchen. Nandini came and sat beside me. I asked, "I missed you so much, when are you coming back?" Nandini said, "You have to come for the inauguration of the lab. Then I can think of coming over here." I asked for the details of the lab they are building. When she gave me the details, I asked, "Is the lab set up for this virus or is it for the future? Is there going to be some virus attack in the world?" "Why do you think so?" asked Nandini. I said, "From the way he is conducting the things around." Nandini asked, "Who?" I said, "Bob. We thought of starting a manufacturing unit with the help of your friends and he took the idea and supplied the capital and let us set up the factory. And with your friend's money, he wants us to set up a lab. I thought it is very important for him to start the lab immediately, so he manipulated it this way." Rose brought tea and put it on the table. I picked a cup and started sipping it, thinking about how it is going to affect the future. Chapter 3. Nishita. I reached the office and looked at the projects going on. One project I thought required acoustics advice. I called janitor who looks after the design and asked, did you get the acoustics design for this project? She said, no. I said, then call Ram, I will speak with him. She said, I will do that and went away. Janitor came back and said, he seems to be busy with production planning, he said he will come in the evening. Now I have to wait until evening to see him, I will take up some other work. Nandini. I stayed for 2 days in Bombay, now we have to inaugurate the lab. I asked, Kumar, who would inaugurate the lab? He said, we can't ask PM or CM for inaugurating the lab. Maybe someone from the consortium would like to do that. I will ask Mr. Godrej regarding that. I said, you check that, I will leave for Vizag tomorrow morning. I landed at the Vizag airport and I was greeted at the arrival lounge by Monica. She asked, who is going to inaugurate the lab? I said, Kumar is looking into that. Monica said, next time we will fly by helicopter to the lab. I asked, how is that possible? She said, Dimitri said that Bob has arranged for us to use the helicopter. Maybe he arranged to have VIPs flown from the airport to the lab. He is getting a helicopter landing strip with your father's help. How is the trip? What Kumar is doing? I said, it is okay. Kumar started production on his electronic spare parts. He was disappointed we are building a lab instead of electronics R&D, even though Bob has promised him he will let him have the latest in electronics from the USA. Monica said, he promised me we will set up a production facility for electronics, he already got it from Bob, what else does he need? I said, maybe he thought he would be working with you all on the electronics production and maybe he is missing that. Monica said, do you think that he is missing us? I smiled and said, it seems so. She did not get that I am pulling her leg. I asked, what did you most like in Kumar? Monica said, his honesty. I thought she would say something about his sex, but her words surprised me and I asked, why do you think that? She said, when I spoke to him at the farmhouse, I saw honesty in his eyes and his talks. He was telling me how much you meant to him. It is not like he was scared of you not to act inappropriately with anyone else. But he does not want you to feel bad about that. He does not want to hurt your feelings. He was hesitant to put my money into the business. Because if he loses the money, he felt how he can show his face to your friends. When I told him the profits we will share and if any losses I will bear, then only he considered my offer and told me about the electronics production offered by the US company. From that, I know he will not act recklessly because it is not his money. When this lab offer came, first I was apprehensive of investing. But then I thought I am doing something for the country. Somewhere I have read because of our country's population if something like a virus outbreak happens, then it would spread rapidly. I said, you went and read about the viruses. Monica said, I not only read about them, but I also went and spoke to Dimitri's assistant for a long time. He told me lots of things about the outbreaks in history. He said plague is one such outbreak, it has brought the world to its knees. He said the world's population has lost around 50% of the population to this plague. Some people even think it was deliberate action by some people to cull the world population, that is what he said. I asked, what does it mean? She replied, according to him to cut the rising world population, some group of people deliberately released the plague into the world. He said it started to spread from China with their merchants and travelers. I said, Kumar was telling that only, as Bob expected some kind of danger in the making started this lab to safeguard the world. Monica asked, why India? I said, Kumar says Bob's operations are centered around India. Somehow even though his name is Bob, he is linked to India or ordered by his bosses to look after the Indian subcontinent or allotted him this area for his operations. Kumar says that he did not have this information from this book because the dead Kumar was not involved with this research. Bob is specifically helping us with some future in mind. Monica said, who is dead Kumar? I said, his book is the future guide for Kumar. He dies in the year 1999 and Monica said, based on what he read from that book, Kumar operates keeping the future in mind. I said, something like that. Monica said, but how did he read the book? I said, if I tell you the truth you may not believe me. Monica said, I believe whatever you say, after all this, why will I not believe you? I said, Bob approached Kumar and said to him to learn software programming and he will make him head of a big conglomerate of companies. Now Kumar was looking for an opportunity to start some business and went and brought some books and started reading them. Then after a week Bob gave him a computer and told him to practice. When Kumar became proficient with computers, Bob told him to clear his work, tell all the people he is going abroad and take leave from his office and say goodbye to his girlfriends and come to him. When Kumar went there, he lay him on a bed and told him to close his eyes. When he woke up he was still on the bed. So, Kumar got angry at him for cheating him, and caught his collar and demanded an explanation. Now what Bob said will surprise you. He said I have sent an alter ego to another dimension by creating a timeline, and from that timeline, he sent him to dead Kumar's timeline to replace him there. Now you go and live your life. Kumar came out cursing him for wasting all his time and disturbing his life. He had to undo all the things he had done. Monica asked, what happened then? I said, after some days Kumar started to get dreams of what his alter ego was doing in another timeline. He said he had met me, I was married to someone else but my child was his. Sahiti and Sunita, whom he married later, and Loveleen was his main partner in the business conglomerate. Loveleen's money dead Kumar used to raise in the business world. Then Sunita brought a book written by dead Kumar and gave it to him to read. In that book Kumar wrote about whatever he had done in his life and what technologies were used in his time. How using software, he had made Loveleen's father CM of Haryana, etc. Now he still receives information from that Kumar 17 years into the future. Sometimes he is so confused with the information, he sits still to process all that information. But suddenly he comes out with some information, which was used in the future. From that information only, he had developed that data transfer software and even my hospital management software without my help. He says I have already given him all the information and he can develop from that. He says I was the one who helped to get the hospital project developed. Monica asked, then why didn't he marry you there? I said, he had already married twice and his first wife Sneha died in an accident and the second wife Sahiti was with him and he had an affair with Sunita. Kumar says in the book I was very much behind to have an affair with him and that is what killed him in the end. Monica asked, what do you mean? I said, it was that Nandini's husband Pratap who got Kumar killed using Sahiti in that time. Monica said, his own wife helped him kill Kumar. Kumar says either it is jealousy or for money she did that. Monica did not say anything, she must be thinking what kind of wife does that. Sahiti did that because he was having relations with others. What would I do, if I was in her position? First thing, if Kumar does that, it means I am not satisfying his needs. Second, the other person is giving him the mental peace, which I might be disturbing with my constant nagging. I read somewhere that wives themselves push away their husbands with their constant nagging. They think they are putting their husband in their place, but once she loses his control all hell breaks loose. If the wife did not act in the nick of the time in such situations, she will lose him forever. If I had to face such a situation, if he is having an affair, I would take him away from such a situation instead of letting her have him. Why should I leave my husband to that leech of a woman? Monica asked, what are you thinking? I said, what kind of woman kills her own husband? Monica said, I was also thinking the same. I said, we got sidetracked, I was asking you about your opinion of Kumar and you said his honesty. You did not like his sex. She said, after Nimisha and Pranita, I was the first to go to him at the hotel. He had some kind of magic in him. He is not selfish in his approach, he would not leave a girl until she is satisfied. I had a few boyfriends after him, but none like him and I left them after a few days. But it is not like I want him again, I want to cherish his memories, and don't want to spoil them by sleeping with him again. That day I just called him to see what kind of man he is, not with an intention of sleeping with him. I could have talked to him at the house, but that effect would not be there. I wanted him to think I took him there to have a fling with him. Seeing his honesty, I decided to invest with him. After all those people's advice, I am scared of listening to another investment advice. I felt he is the one who will safeguard my money. I said, you know, when registering the software company, he gave me a 25% share even though I have not invested with him, that is even before marriage, and he gave his other partner 25%, trusting she will invest her time in the company. He takes his decisions like that. He takes his decisions from heart, not from brain. Seeing the lab nearing, I said, talking about Kumar, we did not feel we have traveled all this distance. She concurred with me. Seeing a car, the security opened the gate and we drove inside. Near the fencing, on one side staff quarters are being built. We are staying at one of the completed buildings. This building is fully furnished with both gas and electric stoves installed. We have an electricity connection with generator backup. A water tank was installed with pumping the water after filtering, and another tank was set up to filter the water for drinking water purification. Chapter 4. Loveleen. After the dream that Nandini threatened to take Kumar away, I dropped the idea of letting her slowly know of Kumar's indiscretions with me. It is better to keep him close and have a fling once in a while like this than to make her take him with her. Now Kumar is so busy with the companies, he was taking my help in his day-to-day work. He did not get any time to think of a way to help me with my father's political aspirations. So, I decided to take matters into my hand and make him do something for helping us. Kumar rounded up on Deputy CM's nephew Surendra to target, but he did not say how to target him. I asked Sonia to find out about Surendra and pass on the information to Dad. I was doing some research on the members of the ministry and found that the CM has one son and one daughter. His son is Pratap Singh, and his daughter is Vijeta. Now Surendra has two cousin sisters, one is Kajal and the second one is Prachi. Somehow I want to correlate this and find a way and talk with Kumar in one of our free time after our coupling. It is the time he is most responsive to other matters than business. Kumar inhaled the smoke and asked, what are their castes? I said, the CM, Dharmendra Singh is from the Jat community and Deputy CM Manohar Das is from a lower caste. That is the reason he was made the CM, to appease lower caste people. Kumar asked, do you have both these politicians' children's details? I rummaged through the photos and came up with Surendra and CM Dharmendra Singh's son Pratap Singh and daughter Vijeta's photos and Manohar Das's daughters Kajal and Prachi photos. He studied them for perhaps 5 minutes. Then he took the photos and pasted them on the wall with cello tape. Then he looked at them for another 10 minutes and said, the only solution I can come up with is first, CM's son Pratap Singh should be pushed toward one of Manohar Das's daughters. I think the second one Prachi is more appropriate for that. She should be changed slightly to look more beautiful and a chance encounter should be made to get them together, possibly at one of Guru's parties. Then when they come together physically, Pratap Singh should approach his father for marriage to her. Now someone should object to that, possibly his mother, for their alliance, saying she is from a lower caste. For this Manohar Das should take offense and take his group of MLA and quit the party and join your father's party. This way your father can become CM without any bloodshed. I asked, what if Pratap Singh does not fall for Manohar Das's daughter? Then what shall we do? Kumar thought for a minute and said, Surendra should try to target CM's daughter Vijeta Kaur. If she falls for him, we can play this charade with him too, but it won't be that much effective as CM's son. I said, let us try with Pratap Singh and Prachi first and then let us see how this plays. Kumar said, for this to work effectively, Sonia or you should befriend Manohar Das's daughters, and if you can befriend them you can work in the background. I put the photos back and sat beside him. He is dozing while sitting. It seems he is getting tired from work to sleep like that. I kissed him on his cheek. He opened his eyes and said, I am not sleeping, closing my eyes and thinking something. Maybe kidnapping one of the girls after CM's wife rejects them would make a better storyline. I asked, kidnap, really? He said, not real kidnap, just take them on a tour or something without telling at home, make them incommunicado. After coming back home they would say we were lost or something, not kidnapped. I asked, where do you get these ideas? He said, I have read somewhere that the daughter gets herself kidnapped by her boyfriend, which leads to disastrous circumstances. I said, you not only get ideas from the future but also get them from the books you read. He said, do you know, knowing the future can be so painful because you will be looking to stop the disasters. That is why I choose to think about good things of the future. His whole life dead Kumar was pained by the visions he saw. Over that he always gets negative visions only. I on the other hand got the full life of dead Kumar and later start receiving what my alter ego was doing. I turned towards him, put my hand behind his back and pulled him towards me. My chest was touching his hand and I put my hand on his crotch. He wore his underwear when he got up to fix photos on the wall. I touched over that and his dick started to harden up. I kissed him on the cheek and he turned his face and I started to kiss him. His reaction was instantaneous. He is ready for action. I felt proud of myself. He reacts to my touch very fast. He is always ready with me. I thought, what new action he will show now. He must be distracted, and he let me ride him and he started to press on my boobs and then he turned me over and started to fuck me from behind. After completing he turned me over and started to kiss me on my boobs and finished off the coupling. It was not one of his best, as I thought he was distracted. What could he be thinking? Did I disturb his sleep? Maybe he is receiving something from the future. He wore his underwear and went over to the bathroom. He came back and slept on the bed and in 5 seconds he was snoring. His snoring is very light, hardly heard. But it the indication that he is very deep in his sleep. I decided not to disturb him and turned the other side and slept. In the middle of the night I felt a movement on the bed and turned towards Kumar. He was sitting on the bed. I looked at his eyes and they were closed from the dim light from the bed lamp. I looked at his legs. He folded them in what is called Padmasana or lotus position. His lips are moving but no sound escaped from his mouth. It looked like he was mouthing some mantra. I kept looking at him. I must have dozed off then. When I felt the movement of the bed, I opened my eyes and saw him going towards the bathroom, and he came back after 2 minutes and lay on the bed and went back to sleep. I went to the bathroom, I find the floor wet and I relieved myself and came back and lay on the bed. This is the first time he slept in my bed when in Bombay. When outside Bombay he never behaved like that. Is he receiving some mantra in his sleep or his mind is storing the vast amount of information he receives daily with the help of the mantra he is reciting? Once he told me he was reading his grandfather's books when he was small, that is when he was under 15. That is when he learned some mantras and used them for good or bad. One mantra brings a good result in relation to another person and one mantra brings a negative result for another person. If he is angry with some person, he would take revenge like this. That is the reason he keeps calm with anyone fighting with him. Mostly he would cool down and leave them to their fate. But when they cross some boundary, he would start reciting his bad mantra and whoever saw him would think he is counting 1 2 3 as shown in the books. He would be reading the mantra as long as the other person continue to abuse him. If he reads his mantra for a long time, the other person would probably destroy himself. Sometimes, if their eyes open before they are totally destroyed, they would come to him would ask for his forgiveness. If he forgives them, they would be saved from further destruction. No one can reverse what happened until then. Now I understand what is written in Puranas, about rishis. When they get angry they would take some water from the vessel they are carrying water and would put them on the other person and they would curse them. Is Kumar like them? Would he be meditating in the night to increase his powers? Is it because of his powers, that he can look into the future? I was scared to touch him and went and lay in the guest room. Kumar. I got up and did not find Loveleen beside me. She never wakes up before me, maybe she went to the toilet. Waited for her and dressed up and went looking for her. She was sleeping in the guest bedroom. Why is she sleeping here? Did I disturb her somehow? I don't snore, Nandini never complained. What could have happened? I let her sleep, why disturb her? I went to my house. Now like dead Kumar, I also got small gates put up on either side of Loveleen's bungalow. Without disturbing the watchman, I could go back to my house. As they are from the crime bureau, they would not care what I would do and they would not pass on rumors. I opened the back door with my keys and entered the house and went to the kitchen, prepared a cup of coffee and sat down on the sofa. What did I dream of in the night? It was a very intense dream. I was sitting on the floor in the Himalayas. It was very cold, but I did not shiver, I felt hot inside my body. There were old people with long beards and their hair is curled up without maintenance. They sat around me reciting some mantras. I was reciting the same mantra with them, I don't know how I know the mantra. Then they said, take this water and give it to the Himalayas. I poured the water and the water turned to ice in a shape like a shivling. They said, your tapasya meditation is complete and you are prepared for what is coming. I asked, what is coming Swami? He said, at an appropriate time everything will be revealed to you. What is coming and what will be revealed? Completing my bath and prepared a breakfast of omelette and bread and went over to Loveleen's house. I sat on the sofa and Jyoti came over and I said, please give me a cup of tea. Jyoti said, okay sir. I asked, where is madam? Jyoti said, she is not in her bedroom. I said, she must be in the bathroom. Jyoti said, I will get your tea and went away. It seems Loveleen has not woken up and I went to her guest bedroom and knocked on the door kept ajar. Loveleen opened her eyes and I said, good morning, is your sleep disturbed, you are still sleeping. Loveleen said, nothing like that and got up and went into the bathroom. I came back and sat down on the sofa. Seeing Loveleen coming, Jyoti went to get her tea. She placed the tea in front of her. Seeing her go back to the kitchen, Loveleen asked, what are you doing in the sleep? I asked, what did I do? Did I talk in my sleep? I don't talk in my sleep. Loveleen said, you were not talking, you sat on the bed in the lotus position and recited some mantra and then you went to the bathroom and came back. I asked, is it the way I did? Loveleen said, then you slept on the bed and went back to sleep. I said, I dreamt I was in the Himalayas and did not feel the cold there, instead of that I was feeling the heat in me. Some old people were sitting around me reciting some mantras and I was reciting with them. They gave me some water and told me to give it to the Himalayas. When I poured the water onto the floor then the water turned into a shivling. They told me, my tapasya is completed and I am ready for what is coming. Loveleen asked, what is coming? I said, I asked them the same, they said at the appropriate time everything will be revealed. Loveleen sat there looking at me and thinking something. She shook her head and said, I can't understand anything. Seeing you like that, I was scared to touch you and went to another room to sleep. I said, sorry if I scared you. She said, I am not scared, I felt like you were some pious man and did not want to touch you. I asked, what could be coming? Is that the reason Bob had us start the lab? Or is it something more serious? Nishita. I and Ram connected after the factory opening function. He would come and pick me up from home and then take me to the factory and he would check the factory production. Krishna would look after the schedule prepared by Ram and then Ram would take me to my office and check up the orders and check if any new orders are there, and then if I am going to a client he would drop me off and go back to the factory. Sometimes he would pick me up from the client if he can, or I would call the office car for going back. Today is a Saturday and he rang up and said, "Tonight my family is going to my sister's place, would I like to come to my place?" I don't know how to say no to him and said, "Let me check if we have any work at the office." Sometimes clients would call to check their requirements on Sundays. Ram said, "If you have any client visits, I will come and pick you up at the client." I said, "Let me see the schedule." Nandini. The equipment arrived and they are being fitted in their respective labs on instructions of Dimitri. Our duty is to make payments. We don't really know which equipment is used for what. Once they are fitted we have to get information on the equipment. Now we have to set a date for the inauguration and set it with the arrival of VIPs. Because of the arrival of the VIPs, they have not attempted to start the use of the lab. I rang up Kumar and asked, who would like to inaugurate the lab? He said, I already informed our consortium and they contacted the PM and he suggested to get the president to do that. We will fix it somewhere in the next week. Now we have to make arrangements for the guests to stay in the building being readied. So many things to follow up. During this time, I and Monica have become close. I asked, why did you not marry? Monica said, I did not find anyone suitable. Whoever my relatives bring are not trustworthy. They are only ready to marry me because of my money. I said, do one thing: next time anyone brings a match, you tell them that you have given your money to a trust set up to help Indian poor people or something like that. We will say it has been done. Monica does not have control on the money and see how they react. Monica said, it is a good idea, we will really put all the money in a trust for some period and see how this goes. Kumar. We are in Delhi waiting to meet the President of India for inviting him to inaugurate our lab. We want him to dedicate this lab to the nation. When we told him, it is for the national interest we are starting the lab, he agreed to inaugurate it and we gave him a few auspicious dates. After consulting with his PA, he chose one of the dates. He said, I will fly to Visakhapatnam in official plane and you have to make onward plans. Mr. Tata said, we already made arrangements for flying to the lab by helicopter. All other arrangements are done. We can't postpone the inauguration, then this is we have to start work on a new virus found in the hills, which he might be aware of. He said, I have received a report on that and we hope you will find a cure fast. On that note, we took his leave and came back to the hotel. At the hotel, Loveleen was waiting for us and I told her the date was fixed. Then I called Nandini and told her the date fixed for the inauguration and she said, I will make plans for that. Then I called the office and told Joy about the inauguration date. Then called Dad and said, he should be present for it. We are going to name it, the Indian Virology Lab, after consultation with the government, who had given us permission for using the name. We plan to have the President and some VVIPs with the first sortie on the helicopter and it will return and take others to the site. Some who had planned to reach earlier can either go by car arranged or use the helicopter services as per their status or convenience. I got my family to go a day earlier and others have flown together on a single flight. Our plan was the President would cut the ribbon and Lena will switch on the power and the President will switch on the first piece of equipment. Then they all will come to the staff quarters and he takes a rest and attends a reception in the hall and will return by helicopter to Vizag and then by flight to Delhi. Everything went as planned and the President went back to Delhi and we had our party that night. Some people stayed back and others who had planned flights left for their destinations. I sat in a chair nursing my drink. Mr. Tata came to me and congratulated us for setting up the lab and asked, how did you manage the funding for this? I said, my wife's friends had put up the capital and called Nandini and Monica. I introduced them. Monica is the main investor and Nandini my wife who had managed the project from the initial stage. He asked, is it part of your vision? I said, it is not my vision but Bob's. He is the one who changed my investment from the electronics factory to this and he totally invested in the electronics factory. He asked, didn't you think you were taking a risk by investing in this venture? There are no fixed returns and it would take a long time for the returns. I said, when I started this venture, I did not think of returns. When Bob said, there is an imminent outbreak of the virus, I redirected the funds to this venture. All credit for setting up the venture should go to my wife Nandini and her friends for funding this venture on her say-so. Nandini interjected and said, they have not invested on my say-so, they have confidence in Kumar, so they invested. His assistant came and said, the helicopter is ready for you to take to the airport. He said, bye, and went away with other VIPs. I asked, Nandini, when are you likely to come back to Bombay? Nandini said, I will come once the lab is running as per requirements and put someone in charge and then come over there. I said, we will go by car to the airport, we have a consortium meeting tomorrow. They are very much worried about the meteorite and the virus. They are calling top pharmaceutical companies for consultation. I started to the airport by car with my family and I started to inquire how Alina's studies and things like that. We reached Bombay by 7 p.m. I let my family go by cab and we reached home in Loveline's car. Since Nandini went away, it has become a habit for me to have lunch and dinner at Loveline's house. I told her I will change and come and went to my house. I had a bath, changed into a nightdress, lit a fag and sat on the sofa. I snubbed the fag and sat there thinking. I woke up to the ringing phone. I lifted the receiver and said, hello. It is Loveline, she said, I was waiting for you to come for dinner, why so late? I looked at the time, it is 9:30. I said, sorry, I had dozed off. I am just coming over. After lunch we sat on the sofa. Loveline asked, you had been dozing off sitting, are you okay? I said, I am okay physically, it must be information overload. I should have had a nap on the flight, I just wanted to spend some time with Leena. I should have had her here at my house, but what with Nandini looking after the lab and my time with companies, I could not give her much time. At least, she had my parents to look after. My father cutting down on his extra activities and staying home. Loveline asked, what extra activities? I said, colony and union affairs. Loveline asked, what about Nandini? I said, she is looking after the lab at present, now the building is ready and the lab would start their research on the virus immediately. Maybe some more research fellows might join them. There are so many viruses specific to India that need to be researched. We are going to ascertain if the pharmaceutical companies might give us some financial support in return for licensing in the future. That is what we are going to find in tomorrow's meeting. Seeing me yawning, Loveline said, you better get to sleep. Do you want to sleep here or at your place? I said, I better sleep at my place, otherwise, you may get disturbed. Loveline said, it is not any disturbance, come, I will sleep with you at your place. We went through the gate and I opened the back door and we went to the guest room. I lay on the bed and went to sleep immediately. I woke up and looked at the lead watch above Loveline's head. It is showing 5 o'clock. I looked at the face of Loveline sleeping beside me. Her face is so close I could only see her nose up close and I could feel her breath. I felt like kissing her and I kissed her on the nose. She moved a little and went back to sleep. Her hand is on me, that could be the reason I woke up. I lay there thinking, what is my relation to her? Why she is keeping close to me? In Dead Kumar's story, it was different, he had helped her and she had helped him. It is a kind of reciprocal relationship between them. There is a saying that husband and wife relation extends to 7 lifetimes. Is our relationship extending to many timelines? I know at least another 3 timelines. One is where Pujari Kumar is there. One where my alter ego went and whose story I read. And another is where Leena comes to his house. How many times lines are there? In Dead Kumar's life, they had an explosive relationship. My alter ego also felt that. Did Pujari Kumar know her and what is their relationship? If he is a Pujari, would he have extramarital relations? I know he is married to Sneha. Dead Kumar also married Sneha and she died in a fire accident. Then his Leena's mother was Sahiti from another dimension. He categorically wrote that Sneha was not in Leena's father's life because Leena could not recognize her photo. So, in 2 of the timelines, he had married Sneha and one Kumar married Sahiti and the dead Kumar married Sahiti while married to Sneha. I had married Nandini and my alter ego married Sunita even though she is elder to him. Even though I married Nandini, I had before marriage relations with Sahiti, Sunita and Joy, even though brief, and with Anjali, about whom I have not read in his story. About others, Raj was not much in his story, only references he got dogs from his brother-in-law. Krishna was known to me through Raj here, he was known to him from Deshpande. Kirit I might have asked for help knowing him through the book. There he had a factory and here he runs an accounting firm. I think he is required in future as an accountant for us. We have to approach him for auditing our firms. Nishita is my brother's wife in the book, so I tried to bring them together. Loveline opened her eyes and asked, what are you looking at? I said, your nose. Loveline asked, my nose, why? I said, it is a pretty little thing on your face, and kissed her on the nose. Loveline said, sometimes you talk funny. I said, nothing like that, I was thinking what is your position in my life? Loveleen asked, what is it then? I said, from the book he did not have an affair with you until later. He was scared of her and kept her at arm's length, maybe because she used him without having sex to have his child. He dreamed she had a disgusting look on her face. Later he learned that she used drugs to have child because she had horrible experience with her husband. About his affair with that Loveleen I had not told Nandini, else she may warn us to keep distance. My life is different and his life was different, only I am following him to raise to the top. Loveleen said, you are doing well on your own. You have friends in high places, you have 3 companies under you. You have Bob for your support. How he saved Nandini and her friends. Then you have me without the mental blockage of that Loveleen, who was troubled by her marriage and husband. I think you are doing pretty good yourself. I asked, am I doing well? Loveleen said, if you can fulfill all your dreams of future endeavors, you would be at the top in no time. I said, will you give me support in the future too? You will not leave me and go. Loveleen said, I would not think of it. There is no chance I am leaving you alone. I kissed her and she responded by kissing me back. I looked at the time, it is nearing 6:30. I said, I will go back to my room. I asked the servant to come and prepare me breakfast. You can sleep here. I got up and went to my bedroom and lay there closing my eyes. After some time, I heard the footsteps and Rose looked inside and said, Sir, I brought your coffee. I opened my eyes and said, come in and put it there on the table, also give a cup to the madam sleeping in the guest room. I went into the bathroom and back. I picked up the cup and walked into the guest bedroom and sat on a chair. Rose brought a cup and I woke up Loveleen to take coffee. I know everything will be relayed to Nandini. So, I acted casual about her presence. When Loveleen picked the cup, I started to discuss business with her. The servant stopped at the door and then went away. I stopped my monologue and smiled at her. She asked, what was that? I said, I am checking her if she is Nandini's spy or not. She asked, how could you tell? I said, she stopped at the door and tried to catch what I was telling you, so she can report to Nandini. She said, where do you get all these dirty ideas? I said, from you only. She made a face and said, what do you mean? I got up and said, I will have a bath and come. She said, I will go home. I said, have breakfast and go. Nishita. I spent 2 days with Ram in his house. Nowadays we are meeting regularly. If his parents go out, he would take me to his house, or he had his old factory office, which he has shifted to Kumar's factory, and he had some more days of occupancy. We have to get married before the lease runs out. What will I do if my dad objects to the marriage? What if I get pregnant? What will I do? Maybe I will tell my dad that and make him agree to our wedding. Loveleen. After the morning talk with Kumar, I got thinking, is he doing well in his endeavors? Earlier he was looking for my financial support, but now he had Nandini's friends, who invested with him. I saw registration documents for the lab. Kumar had a 30% share and Nandini 20% share, and her other friends had the remaining 50%. Now, who had put up the money for their 50%? It must be Nandini. Without her investment, how will they give her 50%? If she has the capital, why he did not ask her previously? Is he scared of the people talking that he had married her for her money? Or it was like this, Kumar had given her 25% in his business without her investing, so she returned the favor by investing in the lab and made him 30% shareholder. But on another point, he needs her to continue to hold the power in the company. But Bob is a surprise element in his investors. Without asking, he had invested in electronics production and made him divert that amount to the lab. What is his interest in Kumar for investing such an amount? He did not even ask for a return on his investment. How Kumar will show this investment in his income tax returns? Today there is a meeting with the pharmaceutical companies. What will they discuss there? I have to get ready for the meeting. The meeting was arranged in one of the pharmaceutical companies' conference room. We were the first to arrive and we were seated at the reception, and slowly others started arriving. Mr. Godrej, Mr. Mehta, Mr. Tata. Mr. Tata is the rock supporter of our cause. When all the invitees have arrived, we were taken to the conference room. I think it is the biggest conference room anyone has. So, it must have been arranged here. On one side of the table we all sat down and other side pharmaceutical companies' representatives were seated. Mr. Tata spoke first. He said, we have received some information regarding a possible virus outbreak in our country. We just started the research on this virus. Recently our country's president has been to the lab to inaugurate, and the next day he was supposed to give a press note on the lab and its significance in the research and what is its first research. Now it seems the government does not want to come out yet about the virus or its origins. Once the lab creates the medicine and vaccine for the said virus, they would be checking them on mice, then monkeys, etc. When it passes those tests, they would be looking to test on human beings. This is the tricky part. What I am saying should not go out of this room, except to your bosses. Whoever has been exposed to the virus has not lived beyond few hours. I want your expertise on conducting human trials on this medicine and vaccine. One of the company's representatives said, we have a list of voluntary subjects for testing, but this kind of testing may not be possible. The only way is when the outbreak is suspected to start, then they can go and administer the medicine or vaccine and check out the reaction. Now Mr. Mehta spoke, the testing will be taken care of by the lab. Next point on the agenda is when the medicines or vaccines are ready to be released for production, who are ready to start manufacturing and delivery. Most of them have manufacturing and delivery facilities for medicines. Only few companies have the facilities for producing the vaccines. We discussed what kind of support they will give at a time of virus outbreak. When asked about supporting the lab financially at this of time development, they said they have to speak with their bosses. On that note, the meeting adjourned. After the pharmaceutical representatives went away, Mr. Tata said, now, we have an idea how they will act in case of an outbreak. They can produce medicines, our only concern is about vaccines. One of our companies should look into the production of vaccines. Kumar got up and said, I don't think those companies would take up vaccine production seriously. I will look into the production of vaccines in consultation with Dimitri. Maybe he will help us import the production facilities. And we can think of extending the area of our lab for production facilities. Our immediate attention should be focused on those who are in immediate danger from the virus. The main problem is we can't put all this publicly as it is the duty of the government. Mr. Tata said, I will look into why the president has not made the announcement. Kumar said, medicines production won't be a problem, we will decide what to do in the event of an outbreak and our research into the medicines. Let us meet later when we have more information on the status of the development. Mr. Tata concurred and said, we will see later when we have more information about the situation. On that note, the meeting is adjourned. When we sat in the car, I asked, why did you commit to the production of the vaccines? Kumar said, from the way the pharmaceutical company representatives behave, they are thinking about their profits, not about people. In the event of an outbreak, we should be ready to give the vaccines to the government without profit. Maybe distribute at a low price. If we give freely, they would start doubting our vaccines. It is my policy never to give anything free. It will be either wasted or the recipients will doubt our integrity. Nishita. I told Ram I am a little concerned about spending time together. Ram said, it won't be a problem. I said, I will speak with my dad about our marriage. Ram said, do that, my parents have no objection to me marrying anyone. Now, how shall I tell my dad? I better tell mom. Ram dropped me outside the gate and went away. Mom was going to the market and asked, who is that dropping you? I said, he is Ram, he is looking after the electronics factory and he advises us on acoustics and lighting. Mom asked, what is that OCCS? I said, acoustic sound management. Kumar sir put him up to that. Ram is his elder brother. Mom asked, is he married? I said, no, he was not married. Mom asked, then how come the younger brother got married first and the elder brother not married? I said, I don't know their family matters, but I had to discuss something with you when you return from the market. Mom said, tell me. I said, not here on the road, I will speak with you at home, come fast. I let her go to the market and I went to our flat. Nandini. They brought the bodies stored from the storage place in the city to the lab in a cold storage van by putting them in an enclosure. They told us not to enter the lab until it is fumigated. After 2 hours Dimitri came to the housing building and said, we have isolated the virus and we are trying to replicate it in our incubators. Now the process of fumigating the entire lab is going on. We don't want anyone else to be infected by the virus. Non-lab technicians are advised to stay here or at the office building. I asked, am I needed here or can I go back to Bombay for some time? Dimitri said, if you can put a person to get our requirements, you can go and come back. Monica said, I will look after their requirements and Lakshmi will give me company. Lakshmi came for the opening ceremony and stayed back. I said, I will check the tickets and will go for some time. Kumar. Nandini called and said she is coming to Bombay for some time. I offered to come and pick her up from the airport. I thought I can discuss about manufacturing vaccines and what are the requirements. When I told Loveleen about picking up Nandini from the airport, she said she will also come with me. We went to the airport and waited at the arrival lounge. Nandini came after 45 minutes. She left her baggage, came and hugged me. I said, I missed you even though I met you last week. Loveleen went and hugged her and started telling her about our meeting with pharma companies. Loveleen was talking all the way home and I was engrossed in my thoughts. We reached our house and I stopped at Loveleen's gate. She got down and said see you to Nandini and went through her gate to her house. Seeing us, our watchman opened the gate and I drove into the parking. I picked up her baggage and walked into the bedroom and placed it aside and sat down on the bed. Nandini said, I will have a bath and come, and picked a towel and went into the bathroom. By the time she came back, I changed into nightwear and sat on the bed. Nandini came out of the bathroom with a towel around her body and went to the cupboard to pick up her dress. I went behind her and hugged her from the back. She looked into my eyes through the mirror on the cupboard door. I extended my head over her shoulder and kissed her on the cheek. She turned her head towards me and I kissed her on the mouth and left her to dress and came back and sat back on the bed. Nandini came after dressing and sat beside me and turned towards me and asked, did you miss me? I said, why would I miss you? You are always with me. Nandini asked, how? I said, you are always in my dreams, so I don't miss you. Nandini looked at me adoringly and said, but I missed you. I said, you should miss me, I am your husband. Nandini put her hand on my chest through the gap in the shirt and said, I was waiting for this day for a long time. I said, what is the need to wait, you could have come home anytime. Nandini said, accusingly, do you think it is easy leaving all the work and come flying here? I said, I know it is not easy, but you could have made some time. What is the need to fight about that? Nandini said, accusingly, now you are saying I am fighting. I said mockingly, yes, you're fighting. What are fights for if not to make up? I turned towards her and kissed her on the mouth. Nishita. I sat down to dinner and Mom asked, you wanted to speak something? I said, not at the dinner table. Mom asked, where is your dad? He has not yet come. I said, maybe he did not get the bus. I completed my dinner and was about to go to my room. Mom asked, you were telling me something. Now she will not leave me until I tell her what I wanted to speak with her. I said, I wanted to speak about Ram. Mom asked, is he Kumar's brother? I said, yes. Mom asked, what about him? I wanted to downplay this whole thing and said, I think I like him. Mom asked, isn't he South Indian? I said, yes, but see from where he reached where. Mom asked, where did he reach? I said, Kumar is starting company by company, he could not maintain all that, even my madam is helping in his companies, leaving her company to me. Mom asked, so, you mean to say your madam has left the company to you to maintain? I said, yes. Mom asked, is she paying you as your work? I said, payment is not a problem with my madam, you are not listening to what I am saying and talking about something else. I went and sat on my bed. Mom came behind me and turned the chair towards me and sat in front of me. So, you are saying you like Kumar's brother Ram, so what do you want me to do? I said, you might talk with Dad about leaving the Kundali aside and look at their family. Mom asked, what about their family? I said, they are Brahmins but eat non-veg. Mom said, nowadays everyone eats non-veg, what else? I said, they are coming up very fast in life. Kumar got contacts with big people. Mom asked, like who? I said, he has started a group of people of the likes of Mr. Tata, Mr. Birla and Mr. Godrej and rubs shoulders with them. Mom asked, why would he do that? I said, that means he has contact with them. Last week they called the President of India for inaugurating their lab and all these top industrialists went to the inauguration. He arranged for them a helicopter from the airport to the lab. Do you know how much they spent building that lab? Mom asked, how much they spend? I heard it is about 30 crores and Kumar sir's share is 50%. She asked, you mean to say he spent 15 crores for the lab? What is the speciality of the lab? I said, they are researching viruses. Mom asked, for that, they had to spend so much money. I said, what do you think, they imported equipment from Russia. Here they started a factory, for that they imported from America and they paid 9 crores just as import duty. I don't know how much they paid for the equipment. Mom asked, so what do you mean to say they are spending money like water? I said, they are not spending, they are investing. Now this factory is run by Ram. Mom said, he is only running, it is not his own. I said, if not to make him partner, why would he ask him to run it? Mom said, that is also there. So, what you are saying is you want to marry Ram? I said shyly, yes. Mom asked, but, why you are asking Dad to set aside Kundali, is there some problem with his Kundali like Kirit's? I said, I mean to say even if there are small things, I want Dad to overlook them. Mom said, you know how he is, do you think he will ignore it even if they are small things? Dad stood at the door and asked, what shall I ignore? I looked at Mom to explain to him. Mom said to Dad, I will come and speak with you. First, you have dinner and we will talk. Mom said, I will speak with him, you don't worry. Mom got up and went to serve him dinner. I have taken a deep breath, and I have put that in her mind. Now the ball is in their court. Nandini. I came home after a long time and what is he doing, fighting with me? I don't know if he is doing it seriously or making fun of me. But the way he kissed me after that, it seems he is not serious. He is just pulling my leg to warm up. I got up and sat on him and started to kiss him. I felt his hardened malehood that could only happen after a long drought. He continued to kiss me and touched my boobs with both his hands. I felt a pleasure rise up in me and moaned. He caught me by the shoulders and pushed a little and looked into my eyes as if searching for something. He always looks into my eyes as if to find some answers. Sometimes I even feel a little uneasiness when he looks at me like that. I feel like he can read me through my eyes. Maybe he found lust in my eyes. He turned me onto the bed and started removing my dress. Now I am in my undies. He started to kiss me passionately until I was begging him to fuck me. Then he removed my underwear and entered. He was going on and I was getting orgasm after orgasm. Until I had to cry to him to stop, then he slowed down and gently released his semen into me. He rolled aside and I asked, is this a new technique? He said, no, a few days back I was taken to the Himalayas and brought back. From then I got a new power in me. I asked, how can you go and come back? He said, you know Bob, he can do anything. I asked, what did you do there? He said, they taught me some mantras to make me a new man. It has increased my stamina, and in this, I could hold it back forever. He must have given me the power seeing how tired I am getting. Over that, I am getting memory overload from all the information I am receiving from my alter ego. Not only that, I am also getting information from multiple sources. So, to contain the overload, they have given me powers. I asked, what do you mean by other sources? He said, when you were missing and I asked Bob to find and bring you here, it was not received from my alter ego, but it had happened somewhere else that too in the future. Bob also asked me, how do you know I can do that? Now, what is he turning into? Earlier he was getting information about the future, now multiple sources mean multiple futures. Then how will he know what to follow? Is Bob making him this way to help in his own quest? Let me see how this goes. I looked at him lying beside me, he was already asleep. I have not seen him slip into sleep so fast. Maybe he is tired. I put my hand on his chest and tried to sleep with his rhythmic breathing. Kumar. I got up in the middle of the night. What I was dreaming, I can't remember. Nandini must have felt me sitting up. Her hand was on my chest and it fell on my lap. She touched me with her hand and said, go to sleep, what are you doing sitting up? I lay back and thought what could be the dream about. I turned to the side and tried to sleep. Nandini. Why did he sit up in his sleep? Was he getting sleep problems recently? I have been home after a long time, I don't know about his sleep patterns. Over that he says he went to the Himalayas and was back. I told him to sleep and patted him to sleep. I felt him get up and go to the bathroom. I looked at the time, it is 6 a.m. It is his usual time, so I went back to sleep. I felt him waking me up. I said, let me sleep for some more time. Kumar said, I brought your coffee, get up and drink it. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Seeing his fresh face, my remaining sleep went away. I said, good morning. Kumar said, good morning, here is your coffee, and handed me a cup. I sat on the bed and took it from him. From the rim of the cup, I looked at him. He is immersed in deep thought. What could be he thinking? I said, a penny for your thoughts. Kumar looked at me and said, we have to go to the lab. I said, but I just came from there, I want to stay here for some time. Kumar said, then you can stay here for how long you want, I will just go over there, check what is troubling me and come back. I asked, something troubling you? Kumar said, I don't know, I am feeling I am needed there immediately. Then go there and finish your work, come back immediately, I said. Kumar looked at me and called the airport. He put down the phone and said, there is an afternoon flight. I asked, why you did not book tickets? Kumar said, I want to check if Loveleen would like to come to the lab. I asked, but why Loveleen? Kumar said, I am involving Loveleen in everything we are working on. I asked, that is what I am asking, why are you involving her? Kumar said, she is helping me with the work, what with my disturbed mind I could not concentrate on the work. She has become a personal assistant to me. She is keeping my schedules and meetings. I have to check if any urgent works or meetings are there. It seems in my absence he started to depend on her. Is it a good thing or bad? I can't disturb his routine at this time. He seems to be in a precarious mental state. If I disturb him in his state he might lose his mind. I said, then check with her and book your tickets. I will look after the affairs here. Kumar said, you know I gave the factory responsibilities to my brother Ram. I said, yes I know, you told me that. Kumar said, now what I am saying is that Nishita and he are working together with Laveen's firm. I told him to help them with acoustics and lighting, but it seems he is more involved than that. I asked, is it a good thing or bad? Kumar said, it seems to be good, as he is taking more responsibility than given. You know he would shun responsibility previously. Now it seems Nishita brought some change in him. It seems they are together now. I asked, how do you know that? Kumar said, you remember when my mother told you to be careful, she asked me the same about him. I asked, what she asked, and when was that? Kumar said, when we were returning from the lab, she was asking me how they both are, and was he likely to marry her. I told Mom I hope so, as he was shunning marriage earlier. It seems she is happy with the turn of the events. I met Nishita yesterday, she seemed different, not just happy but with some hormonal changes. Maybe she is pregnant. I asked, are you certain? Kumar said, I don't know, I felt that about her. Maybe I will check with her. Kumar picked up the phone and spoke with Laveen about the trip to the lab. Then he asked her to call Nishita to her house. She must have asked him why, and he said he wants to speak with her before his trip. He said okay, bye and cut the call. Kumar looked at me and said, I want to make sure before going to the lab. I am going for the bath, check what Rose is making for breakfast. I went into the kitchen, Rose is preparing chapatis and aloo curry is cooking on the stove. Seeing she can handle the breakfast I came back to the bedroom. He finished his bath and dressing up. I went and adjusted his tie and handed him his coat from behind. After he wore it I touched his shoulders to remove a freckle of dust. I remembered this must be what Laveen did that day. Did I misunderstand their relations? He is heavily dependent on her for his day-to-day activities. After I went over to Hyderabad, he must have felt helpless and started depending on her. I should be happy there is someone to support him. I left him there and went to take bath myself. Dressed and came to the dining hall and found him sitting at the table waiting for me to come. I told him, why don't you start? Kumar said, I am waiting for you. After a long time we are sitting at the breakfast table. I served him chapatis in his plate and put curry in a bowl. He started eating. Seeing him I felt like a small child is sitting in front of me having breakfast. Kumar lifted his head and said, why are you not eating? I said, I am. After breakfast, Kumar said, let us go to the office. He did not ask for tea, must be having that at the office. As I was moving towards the gate, he said, this way. I thought, what is he going to show me? Instead, he took me through a small gate into Laveen's compound. I asked him, whose idea is this? He said, Dead Kumar's idea. Why to bring Dead Kumar into everything? We went to Laveen's house from back door and sat on the sofa. A servant brought tea and placed it on the table. I asked, what is your name? She said, Jyoti. I asked, where is the other girl, what is her name? She said, she is working in madam's office. I asked, how did you come to work here? She said, Krishna sent me. I am staying here 24 hours. I looked at Kumar, he said, Laveen wanted a maid to stay at home, so Krishna arranged one known to him. Is it his doing to replace the maid? What did he think I put her to chaperone on him? Laveen came and sat down on the sofa. Laveen said, Ram is bringing Nishita here. Kumar said, good, I want to speak with both of them. Kumar said to Laveen, from morning I am feeling an urge to go to the lab. So, I thought I should leave by first available flight. Laveen said, I got the tickets booked. It is a 2 p.m. flight. He nodded his head. They were discussing business and I am listening as a silent spectator. I have a lot to catch up on the business front. She must have told the watchman to bring both of them. Nishita and Ram came and sat on the sofa. Nishita looked at Laveen to say what she called her for. Laveen said, Kumar wants to speak with you. Nishita looked at Kumar. Kumar must have felt uneasy speaking with her about being pregnant. He looked at me and Nishita now looking at me. I said, Kumar suspects you are pregnant. Nishita said, how would he know? I did not know myself. I said, he knows things like that. She said, I suspected something like that, I missed a month. Ram looked at her sharply, as you did not tell me that. Nishita said, I just had a talk with my mother about convincing my father about our marriage. I asked, what is there to convince him? Nishita said, he madly believes in Kundali. My engagement with Kirit was cancelled due to that only. I told my mother to let go of any small problems in our Kundali. What did your father say? I asked. Nishita replied, she did not tell me, maybe he wants to match our Kundali first and see. Kumar said, to let him match, I know there won't be a problem. I looked at him as to how do you know that? It is the turn of Loveleen to ask him that. His words surprise everyone. He said, I know there won't be a problem because their match is fixed in heaven. Ram, who does not believe all that, said, don't talk rubbish. Loveleen said, he is trying to fix your alliance, via saying that, it's okay if you don't believe. She had to make her father agree to your alliance. Over that your castes are different, you are from the south and they are from the west, they don't eat non-veg and you do. I don't think Nishita does not have a problem with that, but her father had to agree to your marriage. If he does not agree then you can think of alternatives. Why take unnecessary tension before that happens? Looking at Nishita she said, check with your mother and let us know. We are going to Vizag today to visit the lab, I will speak with you after we return. Nishita nodded her head and said, can we go? Loveleen gave her some instructions and told them they can go. Loveleen said, your instinct on these matters is dead on, how did you know? Kumar said, my mother was telling me to check them up. I was about to say you were telling me something about hormonal changes, then stopped and looked at Loveleen, can I spot any hormonal changes in her? How long have these two been working? From the time of his birthday, when he saw her and called her for his birthday party. Is there a glow in her as my mother-in-law suggested? She seemed as beautiful as when I first saw her here in her house. Then she was a little haughty when we first met her. She must have thought who are these people invading her life. Now, she is more involved with his businesses than her own. Joy was telling how she had closed the deals with clients and over that she got herself a contract for interior designing, which is also a big contract. Maybe getting her Nishita as an assistant must have helped her. Kumar must have told her she is like a family and treat like one. There is a difference between working as if you belong in the company or just being an employee. About their relationship, that day they cut short their operation due to the meeting with the consortium. Then it does not seem like they are following up on that. What is their agreement for helping her father win the elections? From what he told me she will help him with the investments if her father becomes CM. One thing good I did is to cut her short, I arranged the investments for him. Now he does not care if her father wins the elections or not. If he is not helping her, why she is holding on to him? Is she getting high on helping him out in his businesses? It seems she is fully involved with his businesses and he must be asking her opinion on all the matters. From what I know, he only asks for opinions, and the final decision is his only. They must have completed their discussion. Kumar got up and said, let's go to the office. She came behind him and patted him on his shoulders. What does it mean? You are doing a good job, or to show her closeness in front of me? Her subtle actions raise a lot of meanings. We walked through another gate between her bungalow and our office bungalow. Now to move between bungalows, we don't have to disturb the watchman. Did he get it done so that the watchmen do not keep eye on his activities like moving around the house and office? Lots of things come to my observation, maybe because I have returned after a long time. We were immersed in business activities. I try to absorb the changes made in the organization. Then at 11:30, he got a call from Loveleen, must be for going to the airport. Kumar got up and said, I will go and get ready. I said, I will come and drop him at the airport, I will get some more time to spend with him. He picked up the packed bag and we went to Loveleen's house. She showed him her luggage. He said, I will get the car and went back and got in the car and drove to her gate. She got the watchman to put the luggage in the car. I sat in the passenger seat and was telling them about the lab. When we reached the airport, he picked up the luggage and put them in a trolley and they walked into the airport. I came back to the office in the car and resumed my work. I called Krishna and checked about the production. Krishna said, the production is planned by Ram, Kumar's brother, and I am following that. I asked him to pass the phone to Raj. Raj said the dispatches are going on smoothly and Mahira went to meet some clients. With that, I become up to date with the factory work. Then I sat with Joy and looked at the projects going on. It seems Loveleen has her hand in the projects going on, as Joy was telling this is her idea, this is Kumar's idea and likewise. At one point I did think, did I make a mistake to let her take over the business? Then I thought without her help we could not have expanded so fast. Now, what did he go to the lab for? Loveleen. One has to see to believe. You have to see Nandini's face when we are going into the airport. She must have felt that she came for Kumar to Bombay, and I am taking him away from her. He was distracted with his thoughts. I took the tickets and handed them over to the reception, and he handed the luggage, and we took boarding passes and reached security check. After completing the security check, we went and sat waiting for the call for boarding. Seeing him in his own thoughts, I stopped myself from speaking with him. When the boarding is announced, I tapped him and he got up. We went to the plane and sat on our seats. We got one middle seat and one window seat. I went and sat on the window seat and Kumar sat on the middle seat. Mostly this aircraft does not fill up. Just before closing the door, a girl came and sat beside him. At first, he did not notice her putting her hand baggage on the baggage rack. When she sat down, he turned to her and looked her over and said, "Hi." This is the first time I am seeing him interact with strangers. She looked him over, seeing him wearing a coat and all. She said, "Hi." He said, "I am Kumar." She said, "I am Sonali." Kumar said, "She is lovely, and she is my partner." Sonali asked, "Are you going to Vizag on business or?" Then stopped, must have felt awkward to continue. Kumar said, "Do you mean pleasure?" "No, we are going on business only." Sonali asked, "What business do you have?" Kumar said, "We have set up a lab near Vizag, we are going to check up on that." Sonali asked, "What kind of lab is that?" Kumar said, "Microbiology lab." Sonali asked, "What research do you do there?" Kumar said, "Primarily viruses to find medicines and vaccines," and asked, "If I may ask, what do you do?" Sonali said, "You may ask, I am doing my MSc in chemistry. My father runs a pharmaceutical company." Now I understood why he struck a conversation with her. She is from the field in which he is interested. It seems he is great at finding opportunities everywhere. Kumar said, "So, we are in related fields." Sonali asked, "So, what did you study?" Kumar said, "I did my commerce graduation." Sonali must have been surprised by his degree and asked, "Commerce in this field?" Kumar said, "I am from the software industry really. I have a software development company in Bombay and an electronics assembly and manufacturing unit in Bhandup." Sonali asked, "So varying fields, so how did you end up with the lab?" Kumar said, "Did you know recently there was a meeting between pharmaceutical companies and other big companies in the country?" Sonali replied, "I heard something about it, my father also attended it. He was saying they were talking of some imminent virus outbreak. If a person is infected by the virus, he would die within hours. He was telling us they think that could be a hoax to scare us to invest with them to develop medicines and vaccines." Kumar asked, "So what do you think?" Sonali said, "If it is so serious a virus, they should help the country in manufacturing the medicines and vaccines. That is what I told my dad." Kumar said, "Thanks." Sonali asked, "Why are thanking me?" Kumar said, "For supporting us." Sonali asked, "Do you mean your lab?" Kumar said, "The big companies were a consortium, we are trying to take our country into the future. In fact, such a virus was found and our lab is set up to experiment on that." Sonali asked, "Where did they find the virus?" Kumar said, "It was carried to our land by a meteorite." Sonali asked, "How is that possible? Won't the meteorite burn during the entry into the atmosphere?" Kumar replied, "Normally it would burn, but sometimes they are so big that some remains would be left and would break when touching the ground and release what is in its stomach. Now infected by the virus, some people were dead and the military cordoned off the area. We don't have exactly an idea of how many were dead after being infected by the virus. We got 3 sample bodies and put them on ice. Now they have taken out the bodies and isolated the virus." Sonali asked, "How long back did the meteorite hit the earth?" Kumar replied, "Must be more than 6 months." Sonali asked, "What were you doing all this time?" He said, "We are building the lab." She asked, "So, after knowing of the virus, you started to build the virus?" He said, "We were discussing starting an electronics factory, and that investment we have diverted to this lab." Sonali did not speak for a minute, she must be absorbing the information. Sonali asked, "How long would it take to find a cure for the virus?" Kumar said, "I don't know at this moment, I am going there to find out the status." Sonali asked, "Is there a chance the virus would break the cordon?" Kumar replied, "There is every chance that a natural calamity like a cyclone could break it off. Then the whole area people are at risk." Sonali asked, "Which area is that?" Kumar said, "I really don't have an idea. They kept everything a secret." "Who kept it a secret?" Sonali asked. Kumar said, "Who else, the government." I got a shiver up my spine thinking what would happen if the virus breaks the military cordon. I asked, why did you not tell me the matter is this serious? Kumar said, what can I say, if the virus breaks loose, the entire population of Western Andhra and Orissa would be the first casualties, and it could affect the entire county if not the entire world. Sonali asked, then why the government is not doing anything to contain the virus? Kumar said, you know how the government works and their red tapeism. We could get the bodies for samples is a big thing. Now, you know what did pharmaceutical firms say when asked about delivering the medicines and vaccines? Sonali asked, what did they say? Kumar said, they have to consult with their bosses and will come back. Sonali asked, did they come back? Kumar said, not yet. Sonali thought for a minute and said, as per what my father said, they are not likely to come back to you, they think it is some kind of hoax. Kumar said, here we are trying to save people from certain death, they are talking about a hoax, what kind of people are these? Sonali asked, so, what have you decided? Kumar replied, finally we have decided to manufacture vaccines ourselves. I am going to speak with the head of the lab about that. When the refreshments came, we refused them and said, to get some tea only. Sonali kept quiet the remaining journey. She must be thinking about something. When the flight started landing, Sonali asked, can I come with you and see the lab? Kumar said, why not, you are welcome. We got off the flight and collected the luggage, and Sonali asked, now how we are going to get to the lab? Kumar said, a helicopter would be coming to pick us up. He looked at the time and went and checked with the airport authorities. Kumar came back and said, in another 5 minutes it would land, let us go, and put the luggage on a trolley, and we went to the hangar. The helicopter just landed and we put the luggage and sat down and put mufflers to the ears. We took off and landed at the designated place and took out our luggage, and the security personnel came and took our luggage. The pilot cut down the rotor and the wind and sound calmed down. We walked and got in a jeep stationed there. And we were taken to the residential building. We put our luggage in the guest rooms and came back and sat down in the waiting area. Kumar went and brought 3 cups of tea on a tray. He said, I spoke to Dimitri, he would be coming here. We waited for Dimitri to come to us. Kumar. When Dimitri came, I asked him the status of the virus isolation. How long does it take to replicate? What are its favorable situations and unfavorable situations? Dimitri said, it is taking the virus 10 minutes to replicate. Room temperature is favorable and extreme cold is unfavorable, but it will not destroy that. That could be the reason for its survival in the meteorite. I asked, how is it transmitting? Dimitri said, the fastest way for it to transmit is by the cut on the body and next through the air and nostrils and into the lungs, and it would perforate the lungs and enters the bloodstream. When I heard that it could perforate the lungs to enter the blood is what must be causing the death. I asked, how long it would take the infected person to infect others? Dimitri said, 12 to 24 hours an infected person can infect others. That is also very serious timing. Then I started to ask about the effects of the existing medicine on the virus. Dimitri said, we have tested all the existing antiviral medicines and they have no effect on the virus. Now that is also a very serious implication. That means we have to find a new combination of chemicals for the medicine to be made. What about any vaccine to counter the virus? Dimitri said, we are trying to build its protein structure until it is done, we can't say anything about the vaccine. I looked at Loveleen and then at Sonali. I said to them, the situation seems to be very serious. We don't have any defense against the virus. It is the problem with the outer space viruses. After considering things, I said to Dimitri, take me to the lab, I want to see what are you doing to find a cure. Dimitri looked at the time and said, we have closed the lab and fumigated the environment. We will start the work tomorrow morning. I said, okay, we will check out tomorrow. Dimitri went over to his quarters. I looked at Sonali and said, you saw the position we are in, do you want to stay or go back to Vizag? I will arrange the transport. The helicopter may not fly now, I can arrange for a car. Sonali thought a minute and said, can I make a call? I showed her the phone and said, go ahead. Sonali came back after making the call and said, I got permission to stay the night. I looked at Sonali and said, if you would like to retire to your room, you can go ahead, we have some business to discuss, we will meet at 8 p.m. for lunch. Sonali said, I will freshen up and come. I nodded my head. Loveleen went and brought some snacks and tea. Loveleen asked, when did you study the viruses? I said, no idea, I was getting information from various sources. Earlier I could not keep up with the information overload. Now it is slowly coming to normal. Maybe the day they took me to the Himalayas seemed to help me. Sonali. After going to my room, I sat down and thought. They are genuinely worried about the virus. From the talks Kumar had with the scientist, he seemed to know what he is doing. I looked at the table and found a phone. I lifted the receiver and heard the ringtone. So, I can make a call without going through the operator. It seems they don't care about the costs. Everything is free here. I called Dad at his office. I told him clearly what is going on. It seems in the meeting they have not told him about the meteorite. I explained to him what the meteorite means for mankind. How it could destroy everything and everyone. At present time it is in a very precarious state and whatever Kumar discussed with me. After listening to everything, he asked, "What do you expect from me?" They were asking for financial support. How can we give that without knowing anything? I said, they're not looking for financial support, they have everything they need here, and they might be looking for support from our R&D department. Kumar said he is going to have a meeting with their head in the morning. What will they come up with? He said, "Call me when you know something." I freshened up and changed my dress and went over to the waiting room. Kumar and Loveleen were discussing something quite seriously. I sat there and tried to catch up with them, but could not understand what they were discussing. I looked at both of them. They don't look like partners but life partners. They are very close to each other, which can be seen from their way of talking. They don't want to hurt each other with their talks, so their discussion were animated but not fighting. They don't cut each other's sentences. Each one listens to the other and then talks. I thought life partners should be like them. Kumar stopped and looked at me and said, "It seems you are getting bored with our business talks." I said, "What business talks are you referring to?" I could not catch a bit of what you are discussing. He said, "We have among us 4 businesses. One is software development, another is electronics manufacturing and assembly. Then there's lab and her interior decorations business. We must be talking about mixing up all these things. That could be the reason you can't pick it up." I said, "It is not that, you each know all the business matters, so you don't even finish the sentences and the other one follows them." They looked at each other's faces. "You seem to have studied us deeply," Kumar said. Loveleen said, "To speak frankly with you, we are having an affair, from the time we met and his wife does not know about it. Kumar says we have been destined to be together." I looked at her. "Why she is telling me this?" Loveleen said, "I am telling you this because you may not misunderstand us about our relationship. Kumar told you we are business partners. It is more like I help him in his business. He has so much knowledge, sometimes he gets confused about his businesses. I give him support on such occasions. Until a few days back, his wife looked after the construction of the lab. She has put in her money and got investors to complete the lab. Now he is worried that everything should not go waste. If in time we can't produce a cure, we don't know how its effect would be." I said, "I understand his predicament." Kumar looked at his watch and said, "Let us go for dinner." Loveleen, looking at Sonali, looking at us doubtfully. I had to explain our relationship to her. What if she sees us going to the room or finding us coming out of the room? She would think, what is our relation? It is better to give her an explanation beforehand. Another reason I told her was that if anyone overhears me they would certainly report back to Nandini. She must be the one who selected the employees here. I wanted to see what she does if she comes to know of our relationship. We had our dinner and came back and sat in the waiting area. Mostly, people did not disturb us not knowing who we really are. If they know he is the main shareholder, how would they behave? As Kumar was engrossed in his thoughts, I struck a conversation with Sonali by asking her how are her studies and what she is doing in Vizag. Sonali said, "I came to attend my friend's wedding." Sonali in turn asked, "What do you do in our interior decorating company? I would like you to have a look at my house and possibly give some advice." I looked at Kumar. He sat back with his head on the backrest with closed eyes. Is he sleeping at this hour? In the last few days, he was behaving abnormally. Sonali asked, "Is he sleeping?" I said, "He must be meditating." I touched his shoulder. He opened his eyes, and I said, "Come to bed." He got up as if he is in a trance and came with me while I held his hand and guided him into the bedroom. Sonali. Seeing Kumar like that, I thought, is he feeling well? He seemed to be unwell from his looks. No one sleeps like that sitting. Then, Loveleen is there to take care of him. Why should I worry? She must be knowing about him. That could be the reason when his wife is away, he is keeping her close. What could be his problem? I went to my room, closed the door and lay on the bed. Loveleen. I put Kumar to bed and slept beside him. He slept the whole night without disturbing me. He got up as usual and went and brought coffee and woke me up. I said, "Good morning, did you have a good night's sleep?" He said, "I slept well without any disturbance." Completing my coffee, I said, "I will get ready." He nodded. I took a towel from the bag and went over to the bathroom. When I returned back, he was sitting looking at the wall. He did not even turn his head to look at me. I took the clothes from the bag and started wearing them. Still, no response from him. After completing dressing, I went to him and said, "Go and get ready." Then he looked at me and said, "Okay, I am going." He went and took his towel, and went into the bathroom. I waited for him to come out and watched him dress. He seemed to be improving his body day by day. When was the last time I saw him like this? Must be a month back. Now it seems he had put up at least 10 kgs from that time. His chest size must have increased by 5 inches. And his abs too. I have not seen him work out recently. How could he achieve that? I thought he was getting dull. Instead, here he was just opposite to that. Nighttime in the dull bed light, I have not seen him clearly. When did it happen? When did I see him last time in full light? It was the night I showed him the photos and he put them on the wall with cello tape. He was not like this that day. When he asked, "What are you looking at?" I came back from my reverie. I said, "You seem to be improving day by day." He looked at his body and said, "That is what I was thinking, why my shirts feel tight. How did this happen?" I looked at the time, it is 8:15, I said, "Common, we have to finish breakfast and go to the lab." He said, "Yes, I remember, did you touch Sonali?" I said, "No, I did not check her up." "You proceed to the canteen, I will check her and bring her with me." He nodded and was engrossed in tying his tie. I went and knocked on the door. She shouted from inside, "Coming." She opened the door a little and saw me open the door. She must have just had a bath and a towel was around her body. I closed the door and sat on the bed looking at her. Kumar came and knocked on the door. I went and opened the door and said coming to him, and he proceeded to the canteen. We both went behind him. By the time we completed our breakfast, it is 8:55 am. We hurried to the lab and Dimitri took us to a room where a table and chairs were placed. Kumar asked him to show what combination of medicines was checked on the virus. He gave him a list of medicines and their combinations. Kumar checked through the list and made notes on a pad. Then he asked him what techniques were used for preparing vaccines. Dimitri showed him his working notes. Kumar went through them and made notes on his pad. He kept staring at the notes on his pad. He must have stared at them for possibly 5 minutes. Kumar looked at Dimitri and asked him, "Did you try the inactive virus method?" Dimitri replied, "I had read about it, but did not try as I did not have the chemicals required for that." Kumar thought for a minute and lifted the phone and called. Kumar said, "Hi Bob, we have run into some problems with some chemicals required for the lab." Bob must have asked what are the chemicals. Kumar said, "I will give a list, can you get them from the USA?" Kumar looked at his pad and started to tell him the chemicals required. He heard what he said, then said, "Okay bye," and cut the call. Kumar asked, "Dimitri, do we have a computer here?" Dimitri showed a room where a computer is placed. Kumar went and started the computer and started to type into a document. When he completed typing, read it over and printed and gave a copy to Dimitri. Dimitri looked at it and said, "Is this the way to prepare the vaccine?" Kumar nodded his head. Dimitri said, "I have read this as a way of preparing the vaccine, but I have not heard of anyone actually working on it. How did you know it will work?" Kumar said, "I picked it from a future published paper. You may not be aware as it was done in the USA. Bob should have helped you with this. Why did not involve himself in these matters? We have more advanced ways of making vaccines that involved equipment we don't have at present." Sonali asked, "What are those equipment?" Kumar said, "Equipment like DNA sequencer machine." Sonali asked, "What is that?" Kumar said, "It is a technology being developed now to sequence deoxyribonucleic acid, it is what our genetics are made of." Sonali said, "I read about it somewhere." Kumar got up and walked out of the room. After coming out, he said, "I think our work here is completed." Kumar turned to Dimitri and said, "I don't have my computer to give you the required chemical mixture for medicines. I will go and send them. I will have someone from Vizag install the modem, so it will be connected to our server and you can receive messages from us." Sonali turned towards me and asked, "What are this modem and server?" I said, "Our consortium has installed a server in our office, through which we can send messages or documents instantly." Sonali asked, "Is it only for the consortium members?" I said, "We are offering membership on the purchase of modems, and also giving them pre-installed with the purchase of computers. It is very much useful for companies that have many branches." Kumar stopped at the phone and made a call to Bombay and spoke with Mahira and asked her to send someone from the Vizag branch to send the modem to the lab. She said she will instruct and he cut the call. I asked, "Why do you need your computer to give the chemical mixture for medicines?" Kumar said, I have noted them on my computer. I did not think it was for these medicines. When I saw the chemical mixtures he had tested, I remembered noting down them. Sonali. Seeing the way Kumar spoke to the research head, I could not understand his behavior. He was acting as if he knew everything. Even he was giving instructions to Dimitri on how to create medicines and vaccines. If he is so knowledgeable, why didn't he does this development work? He says he is just a commerce graduate, with knowledge about computers and software. Then where did he pick up the information on viruses and medicines? If such a man is in our organization to give advice, we can take the company from where to where. I asked, Loveleen, give me your card. She took out a card from her purse and handed it to me. It mentioned Kumar's software services, computer services and electronics manufacturing. I asked her, why this lab was not mentioned on the card. She said, this is the latest addition to our companies and we don't want to advertise this lab, not yet. How long are you going to stay in Vizag? I said, I had to attend a function in the evening and will return by tomorrow's flight. Loveleen said, then you can come with us tomorrow. Shall I book a ticket for you too? I thought for a minute and decided I would be however going back and said, okay. She said, if you are ready I will get someone to drop you in the city. I said, give me 10 minutes and went to my room to pack. Loveleen. When Kumar said, our work is completed, I thought we should return by today's flight. It would be a little tight schedule, then decided to stay back one more day. Nandini would be there in Bombay and I would not get another chance with him until later. I wanted to keep Sonali closer. By going back with her we can keep in touch. She would be looking for partners to help her out in her company. We will also have someone to manufacture medicines at a moment's notice. Seeing her coming with her bag, I called security personnel and asked them to get her to send to the city. Told him to drop her wherever she wants to go. She took the lab phone number and said, I will call when I reach the friend's home and I will call in the morning to confirm the tickets. I said, okay. Sonali. I sat in the jeep and the driver took me to Vizag and dropped me at my friend Pooja's house. Pooja caught me and said, you were supposed to come yesterday, what happened? I said, I had a detour when I reached Vizag. Pooja asked, where did you go? I said, I went to a lab nearby. Pooja asked, what lab? I said, they are doing research on viruses. So, I wanted to see what it is. You should see the lab. I was told the lab was constructed on 2 acres of land and the total area covered by the lab is 10 acres. And they have living quarters for staff, canteen, fully air-conditioned building, all the facilities are there. Pooja asked, but how did you land there? I said, I met them on the flight. They are a couple sitting beside me on the flight, one is Kumar and the lady is Loveleen. Pooja asked, what kind of name is that? I said, she is a Punjabi. He was telling about going to the lab to check the cure for a virus. Their work is completed and possibly they would have gone back today, maybe they thought they would miss the flight and they offered to take me with them tomorrow. Pooja asked, what would they be doing until then? I said, what they will do there, just time pass with each other. Pooja asked, then why did you not call them for the wedding? I said, how could I call them without telling you? Pooja said, then you should have called me. I said, I did not think about it. Pooja said, then call them now and invite them for the marriage. If they are free they would come over. I asked, what is the time for Muhurat? Pooja said, 9:12 p.m. I thought it over and Pooja is forcing me to call them. She has a thing for people with money. I asked her, where is the phone? She showed me the phone and I checked the number she gave me and called and asked for Loveleen. I was connected to her room and she lifted and said, hello. I said, I am Sonali. Loveleen said, tell me, is there a problem? I said, there is no problem, but my friend is forcing me to call you for the wedding. I think you are free today, why don't you come to the wedding? Loveleen called Kumar and was speaking to him. First, he showed some reluctance and finally agreed to come to the wedding. She asked for the address of the venue. I gave her the address and said, if you come by 6 p.m. we can go together to the function hall. She said, okay, and took the address of the house and cut the call. Loveleen. I called Joy and was asking her about the status of the projects. Joy said, Nandini received a call from the consortium about the getting the transponder on INSAT-1C for communications purposes. Now we can also use satellite for transferring data, the only problem is we have to install big round dish antennas for that purpose. Joy asked, when are you coming back? I said, we will be back by tomorrow evening. I said to Kumar, pack your bags, we are going to Vizag. Kumar asked, where are we going? I said, Pooja's house, for her wedding they have invited. I wanted to see their functions. Kumar said, okay, give me 10 minutes. I packed my bags and was ready in 5 minutes. Kumar was wearing casuals. I asked him, in this dress you're going for the marriage? Kumar said, I will change in the evening. I said, a good idea. What shall we have, a car or a jeep? Kumar said, car would be better, jeep would look awkward. I said, okay, and call security to arrange for a car. We brought our luggage and stood before the entrance waiting for the car. I looked at Kumar standing beside me. He seemed taller. I asked, what is your height? Kumar said, 5'5". I said, you seemed 5'7". How come, are you growing in the sleep? Kumar said, I don't know. I said, your body improved and I have not seen you work out and now you seem taller. What is happening? Then the car stopped in front of us. Seeing the car, I said, wow, I thought he would bring an ambassador or something like that. Nice car. Must be the latest luxury car model. They have not spared any cost. I looked at Kumar, his face was inexpressive. What happened to him? He was not his usual self. What is he thinking? The driver took the luggage and put them in the dicky. We sat in the back seat. There is a handrest in the middle seat, which can be pulled up to make the center seat. I gave the address to the driver and he started to drive. Part of the road is not good, then when we reached the main road, then the journey was pleasant. We reached the area and the driver asked for directions. Seeing a tent he stopped. Seeing the car, small kids shouted, someone has come to our house. Hearing them, Sonali came out and seeing her we got down and told the driver to park aside. She took us inside and introduced us to Pooja and her family. We gave her the gift we purchased on the way. She took it and gave to her mom, who took it inside. Pooja sat us in the chairs placed there and started to ask about us. Then Sonali said she will introduce the groom who are in the nearby house. We went to the place and Sonali called him and introduced him as Srinivasulu. Then she introduced us. Kumar asked, what do you do? Srinu said, we have medicines distribution for Andhra. Kumar asked, where do you operate from? Srinu said, from Hyderabad. Kumar asked, then you must know Rao's hospital in Hyderabad. Srinu said, I know them, Mr. Sabha Rao is a distant relative to us. Kumar said, he is my father-in-law. Srinu asked, you married Nandini? Kumar said, yes. He asked, then who is she? Looking at me. Kumar said, she is my partner. She looks after our businesses. We came here on business only. Nandini was at the lab for the last 5 months. She just returned to Bombay. Srinu said, so you live in Bombay? Kumar said, yes. Then his father came over asking who has come. Srinu said, Dad, he is Sabha Rao, uncle's son-in-law. He married Nandini. Srinu's father said, sorry we could not come to your marriage, my grandmother died at that time. Kumar said, it is okay. Srinu's father said to another boy standing beside Srinu, see what they want, just don't stand there. Srinu said, please be seated, what will you have? Kumar said, nothing, thanks. It seems the information about our gift seems to have reached them. His father called the person standing beside Srinu and scolded him and he brought 2 bottles of cold drink and gave us. Kumar mechanically took the bottle and started drinking. After completing the bottle, we handed them empty bottles. I asked, Kumar, what are you thinking about the medicines? Before Kumar could reply, Srinu asked, what medicines? I said, we have a problem with finding a cure for a virus, then said, Kumar, if you have noted down the chemical composition, why don't you ask Nandini to check your computer? Then he looked at Srinu and shook his head. It seems, he doesn't want to speak in front of them. So, I did not ask him again. Sonali came and said, let us go to Pooja's house. We said goodbye to Srinu and went behind her. On the way, he whispered, I don't want Nandini to open my computer. I understood, he might have something on the computer Nandini might take offense, he did not want to speak in front of them, because they know her. From then on he came out of his trance and started to speak freely with others. He went and flirted with Pooja saying to her, Srinu is not much to look at, marry me, I have more money than them. She said, shyly, would you like to marry me? Then he said, that the ship has sailed, I am already married and also have a girlfriend, showing me. Then she said, forget Loveleen, at least make me your girlfriend. Then Sonali came in between us and said, no, he will make me his girlfriend, you go and marry Srinu. Everybody had a good laugh and Pooja's mother came and chided her, what are these talks, you are about to get married. She asked, who has started it? Tell Kumar. Her mother said, do you talk about the guests like that? For that Sonali said, who are the guests here, he is like family, referring to him being Sabha Rao's son-in-law. Her mother said, "Sorry Babu, don't mind their words." Kumar said, "It is nothing," I started to tease her. Now I am from both sides. Talking to herself she went inside. I asked, "Pooja, what is she saying?" Pooja said, "Nothing important." Now they sat around Kumar and started asking him questions. Now the time for going to the reception hall came near. Pooja's mother came and said to Pooja, "Shall we move to the reception hall, then we have to ready you." Pooja got up and they put the items to be taken to the hall in a rented car. They asked us to take Pooja to the hall. Now Sonali and Pooja sat with me in the back seat. Kumar sat in the front and we went to the reception hall, where we were given rooms and we changed and came and sat on the chairs. Now groom's father brought some guests and introduces Kumar as Sabha Rao's son-in-law. They would look him over and ask what he does and would say Sabha Rao had an appropriate son-in-law or to that effect and would go away. Mr. Sabha Rao must be a well-known person in their relations. A man with money would automatically be a well-known person. Kumar never spoke about his father-in-law or his wealth. Nandini also never acted as if from a wealthy family. Because Kumar is a self-made man, and over that, before they were even married he had made her partner in his company. These days grooms take lots of dowry based on their status. It seems Kumar not only did not touch a paise of Nandini's money, he even gave lakhs worth of hospital software freely to them. Mr. Sabha Rao must have spoken highly about Kumar and the way they were behaving with us like VIPs. They made us sit in the front row, which is reserved for close relatives or VIPs. The Purohit came and asked the bride to be brought to the stage for performing some pujas. The bride came and he performed some pujas and sent her away for changing dress. Then he called the groom for performing the pujas. Now time is running out and he was nowhere to be seen. Kumar got up and went backstage, where their rooms are located. Now bride's father and groom's father were in agitated consultation. I could not understand what they were saying as they are talking in their native language. Now I understood one word, dowry. Kumar went and asked groom's father what happened. The bride's father explained they already gave 2 lakhs and were supposed to give a lakh before the wedding. One of their relatives is supposed to bring the money, but he must be delayed, so he is asking to continue the marriage. When the person reaches he will hand over the money. Now groom's father is not agreeing with that. Kumar intervened and said to the groom's father that the bride's father is promising money and he should accept. The groom's father is in no condition to accept that. Kumar said, "I don't have money with me to give you, I will give you my IOU, when he pays you can return the IOU." Now groom's father said, "Your word is enough, no need to give an IOU." He accepted to continue the marriage. He sent the groom to the marriage function. By the time of tying the Mangal suit the money arrived and they got the money and the problem was solved. Now I understood how wealthy man's words and poor man's words work in this world. Srinu's father knows Kumar is wealthy and he is also son-in-law of Mr. Sabha Rao, which itself is a position. Kumar's word has more value than the bride's father's word, who had already given him 2 lakhs. Being born in money, I might not have witnessed this in real life. I got to know the value of money in this world. But why Kumar doesn't give value to the money? He is ready to give the money like that to continue the marriage. Who are these people to him? He just met Sonali yesterday and Pooja, her friend, who he had met today. We came here for the marriage just as time passed. The marriage was completed and Pooja went away with Srinu's family. Pooja's father came and caught Kumar's hand and said, "You came to as a god for us. If you had not intervened today, the wedding would have been delayed or they would have walked away also. Thanks for the help." Kumar said, "What did I do? I just gave a word. If you could not arrange the money, I would have given it from my pocket. Wouldn't I do that for my sister?" Pooja's father said, "Come, let us go home for the night." Kumar said, "Why to take trouble, we are taking a hotel room." He said, "We don't have AC rooms like you might be accustomed to." Sonali said, "Or like the kind of quarters you have in the lab." Kumar said, "Don't think I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I had come from a middle-class family, and I had come up with hard work in my life. But she is different, she is from a wealthy family." He said, "I wanted to know your story, come with us and tell us your story. However, we will not get sleep today, it will be time pass for us. At least drop us at home." We all went crammed in a car and another car. They got down and the sleeping arrangements were made in the yard outside. He invited us to sit for some time. Then requested Kumar to tell his story, these kids will take inspiration from that. Kumar said, "My story is not for the kids and it won't be an inspiration for anyone." Kumar. Seeing they are not going to leave me until I told them my story, I told Loveleen to lay on the bed, sat at the edge of the bed and started to tell the story in their native language. As she did not understand what I am saying, Loveleen slipped into sleep. I started the story by joining college and friendship with Sneha, how her parents have divided us and how I went to her native place and had a slap on my ear, which opened my eyes to the world of money. How I earned money by doing deliveries and then starting my own business, skipping details of Dehradun. Then how using the money so saved, how I owned the house and then how I met Sunita, who changed the outlook of my life. Then skipping the train journey, how I met Leena at the station and took her to my house. Later decided to shift back to Bombay when I finished my degree, leaving Sunita to complete her studies. Then Sunita got some misunderstanding, hearing from some jealous people. How she refused to show her face. Then when I fixed my marriage with Leena's mother, how she went and spoiled the marriage with her. Then Leena's mother missing, then Joy and later Sunita missing from the accident. Then how I met Nandini at my sister's marriage and how our parents fixed our marriage and how we developed the software and got married later. How we found Joy and later Sunita. How I started my software company by learning it by studying on Bob's advice. How I started the firm with Joy and Nandini's partnership. How we started the assembly of computers and manufacturing of spare parts. How Bob ordered us to start the lab and how the vaccine research going on. By the time I finished the story all the kids were sleeping and only the elders who listened with interest were awake. He asked, "You did not tell how you met her," showing Loveleen. I said, "She is like Satyabhama to Krishna. How she was his strength, she is my strength. I promised her I will make her father CM of Haryana. We are working on that, but due to heavy work, I could not attend to it." He asked, "How are you going to do it?" I said, "We made an elaborate plan, which will take some time." He told me to take a rest, maybe she wants to sleep inside. I woke her and told her to sleep on the inside bed and that I would adjust somewhere. She went over to sleep inside with Sonali. I lay on that bed and closed my eyes. I dreamt as if a movie is running at high speed in front of my eyes. Then I slipped into a heavy sleep. I got up when the light started to come up. I went and picked up the bag from the car and went and brushed. When I went to the kitchen, Pooja's mom asked, "Do you want coffee?" I nodded and she told me to sit at the dining table and she will bring it. I sat there thinking about what I had dreamed of in the night. She put the coffee glass in front of me and sat down in another chair. She said, "Thank you very much, Babu, for what you did at the wedding. Nobody among our relatives tried to intervene. If not for you I can't think what would have happened." I said, "Don't feel bad, Amma, Pooja is like a sister to me, I would have done the same for anyone else." She said, "Whenever you come to the city, you come to our house and when you are in Hyderabad, go and visit Pooja." I said, "I will certainly check her out, I will put God's fear in them, so they will not try that again with Pooja." She said, "You came here as if the God sent." She was about to give a namaste. I stopped her and said, "Elders should not fold their hands before children, they should bless them with their hand on their head." So, she blessed me and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. I went and got the driver to go to the airport and get us 3 tickets. Then went to have a bath and dressed and sat down at the dining table for breakfast. While having breakfast, Loveleen and Sonali came and sat at the table. I said to Loveleen, "I know how to check the chemical combinations for the medicines." She asked, "How will you check them?" I said, "I will prepare software which will check different combinations that would work against the viruses." "But how the software knows what to check against?" I said, "I will use the AI and link to a list of libraries where the future data of the virus will be stored. Then they will compare it and find a matching medicine." Sonali asked, "How will you even get the data?" I said, "I got the data in my mind, I have to see how I can transfer that to data files." Thought for several minutes and said, "I saw Bob asking them to prepare a mind-to-mind communication device. Now if I can connect that device to my AI, it should do the trick. I have to talk to Bob about this." Sonali looked at Loveleen as what I am talking about. She did not dare ask me, must be thinking of what new words I would come out with. Seeing her predicament, I said, "I have received a lot of information last night. If I have to transfer that information to a system, I need an interface between my brain and the computer." She asked, "What is the interface?" I said, "It is a way to make the connection between 2 things. It could be a wire or radio waves or satellite communications." Loveleen, did we get the transponder license for the INSAT 1C? Loveleen said, "Yes, we have received the license, I spoke to Joy yesterday." I said, "Now I have to find a way to create an interface." I completed my breakfast and got up to wash my hands. While going to the sink, I heard Sonali asking Loveleen, "What is he talking about?" Loveleen replied, "When he gets ideas he speaks like that only. That is the reason I follow him like a shadow." I thought, does Loveleen follow me because I might get ideas? No, she wants to spend maximum time with me. I came and sat down in the chair. There is already a cup of tea in front of me. Someone is following my schedule very keenly. The driver came back with 3 tickets and handed them to me, and I gave them to Loveleen to put in her purse. When the time came for going to the airport, I gave them my card and told them to call if they face any problems, and we took leave of them and proceeded to the airport. By 3:30 we reached Bombay. Sonali already had our cards, so we took leave of her and reached home. I reached the office and switched on the computer. Then I took out a piece of paper and started drawing an electronic circuit. Then I called Ram and asked him to prepare a PCB and get it to build it. He asked, "Where did you get it?" I said, "Someone gave it to me." Then I started to note down the combinations for the medicines checked and failed by Dimitri into a file. Then I noted down whatever came to my mind. I worked on typing until 8:30 p.m. Then Nandini came and asked me to come home. I said, "Give me 5 minutes," and completed the subject I was typing and closed the system. She said, "You did not even come home and worked continuously." I said, "I had a lot of material to note down, but then there is the problem with the cure for virus, which is eluding Dimitri." She said, "If Dimitri is having trouble with the cure, what can you do?" I said, "I am going into the future trying to find the cure." She said, "How can you do that? Can you scan the future for finding the cure?" I said, "I had received lots of information from the future. I am developing a device to transfer the data using AI into the system." Nandini said, "So you are going to use AI they are developing like this?" But Joy said they are still developing the software for the AI. I said, "AI is an ongoing process. I don't have any problem using AI in my work." Nandini took me by hand into the house. She must have thought I would not get up from the chair. I went with her and washed my hands and feet and sat at the dinner table. Nandini. Kumar came home after 4 days and we were hardly together for a day before he went away. Still, he does not seem to care for the fact I am with him. He is acting as he must have acted during my absence. I completed my first course and he's still looking at the food on his plate making marks. I got up and mixed his food and started feeding him. He ate it with an absent mind. It seems he would not have eaten it if I left him to be. When he said, "Enough," I came back to my chair and resumed eating. He drank water and sat there, not even getting to wash his hands. I completed my dinner, tapped on his shoulder, he looked up into my eyes. Seeing his eyes, I was scared for the first time. He put a so sad face, I thought, who died? Then he transformed the next minute and became normal. He looked at his hand and plate and then got up to wash his hand. We went to sit on the sofa in the hall. I asked, "What happened? You looked so sad." Kumar said, "I saw what happens when the virus escapes." I asked, "What happened?" Kumar said, "They put the meteorite under a block of cement. Due to an earthquake, the cement block broke and it was exposed, and now the surroundings were exposed to the virus. I don't know what would be the consequences." Then I saw Leena, not Alina but the Leena who went back to her timeline from dead. Kumar was working on finding the cure for that. I asked, if Dimitri can't find the cure, can she find the cure when a disaster is looming in the air? Kumar said, she did not yet know about the disaster, she took up the virus for her thesis. They have the latest equipment and supercomputers and all for their study. She had already done the DNA sequencing and found it is from outer space as she could not find a match. She went and asked her colleagues for help. Hope they will find a cure soon, so we can ask Dimitri to follow it up. I asked, if Dimitri already found it, would not they know about it? He said, they belong to different timelines, one timeline doesn't know about what is happening at other timelines. It seems I am like an interface between the timelines. Now I have to check the status of the interface design I gave to my brother. Kumar called home and asked for Ram. Mom said, he did not yet come home. I thought he must be dropping Nishita and would be going home. He told his mom to tell Ram to call him as soon as he comes home. I asked, if you know this much knowledge, why do you need an interface to link to a computer? Kumar said, I have lots of data I have to save to the computer, which will release my mind space. Until I can clear my mind of the data, no more data can arrive. Which must be stopping me from getting the knowledge for the cure. I held him close by putting my hands around his shoulder and I sat like that with him enjoying his company. Kumar got up to go to the bedroom. We both went and he said, I will have a bath and come. Kumar came out with a towel around his waist. I looked at his body, he seemed different, it seems he put on weight. His chest expanded and no fat around the stomach. I went to him and tried to kiss him. He not only had to look down, but he had also to fold his legs to kiss me. I asked him, did you grow tall these days? He said, I don't know, I feel the dresses were shortening and shirts were tightening. I asked him, when did you start working out? He said, I have not been working out, I did not have enough time for work, and where would I get time for a workout? It seems it is not only his mind, his body is also improving. I caught him at his throat and started to kiss him on his chest, as I could not reach his lips. I led him to the bed with his towel around his waist. After our coupling, I lay beside him and put my hand on his chest. It seems he totally transformed in just 2 days. He was not like this when we had sex last time. How is this possible? In just 2 days how he could transform like this? With the comfort of his body, I slipped into sleep. Kumar. I stood behind the group working on finding the cure for the virus. They are looking at the mice kept in different cages. They are checking each cage and find the mice dead there and moving on to the next cage. At last, they found one cage the mice were moving around. Sheila said, yeah, look, these are not dead. Lena checked the medicine combination on the pad attached to the cage and wrote it down on a sheet of paper. She said, this seems to be the ideal medicine for the virus, let us check this medicine on monkeys. They all agreed to that. They went away to test the medicine. I woke up with Nandini tapping on me. I opened my eyes and asked her, what happened? She said, you are naming some chemical names. I said, so what, for that you had to wake me up. I was getting the medicine for the virus. She asked, did I disturb it? I said, I don't know, I have to see if I can recollect the medicine or not. She said, sorry. I said, it is okay, you were not there for a long time, you may not know what changes are happening to me. I started to get more dreams. Earlier I used to get dreams only from my alter ego, but nowadays I am getting dreams from elsewhere too. Today I got the dream from dead Kumar's Lena, who stayed for some time with him and went away. That must be another timeline. When you went missing, I had the idea from some other timeline and then contacted Bob. Sneha, who is very old, was asking very young Kumar, as young as me, for finding her niece. He went searching for them in Araku and found they have stayed at Padmavati Gardens and they went missing without clearing their bills. Now you can't go inside the garden without a ticket, only who book the rooms are allowed to go in and out with an ID. How they can go missing from there? Even Bob could not find what happened to them and picked up Sneha's niece from the time before they could go on their trip. The same thing would have happened to you, so I called Bob and told him about your missing, and asked him to search for you as he had for them. He even asked, how do you know about them? Here he saved all of you because you are needed for the lab. She kissed me and asked, did you ask him to save me? I said, if I did not find you, the Andhra police would have arrested me and would have taken me to Hyderabad. I smiled and said, I am just joking, they don't have any right to arrest me, at least they informed me you were missing, so I could contact Bob. I called the crime branch SI, and he spoke to the SI who had come for me, not to touch me. She asked, did you not worry that I am gone missing? I said, I don't have to worry, I know where I can find you anytime. If not, Bob is there to help me out. When you went to collect the samples, did you find it any way connected to your tour or the way you were about to travel? I am thinking, does it have anything to do with your disappearance? Nandini thought for a minute. I don't know for sure, because we went by a van to bring them back. I have no idea which route we had traveled to pick the samples. I have seen the images of earthquake from that Venus timeline. Would it happen in our timeline? What kind of precautions they have taken? How would I know? I might have to call Bob to find out. I looked at the time, it is 3:30 am. I looked at Nandini, it seems her sleep also blew away. As nothing to do, I told Nandini to come near and started kissing her. She is not the one to refuse a good fuck and she cooperated with me. Tired, we went back to our beauty sleep. I got up around 6 am and took a cup of coffee and walked to the office and got the watchman to open the door. I went and sat in my chair, switched on the computer and started to write the events from my dream to check if I could remember the chemical combination for memory. When I finished writing down, I prepared a letter to the lab and sent them through the server system. Let them check the medicines and come back to me. By that time Lena and group might develop a vaccine. It is faster for them with their knowledge and equipments. They might have perfected different methods also. I thought I should contact Bob now. I called his number. They said, he is not available. I told them to call me back. I am Kumar, and cut the call. Nandini. I touched where Kumar would sleep in my sleep. Not finding him to my touch, I opened my eyes and looked. He is not there on the bed. I looked at the time, it is 6:30. He must have got up and might have had his morning coffee already. I brushed and came into the hall shouting coffee. When I looked at the sofa, he is not there, where he could have gone at this hour. Not to that Loveline's house again. What does he see in her? He goes behind her and takes her wherever he goes. Why does he need keep someone with him every time? Is it because he wants someone beside him as he might have problems with himself like falling asleep? How he was talking in his sleep. Does he want someone to note them down? Could he recollect the details or not? It was my mistake to disturb his dream. He is very much worried about the outbreak of the virus. I have seen what it can do. If it comes out into the population, maybe half the population would wipe out in a matter of hours. During my stay at the lab, I read some articles about the virus. Some people will have the natural power against fighting viruses. Some will have just the opposite, they will be susceptible to infection easily. It must be nature's way of protecting the population from annihilation or being at the mercy of a virus. There is a reason Kumar worried about the outbreak of that virus, but why the government is not taking care of that. Instead it is keeping it secret not only from the general public, from the scientific community also, who would be prepared for any eventuality. How Bob is involved in all this? How did he get the letter of authority to get the bodies out of the meteorite strike area? How the Dmitry got involved in this? Has our government informed the Russian government to help out, so they sent Dmitry from their side to find a cure? From what Kumar told me about their work in the lab, they don't seem to be that much experienced in finding a cure. They don't have the knowledge or having required equipment or additives to find the cure. Kumar of all people had to advise them and order the required chemicals from the US with the help of Bob. How does Kumar know all this? If he is such a knowledgeable person, why did he not go into the research himself? He must be of the opinion that there is a saying, donkey work donkey to do and horse work only horse should do. So, he is letting them handle the work and only advises them when they are clueless. Seeing him coming back with a cup in his hand, I asked him, "Where did you disappear?" He said, "I went to the office to note down the cure for the virus from the last night's dream. I sent Dmitry the combination for them to check against the virus." Seeing the cup in his hand, I believed him. He could not have gone to Loveline's with a cup of coffee in his hand. She would scold him, "Can't I give you a cup of coffee?" Maybe she might not have gotten up yet. She is like me, late to wake up. Loveline. I awoke and looked at the time. It is only 6:30. Kumar has changed my schedule. I would wake up after 7:30, but now I am awake at 6:30. I went to the bathroom, brushed and came down and sat on the sofa. Seeing me, Jyoti went and brought me a cup of coffee. I was reaching the phone. Jyoti said, "Are you calling Kumar, sir?" He had just gone to the office. I saw him asking their watchman to open the office door. If he has gone to the office at this hour means he must have something urgent and not to be disturbed. I killed the urge to call him and sipped the coffee instead. Seeing me sipping coffee instead of phoning, Jyoti went away to the kitchen. But how does she know Kumar went into their office? To go to his office, he has to cross our house. Normally he would go from behind the house through the backyard into his office building. As the gates are near the back wall, he got them made in such a way he would not fall into the eyes of the watchman. He says he had learned all these from the dead Kumar. Inspired by his book, he had rented these bungalows. He wants to raise to his position. But we had not made any progress in the matter of my father's CM position. Once he said it would take some time to achieve that. I have to speak with Dad about what they are doing to get Pratap and Prachi getting close. Guru should plan a party and he should invite both of them. Somehow someone has to transform Prachi, so Pratap would get attracted to her. One way to achieve that is Sonia should accompany Guru to their house and get close to Prachi and advise her to get her makeup done before the party. Then Sonia can introduce each other and play Cupid between them. I better get ready and go to the office. At least this time I can spend with Kumar. I have to get her to go back to the lab, that way I can spend more time with Kumar. I got dressed up and came to the dining room. Jyoti brought me breakfast consisting of puri and bhaji. By the time I completed the puri, she brought a cup of tea and put it on the table. Completing the tea, I went to the office, which is already open, and Joy sat in her cabin. Instead of going to Kumar's cabin, I went to Joy's cabin. Seeing me, she asked, "How are you? Come and sit down." I sat down and said, "I am fine, thank you. How are you doing?" Joy said, "I am fine. What were you doing there all this time?" I said, "We caught the flight and once Sonali came and sat beside Kumar." "Did you see Kumar speaking with strangers?" When the girl sat beside him, he said, "Hi, I am Kumar." After introductions were over, she asked, "Are you going to Vizag on business?" He said, "For business only." Then she asked, "What business you're going for?" He said, "There is a very deadly virus, and we are going to check the status." She came with us to the lab. Seen how Kumar interacts with Dmitry. She went to her friend's marriage and called us to attend the marriage. At the marriage, it was found that Mr. Sabha Rao, Kumar's father-in-law, is related to the groom's family. Before the marriage ceremony there was an altercation between both the families about the dowry. Kumar went and told the groom's family that he will give them an IOU for the dowry, and if the dowry is delivered before the completion of the wedding, they can return the IOU. They said, "You are Sabha Rao's son-in-law, your word is as good as payment, we don't want any IOU, let the marriage continue." Then I understood how the poor suffer and rich can get the work done with a word. Then the bride's family said, "You have come to the marriage as a godsend." Kumar said he knows the value of money, as he had come from a middle-class family, and he came up with hard work. And then they made him tell his story until late into the night. Joy asked, "What did you do?" I said, he was telling the story in their native language, so slept off until he finished the story. Then we all came back to Bombay. The receptionist came and said, "There is a Sonali who came to meet sir. He has not yet come, what shall I do?" I said, "Send her here." I turned to Joy and said, "She is the one we met on the flight." I stood up to greet Sonali. When she came I shook her hands and introduced Joy. I told her to sit down, Kumar would be here any minute. Joy asked, "What is your experience with Kumar?" Then as an afterthought said, "You must be wondering why we are referring to him as Kumar, he is like a friend to all of us." I asked, "How come you are here?" Sonali said, "I came here to know the progress of the cure." I said, "You could have just called us." Sonali said, "I just wanted to see your setup." I said, "Then come, I will show you around. This is Joy's cabin and that is Kumar's cabin. These are developers' rooms. Each room has 4 seats. Then on the top floor, we have the national server. Then we are planning for a dish antenna for connecting with Insat 1C. This side is my house and next to that is Kumar's house." We both turned towards the main door and Kumar and Nandini just entered the door. Nandini was telling Kumar something and he is listening to her and looking at her. I said, "That is Nandini, his wife." Sonali looked at her and said surprisingly, "She is quite beautiful," and looked at me as if I lied to her. "Is she the one Sabha Rao's daughter?" I said, "Yes." She waited for them to come in and went in front of him and hugged him and said, "Thank you Bhaiya, for saving my friend's life the other day." He caught her shoulders and said, "What is there, just help with a word, if she is your friend she is also my sister," as if accepting her as a sister. Sonali turned to Nandini and shook her hand and said, "Your cousin Srinivasulu married my friend Pooja." She nodded and said, "Oh, okay," and turned to Kumar. He said, "It is nothing much, just a problem with the dowry. I told them if they don't get the amount, I will pay it," and they continued the marriage, and the money arrived, everything is good. Sonali turned to Nandini and shook her hand again and said, "Thanks to you and your father, they just accepted Kumar Bhaiya's word. Implying it as your father's word, they accepted his word as a son-in-law." I thought, looking at Sonali, she is just a good actress, playing the scene so well. At first, she must have thought she must be ugly or something about Nandini when she saw me with Kumar. Now she must be thinking I must have pulled her leg or something. Kumar told her to come with him and he went to his cabin and we all followed him. Nandini and Sonali sat in front of him on the chairs, me and Joy went and sat on the sofa. He said to Sonali, "Have you met Nandini, my wife? She is the one, who is Mr. Sabha Rao's daughter. She is a partner in the software business along with Joy," and pointed out Joy. "We used to have computer assembly here but now we shifted it to another place, a factory where we established manufacturing facilities." Sonali asked, "What happened to the cure you were going to check after coming down here?" He said, "I noted down some chemical combinations and sent them over through the server. See this modem," and showed a box-like thing on the table and said, "This is connected to a phone line. Using this I can send a document to anyone with a modem and telephone connection. Now we will connect it to a satellite also. We have the server on the first floor." She asked, "What about the vaccine?" He said, "Yesterday, I gave them an idea, they were waiting for some chemicals from the USA, and as soon as they arrive, they will start testing." Now the 3 of them started talking in their native language. I and Joy looked at each other's faces, as we don't understand a bit what they are talking, and we got up and walked out of the room slowly. Kumar looked at us and gave smile as you go and carry on your work. Sonali. I wanted to meet Kumar and say thanks for helping Pooja at the wedding. Being her friend, I could not do anything at the time. Kumar reached them and agreed to pay them the balance dowry, if they failed to do so. Who will do such a gesture for an unknown person? Even me. He had just met a day before and Pooja is my friend. If he had not made the compromise, her marriage would have been cancelled. If any girl's wedding is cancelled at the last moment, there is no chance for her to get married again. She and her family would be crying for their whole lives. I had gone to their office and met Loveleen. She introduced Joy, who is his project director. Then Loveleen showed me their office. She showed me the room they set up a national server. I heard about it from Kumar last time. There are 3 systems and one of them is a big system, which must be the server. There are many telephone cables connected to the systems. Seeing so many telephone lines connected to a computer is the first time for me. They have an office in such a beautiful bungalow. I did not understand why they are using it for office purposes. But when Loveleen showed me where they live, I understood why they are using this building for office. We were standing outside Joy's office and I saw Kumar enter the door. Loveleen said the girl he is talking to is his wife Nandini. I was stunned looking at her. I thought he might have married her for her money from the groom's family stocks. No, he must have married her for her beauty. I think he told them that their alliance was fixed by their parents as his father and her father are friends and her family had to come attend to his sister's wedding. If I correlate to the story he told us that night, he was heartbroken when he thought his girlfriend died in the plane crash the next day after he showed her the 50 lakhs check. So, he spends all the expenses for his sister's marriage himself. So, knowing his intelligence and his capacity, her parents must have thought he would be suitable for her. He was also telling something about Nandini was searching for some time for him. I did not understand that. I might have to ask him about their love story, sometime soon. Then when we sat down in his cabin I asked her about their love story. Nandini said she had seen him at their college in Dehradun when he came to deliver some items. She fell in love with him at first look, but by the time she could get his contact details, he went away. So, she got the details from whom he came to deliver the goods. By the time she reached the address, he had already sold his house and shifted to Bombay. When her father went to marriage at Guntur and asked her to help her friend's daughter's marriage, she went to their hotel room and found Kumar there. She came to know he had collected a check for developing a piece of software. She took him to her house on the pretext of developing hospital software. He refused her help and said he can develop entire software without her help. In his sister's marriage, their families discussed and decided to fix their alliance. That way they were married. It is partially love and partially arranged marriage. After hearing the story from her, I felt she was skipping some details, but it is her prerogative to reveal the details. Maybe some personal details she must be hiding. It seems when she took him to her house, they must have spent the night together. It seems her mother must have recognized that and they fixed their marriage. Seeing him I can understand that he was sad because of his missing girlfriend. But her story I can't understand. Seeing him at her college when he came for deliveries and her loving him at first sight does not seem to be a true story. I don't know how he looked at that age. He must be an awkward teenager. Is it true what she is saying about her love story? Kumar. I opened the message received from Dimitri on the server. He wrote, I received your medicine combinations and would check them. Now I have to see what they found about the vaccine. When will I receive the information about their development of the vaccine? Seeing me checking, Nandini asked, any news? I said, nothing yet. I can't say no news is good news in these circumstances. Once he knows something he will let us know. The best thing under these circumstances is to have a vaccine. Otherwise, by the time it was found that the virus has hit the population, many would be dead. What is that about the earthquake and how they are going to react to that virus escaping? There is no call from Bob. I called his number again, and they said, he is not available and they will tell him to call once he is back. There is no use calling again and again. It seems he went over to that timeline to oversee the virus attack. Venus Group's first priority is to find a vaccine than a medicine. The higher risk group had to be vaccinated first. Nandini asked, what happened? I said, Bob is not reachable. He must have gone to check the earthquake zone. Sonali asked, where is the earthquake? I said, that I am not sure. The virus I was talking about has escaped after an earthquake and the people in that area are exposed to the virus. It seems Bob had gone there to evaluate the status of the area. Sonali asked, will it be problematic for us? I said, I don't think so. I was trying to contact Bob to inform him about the earthquake only. He must have already been informed. Loveleen came and informed us we have to go to the factory. Sonali said, can I come too? I said, hop in, switch off the computer and got up. I asked, Nandini, are you coming? Seeing us she said, you carry on, I have to meet some clients. We went out and I took the car and we drove to Bhandup. On the way, Sonali asked, it seems in Nandini's love story there seem to be some holes. I said, I understand why you feel so. She saw me in her first year of junior college and thought I would return next year, so she would meet me to express her thoughts. Then next year I was back to Bombay, and she took my address from the lady to whom I went to deliver the goods. That lady gave her my Vijayawada address, but I completed my degree, and I already sold off the house and permanently shifted to Bombay, because I found a little girl and I adopted her and wanted to raise her. At the time Sunita was my girlfriend and she was in her third year, and someone filled her ears about the businesses I was doing and she told me not to show my face to her. When I found the girl's mother, I fixed to marry her and Sunita came and spoiled our marriage. The girl's mother is missing and I went and questioned Sunita about spoiling my marriage. By that time, she had already understood her mistake and continued being my girlfriend. Then she joined the airlines and had met with an accident and missing on the next day of my getting the check. Then we went to our sister's marriage and I went to meet our cousins and came back. She was sitting there in the hotel room. She recognized me and asked me what I am doing. I said I am going to start a software development company. She said, can you develop software for my hospital? I said I can and I know what to be developed. She said she will show me her hospital and took me to her hospital and showed me around, then took me to her house to give me some documents. Her parents are at Guntur for another marriage and there is no one at her house. So, I understood why she took me to her house for. We spent 2 days at her house and she dropped me at the hotel when her parents are expected. It seems our parents found out about us and fixed the marriage. Then she came back to Bombay with me and I developed the software in a month's time. Then one day she asked me to take her shopping and the purse snatcher snatched her bag and we went to the police station. There I found Joy arrested with a bunch of prostitutes. We took her to her house and later 3 of us went and registered the company. That is the way those 2 becomes my partners. Sonali asked, you made her partner before your marriage? I said, yes, I know she will be part of my life, the only problem with her is that she does not trust people. So, before our parents fixed our marriage I told her about my girlfriends. I told her if you don't have any objection to that, then only we will get married. She said, she already know about all that. She was following me from a long time. She loved me from that time and all that. She was with me until we installed the software in her hospital which took us a month. And then we were away for a month. Then Nandini came and joined me in the firm leaving her hospital in an assistant's hand. She started to assist me in the software firm and it grew exponentially with my software knowledge. Then seeing us living together our parents had fixed our marriage date and we had our wedding at our bungalow. Except for the 1 month after installing software at her hospital, up to the time of her cousin's marriage, she did not leave my side, except when I was traveling and she was looking after the firm. She went over to Hyderabad to attend her cousin's marriage, which led to us starting the lab with her friend's investment. Still, it is a mystery how she could convince them to invest with her in the lab. I don't know how much she has invested herself. She got us a 50% share in the lab, other 50 to her friends. Sonali asked, don't you think to ask her? I think her reply would be, you have given me share in your firm without any investment by me, so I returned your favor. We reached the factory and I parked in the parking area. We climbed the steps to the first floor office room. Mahira with Raj and Krishna discussing something and seeing me got up and asked, when did you return? I said, yesterday evening. Is Ram here? She replied, he is in the PCB section, getting your PCB made. I told Sonali PCBs are printed circuit boards for soldering electronics components to make electronics gadgets. I gave him a circuit to design for the interface. Mahira asked, what is this interface? I said, interface is connecting 2 different things. I want to connect my mind to a computer through AI, that is artificial intelligence. Sonali said, you seem to be developing so many new things. I said, yes, that is what we set up this consortium for. She asked, but how this interface will help mankind? I said, I am not developing this for mankind, I want clear the clutter in my brain. She asked, what are you developing here? I said, we are manufacturing electronic spare parts and assembling computers. I checked with them about how much stock of electronics parts are available with us and how much we need to maintain our assembly systems. How much we can be sold off. After checking I advised having some items should be kept in stock as we can expect a surge in demand for them. After completing the meeting, I went over to the PCB section, where the holes are being drilled in the PCB. Ram said, it would be ready in an hour, then soldering would take another 2 hours and he would deliver the circuit fitted with an enclosure by evening. Loveleen suggested on the way we visit her office. So, we drove to her office. We parked in her spot and went up to her office. Seeing the office, Sonali said, wow, what a decoration. Who has done this interior? Loveleen said, who else, it is my brainchild. Sonali said, you should do our office, I will talk to Dad about this. Loveleen said, you do that. We went and sat in her office. Seeing us, receptionist must have informed Nishita. She came over to the office and stopped as a new person sitting there. Then she must have thought she is a new client and stood before Loveleen and said, "Good morning, ma'am." Turned to me and said, "Good morning." I said, "Good morning to you, this is Sonali, a friend of ours." She said hi to her and they both shook hands. I said, "She is Nishita, manager here, and she looks after the firm, and she is going to be my bhabhi." Loveleen said to Nishita to sit down. "So, what is your father saying?" Nishita shook her head. Loveleen asked, "Does that mean he said no, or he did not say anything?" I said, "Don't worry, if he does not agree to the marriage, we will arrange the wedding in a temple, then I will invite the police as guests. I will ask my father to go and speak with your father. That would be better." Then Loveleen inquired about their business matters. After she finished her business there, we got up and walked to our car. We were back at our office in 15 minutes. Sonali took our leave and went away. I checked the progress of the works and we went for lunch. Nandini, Kumar, Sonali and Loveleen went to visit the factory. I called Loveleen's servant in the guise of asking about her well-being. I asked her how many people's food she had to prepare and what items she was preparing. Could she prepare the food items asked by Loveleen, as she is a Punjabi, etc. It seems most of the time Kumar is having food at Loveleen's house only. Then I called our servant and scolded her for not preparing food for Kumar, as he is eating in Loveleen's house most of the time. Her words have supported what I was suspecting all this while. I told her to go and finish the lunch. Then Joy came with a project and we sat discussing that. I prepared the cost estimates and she went away. Kumar returned with Sonali and Loveleen, and Sonali went away and Loveleen went to her house. I went and sat in front of Kumar while he worked on checking the projects. Seeing the time, he said, "Let us go for lunch." After lunch, he called up the lab to speak with Dimitri, and it seems that the combination of the medicines seems to be working. They have to check further on that. But the problem is medicines will not have much effect on these kind of viruses. It required vaccines to control the spread of the virus. Kumar says they are working on the vaccines on another timeline. When they find the vaccine, he can inform Dimitri on how to create the virus. What technique to use for that? Kumar already gave them a technique for creating the virus. The only thing that is missing with them are the chemicals used in the process. He is going to get them from the USA. Kumar called Loveleen to ask for her driver to go to the factory. It seems he doesn't want to drive to the factory or return from factory driving. He might be testing the interface his brother is building. Maybe he doesn't trust himself to drive back. He spoke to her and said, "Bye," and went away. So, I slowly walked to the office. The receptionist said, "There is a fax for you, madam," and handed the chemicals order from US. They will be sent directly to Vizag. So, I arranged with the agent from Vizag to collect the check from Monica and pay the customs duties and get the chemicals delivered immediately. I looked at the time, it is 6 p.m. I called Kumar at the factory. He said, "You have dinner and go to sleep. I will be delayed." Delayed means when will he reach home? I closed my office and went to the house. I switched on the TV and sat before it. I am switching on the TV after a long time. We don't watch much of the TV. When at 8 p.m., I sat alone for dinner, and completing dinner, I went and lay on the bed. Slowly I slipped into sleep. I came back from meeting a client and our bedroom door is closed. Why is it closed? I turned the knob and pushed the door open. What I find is Kumar is in bed with Loveleen. She is laying on the bed with her feet down on the ground and he is pumping her standing in front of her. Seeing that, I turned and walked back to the hall and fell back on the sofa. Kumar must have felt I came and dressed up with haste and came down and stood before me. I asked, "What are you doing there?" Kumar said, "Loveleen is feeling lonely, so I am giving her company." I shouted at him, "Is that the way to give company? I am not going to stay here one more second. I am going back to Hyderabad. You decide you want Loveleen or me. If you want me, come with me to Hyderabad now. Otherwise don't show me your face again." Kumar fell on his knees and said, "I am sorry Nandu, I want you and you only. I don't want anyone else." I said, "Then go and pack your bag and come." Kumar went and brought 2 bags. I asked, "Did you pack?" Kumar said, "I packed for both of us." I said, "Then come with me." I took out the car and told him to put the bags in there. Kumar puts the bags in dicky and slammed it shut. We took the next flight to Hyderabad and landed there. Kumar said, "I can't stay with you in your house, but everyone will talk." I told him, "Then you be here for a few days, we will look for another house and will shift there." We got for rent another house nearby and shifted there. I asked, "Look after the computer department in our hospital." Kumar said, "He can't work in the hospital, it feels like I am eating in-laws food." I said, I will get him some other job. Kumar went to some interviews and came back. It is like he don't want to work under someone. Then I sent him to GVK to help them out in their IT. Kumar went there and spoke to their accounts manager. He told him to do some data entry work for the computerization of assets. Kumar came back and told me he started doing data entry work for 3000 rupees per month. For the person who earned lakhs per month, 3000 is like peanuts. But he did that work for me. Then one of my cousin drops by my house. She ran away from home, she would feel shy to come to my father's house. She came over to me to reconnect with other relatives. Kumar comes home and sits on the chair with a sad face. I ask him what happened. He was working on the data entry, and he made a small tweak in the software for fast data entry. But the EDP in charge called him and rebuked for making the changes in the software. I don't want to work for these kinds of people. My cousin said, you come to live where we are, we will get you a job nearby. We shifted there and they could not get him a job, even a small one. Then we came to stay near our father's house again. Someone offered him a job in JK Seeds division as a data entry operator. He went and joined and saw his background. First, they were offering him 1800, but now offered him 2000. He joined and the EDP had asked him to develop and show a fixed asset software. Kumar done it in a week's time. They offered him permanent job as software developer and gave him a salary of 5000. Kumar developed their entire software in 6 months' time. Now when the time for confirmation came, they asked him to write a letter to the HO for confirmation. He did as they told him. They gave him confirmation but did not offer any increment. He felt very bad after doing the software, they did not even offer him an increment. Then their EDP had offered him a job within hospital for developing their software. Kumar did not tell him that he had already developed it. His boss made an agreement with the hospital and they set up a company to develop the software. Then for working so hard, Kumar developed diabetes. Then when the project completed, the developers went their way, leaving Kumar to look after their software installations on his own. Then he got an order for installation of software at a hospital. He went and installed and they took him as an IT manager in their hospital. Now the hospital where he developed the software called him for some maintenance. He went and the doctor told him to have a physical and sent him to their hospital to have the whole body checkup. There it was found his cholesterol is elevated and his TMT showed abnormal readings and he was sent for an angiogram, where it showed his 3 arteries were blocked to the tune of 90, 80 and 70 and they advised him to have an open heart surgery. He was admitted in a hospital for open heart at my insistence. After the surgery he was laying on the bed with all the tubes from his body. I could not see him like that and said, how you were before coming to Hyderabad and how you became. Then I woke up with a start and realized that I had dreamed all this. Before going to bed I was thinking of taking him away from Loveleen. Did the dream show me what would happen if I take him away to Hyderabad? Is it a signal for me to let him live life as he deemed fit? But what about me? Does the dream means he will always put me first, but not to take this too far with him and it will harm him more than it would be to my liking? Nowadays he is working on multiple projects, he is even helping Dimitri, an experienced scientist, with the information from the future. To get the knowledge he is even readying to connect himself to an experimental machine without any fear of the consequences. His only aim at this juncture to find the cure for the virus and stop coming Holocaust. If I disturb his routine, what would happen? I called the factory and Krishna said they are calibrating the machine to receive the communications. Once this is done, he will come with the machine. I said, okay, and went back to sleep. I got up and looked at the watch, it is 7 am. I looked beside me, Kumar is sleeping peacefully, I don't want to wake him for the fear of disturbing his memory transfers. I went back to sleep. Then I woke up at 8 am. I looked beside me and Kumar already got up. I went to the bathroom, brushed and came over to the hall. Kumar sipping coffee, he must have got up a few minutes before me. I went to the kitchen door and asked Rose for coffee. She said she will bring it to me and I went and sat on the sofa. I looked at him, he looked so innocent, I wanted to kiss him. But then remembered what the servants said about him. I was in 2 minds what is correct and what is wrong. Rose placed the cup on the table in front of me. I looked at her and nodded my head. I kept looking at Kumar. He turned towards me and lifted his eyebrows, in question. I asked him, if I ask you to come to Hyderabad permanently, would you come? He said, why not, we could restart our career there. It seems he doesn't have any objection to coming with me to Hyderabad. Kumar. When Nandini asked me if I am ready to come with her to Hyderabad permanently, I thought about my alter ego who went to another dimension. What he had done, he sold off these properties and shifted to Hyderabad and started to invest the money there. He had not faced any problems there, the software industry boomed there under the guidance of Mr. Naidu. Then what problem would we have there? But we have to wait a little longer for the software industry to pick up. Maybe how I have influenced the consortium here, I might be able to influence them to take the software industry seriously there. Thinking about what kind of future we will have there, I said, why not, we can restart our career there. She might go back to her hospital and I might be able to start my branch there. We can use technology to keep in touch with Bombay. Then we can imagine what kind of technology is needed for this kind of branching to work out. Nandini. I did not think he would agree to come to Hyderabad so easily, but thinking about how he would turn out to be, I decided not to try my luck with this idea. I have to reconfirm with her what she saw. I went to the kitchen. I asked her what she saw about Kumar and Loveleen. She said, I went to give coffee to Kumar sir, he took the coffee and said to check with Loveleen madam sleeping in the guest room. Then I took her coffee and he woke her and handed it to her. So, what she is saying is Kumar and Loveleen slept in separate rooms. Why would she sleep when her house is next door? What did he say in my dream? He said she was lonely and he gave her company. Am I interpreting that as him having sex with her? Would she have sex with him? She was unmarried, match fixed by her parents, and her would-be is above 6 feet, with lots of money and political leverage, which all point to her father getting help from him in his career. What Kumar can do? He had failed to give her any help fixing her father's career. He might have said Guru is important and there is no solid proof for that. He failed to give them any solid idea to dethrone the CM. After returning from Delhi, he was concentrating on other things and his idea to make her father CM has taken a backseat. Why would she be interested in him? Maybe Kumar is keeping her with him for company. Recently he was falling asleep all of a sudden, or behaving oddly in his sleep, so he must be wanting someone to look after him in such conditions. Kumar asked, what are you thinking? I said, we have not received the courier reaching the lab with the chemicals ordered. I have got the agents from Vizag to make the payments to customs. He said, they would reach in time, don't worry. I asked him, did your experiment with the interface was successful? He said, I have yet to check the instrument. I have to link it to a computer and load AI, and then I have to give AI permission to receive the data through the interface. Then AI will interpret the data and sort it and store it in appropriate files. Now what kind of data it will retrieve from his brain? Can I have a look at when the data is downloaded? Will it reveal his relationship with Loveleen? We have to wait for that. Completing my coffee, I told Kumar I will go for a bath and come. I went into the bathroom and put my clothes in a basket and turned the shower. I heard a knock on the door. I asked, what is it? Kumar asked, can I come in? I said, come then. He opened the door and removed his dress and dropped them on the basket. He said, we have not had a bath together for a long time. I came out toweling and Kumar is continuing his bath. Kumar always finds new ways to have fun. I went and stood before the mirror. I looked at myself. I am 5 feet 3 inches and has a glass figure body. I seem to be losing a little of my figure, but my boobs seems to be improving. It must be due to his way of lovemaking. Today he was marvelous. With his improved body and height, I don't know anyone increase their height like that. It is not that his height is increased with any artificial means. It seems to be natural, because his whole body increased in proportion. Day to day he is improving. How can I think of losing him? He does not seem to be tired of me. Kumar came from behind, hugged me and asked, what are you looking at? I said, if I am compatible with you or not. He said, what is there to think, you and me are one and the same. We love each other, you have been my constant companion from the time we met, you have been my inspiration and my support. If I have not met you then, I don't know if I could have done all this. Listening to him I looked into the mirror, his one hand is on my boobs, another on my cunt, handling them. From behind his manhood is pressing on my back. We just had sex in the bathroom and he is ready for another round. I looked at the time and decided who was going to ask about coming late and led him to the bed. I got up and went to the bathroom and came back and dressed. By the time Kumar dressed and went to the dining room, we completed our breakfast and went to the office. Joy is sitting in her cabin and working. Loveleen not yet come. Kumar asked the office boy to bring the interface instrument from his car and place it on his table. Kumar called Joy and asked her to load AI software in his system. She sat on his chair and loaded the software from the server. She typed something in there and said now the software is ready. Kumar nodded and sat down on the chair, said to me to connect the EEG leads on his head. I placed the leads on each side of his head. Kumar said, switch on the machine. I put the power cord in the UPS power and switched on. He looked at the AI readings. He sat back in a relaxing position and closed his eyes. I looked at the computer screen and looked at Joy. Joy looked at the screen and said, AI is reading the input it is receiving. After perhaps half an hour he opened the eyes and asked me to remove the leads. I removed the leads and he typed something on the keyboard and looked at the screen. Now the screen showed running matter, and when it finishes he checked the directory and said, it seems it can recognize the matter and can sort it through. I jumped with joy and hugged Joy, who was standing beside me. Kumar started reading the matter and started noting down something on paper. Then he typed and sent it through data transfer and sat back on his chair. I asked him, so what did you find? He said, I noted down points related to the lab and sent them in the mail the action to be taken. I asked, then they can start the production of the cure. He said, I sent them the medicines for the cure. For the vaccine I have to work a little more. Then they have to receive the chemicals also. Kumar said, I will try some more time. This time I will check about the future events. He asked me to put the leads on and then switched on the interface and sat back closing his eyes. I told Joy to go and look after her work, I will watch Kumar. She went away and I sat there looking at Kumar. This time he had taken more than 2 hours. When he opened his eyes, I removed the leads and he got up and came and sat on the sofa. He asked for some water and then he asked for a cup of tea. I called pantry and told them to send 2 cups of tea. Kumar drank the tea and relaxed. I asked, how are you feeling? Kumar said, it feels as if a weight has been removed from my head. The heaviness has gone. I feels like I can take up some more work. I said, that is nice to know. Let us go home, better relax for some time. Kumar said, we will go at the lunchtime after 1 hour. Let me check what things we can take up immediately. I let him work until lunchtime. Then I said, to come for lunch I am going home and will set up the table. Kumar nodded his head and continued his work. I came back, arranged the table, and he had not yet come home. I had to ring him twice before he came home. We had our lunch and went and sat on the sofa. Kumar said, now I can concentrate on the future events as I had a good idea of how it was going, in which direction. I may require another 2 to 3 hours of time with the interface to clear my mind of all this junk cluttering my brain with the things. Then I will be free of all this. I asked, if you clear your mind, won't you forget everything that is going to happen and you may not remember that at the required time, like in a meeting with the consortium? Kumar thought for a minute and said, that is also there. But important things are never forgotten, they stay safe somewhere in the mind. Kumar went back to the office and called Loveleen. I let them discuss what they want and went out to meet a client. This client is a hospital. The hospital was newly constructed and was about to start its operations. I went and met the MD of the hospital, who is the doctor himself. His name is Dr. Jason Rodriguez. His daughter Amanda looks after the management of the hospital. He introduced me to his daughter. We discussed the pricing and I promised them I would help them set up the hospital, as I had done with our hospital in Hyderabad. Amanda asked, if you helped set up the hospital, then why are not you running the hospital there? I said, I don't want to stay away from my husband, so I came here to look after his software company. Recently I had set up an R&D lab near Vizag. Amanda asked, what are you researching there? I said, we are into virus cures. We have been tasked with a deadly virus. Whoever was infected by the virus was dying within hours. Jason asked, then why didn't we hear about it? I said, it was kept a secret by the government. Our country's president was about to make an announcement after inaugurating our lab, but I think the government pulled the plug on the announcement. Amanda asked, how serious is the threat? I said, I can't talk about its origins, but it is a very credible threat. If the virus infects the general population, half of the country's population would be dead within months. Amanda asked, then how are you dealing with creating a cure? I said, we already found some chemical combinations for a medicine. But our main target is to find a vaccine for the virus. It is the only way the virus could be managed. Amanda asked, so, what are they doing to contain the virus? I said, they have barricaded the area when I last saw it. Amanda asked, you went to the area? I said, we went there to collect the samples, with full body protection and all. They have military monitoring the area with full fencing. Amanda asked, so how much did you spend on the lab? I said, until now we spent around 30 crores for building and equipment excluding the land. She asked, how much land are you using? I said, the primary land for the lab is around 10 acres. And we are using more land as a buffer. She asked, how did you manage the funding? I said, 50% of the funding is mine and the rest of it my friends chipped in. Amanda asked, who is looking after the research? I said, we got a Russian scientist by the name Dmitry, he is the head and he had an assistant too from Russia. All the equipment is imported from Russia. Amanda asked, so how close you came to for finding the vaccine? I said, my husband Kumar visited them and gave them some instructions on how to proceed with the vaccine development. Amanda asked, I think he is in the software field, how can he do that? I said, he says he got a link to the future, he is developing an AI, that is artificial intelligence software to retrieve information. He already passed on the medicine chemical combination to the lab for testing. He is waiting for future people to find the vaccine to pass it on to the lab for testing. Jason said, it seems he is more resourceful than we thought. I said, do you know they have a consortium of big companies, looking into future products. Recently they got a contract for the railway ticketing system, where they will use the data transfer technology developed by Kumar. We are using the same to communicate with the lab. He prepares a document and sends it to the server and the lab receives the document in their system immediately. First he developed the software for a courier company and they paid him 50 lakhs, that was his seed money for this company. Now we are manufacturing electronics components and assemble computers in our factory. I got the quotation for the computers, these are all assembled in our factory, that is the reason we can give them at the lowest price in the market. Now big brands are asking us to assemble them in our factory and supply them. If they are importing them, the import duties are higher than importing kits. Nowadays we are only importing main components like chips and we are making the other items here. From PCBs to heatsinks, fans, resistors and capacitors, etc. In a year or two, our hardware division will surpass the software division. Jason said, so you have 3 divisions: software, hardware and lab. Amanda asked, how the investment structure is made up of. I said, our software company is 50% Kumar, 25% mine and 25% our development partner. The assembly division is 70% Kumar and another 30% to his 3 partners who are looking after the division. About the manufacturing company, I don't know exactly the share capital structure. Because it was invested by one Mr. Bob, who made the investment in the manufacturing company, which I with my friends was contemplating, and he made us invest in the lab and he got the equipment from the USA and paid for the import duties too. I think he has a problem paying in Russian rubles, so he made us do the switch. They looked at each other's faces. I said, sorry, I must be talking too much. Amanda said, it is not your mistake, we were inquiring, we heard Kumar is just a commerce graduate. We were wondering how he could develop software, or is it his partner's knowledge he is exploiting? I said, it is not like that, it was he who gave life to Joy, our partner. When I met him at his sister's marriage, Joy, Leena's mother and his girlfriend Sunita were missing and their whereabouts are unknown. Joy and Leena's mother Sahiti were kidnapped by a gang. In fact, Joy was paid by her senior at USA College to kidnap her and put her in a dark room. Sahiti was also kidnapped by the same gang and sold off. Then Sunita was presumed dead in a plane crash, she was working as an air hostess. When I asked him to develop the hospital software, he just did it from his memory, he did not even take input from me. After completing the software, he gave it to me to test. I only did minor changes to the software. He said I had already given him all the required information. When we were in the testing phase, we found his partner Joy in a police station. They arrested her with a bunch of prostitutes. She was being taken to be sold off. He got her released by the SI and the man who was transporting them, but they could not get any clues. Then he had to run an operation with the help of police to find the kidnappers and at last found Leena's mother Sahiti in Calcutta, where she was taken by her buyer. But how did you know he just studied commerce degree? Jason said, at the party Raj was talking about Kumar and their friendship, he must have had 2 or 3 pegs already. He was telling the gathering how he met Kumar when he came for his holidays. How Kumar and Sahiti met and how he arranged for them to come close. How Leena was conceived and how Sahiti gave birth to Leena and left the baby. We did not understand what he said about her time traveling and all that. I don't want to elaborate on that and said, I also don't understand all that. But seeing Leena all grown up we have to believe it. Leena is someone else, he just says she is his daughter for her sake. Amanda said, I also thought so. So, what you are saying is that he already know the software when you met him. I said, I stayed with him for more than 2 weeks while he developed the hospital software. He did not refer to a book, he did not even consult me about what he should make. He also developed factory software keeping the future in mind. He says whatever he does, he keeps in mind the future. He wants to bring internet to us. He says it will not be until 1995 that the internet would be in India from the government, that too through the telephone lines. He wants to get the internet through cables, which will be many times faster. Amanda asked, but what is the internet? I said, the internet is what connects us to the rest of the world. Any information can be exchanged in a matter of minutes. He says there will be mobile telephones. We can talk with anyone in the world while traveling or on the move. We don't have to worry that we will miss communications. They are already working on that, all they need is licensing from the government. They have already leased a transponder on INSAT 1C. She asked, you mean the satellite? I said, yes. She asked, what are they going to do with it? I said, they will be using it in communications, I don't have an exact idea. Then he says we can watch the surgeries from far away and can give our expert opinion during the surgery. Then there will be robotic arms helping in surgeries. So much new technology will be used in healthcare and hospitals. He is preparing a document and will be submitting them to his consortium. She asked, who are the part of the consortium? I said, all the big companies are part of the consortium. But Mr. Godrej is closest to him. Mr. Tata takes the lead in the discussions. Or the government calls him for consultations. Then Mr. Mehta comes to the meetings, Mr. Birla and most of the top industrialists are part of the group. Amanda said, we got lot of information from you, let us go and visit the hospital and see what are the requirements to be met. Kumar. I called Loveleen to discuss the matter of Prachi and Pratap Singh. Loveleen got the information that Sonia made contact with Prachi with the help of Guru. She told Guru not to reveal her identity as Loveleen and instead introduce her as Sonia, his friend. Then Sonia met her casually at a theatre and made an acquaintance of her and gave her some tips about approaching boys and how to make friends. She also gave her tips on makeup and made her agree to have a complete makeover. If she is scared, Sonia would make full payment, and if only if she is satisfied with the outcome, pay her back. Sonia is in the process of transforming Prachi at a beauty salon. I asked, is there any movement in Surendra and CM's daughter? Loveleen explained now Sonia will meet Surendra through Prachi and try to influence him, and somehow he has to meet Vijeta. I told Loveleen to ask Guru to throw a party and invite all of them to the party. Let Prachi's sister also attend the party. Now if he sees Kajal with Prachi, he would certainly fall for Prachi. Then we can go forward with the next part of the plan. At the party let Surendra meet Vijeta. Here Vijeta has to fall for Surendra, that is important. Only Surendra falling for her is not enough. If we get advance information about the party, we can go over and watch the proceedings. Loveleen asked, how can I be there? I said, we will make some arrangements. I asked Loveleen to attach the leads, she did it. I told her if she has any other works she can check them out. She said, I will speak with Sonia about the party. She went away to speak with Sonia. I switched on the interface and closed my eyes. Nandini. We made a round of the hospital and I gave her some advice on where services can be improved. When we finished the tour, I said, I will have her the quote for the application and I already submitted the hardware quote. Please consider the purchases. I reached the office and while entering the door, I saw Loveleen come out of Kumar's cabin. I smiled at her and she smiled back and asked, went to meet a client. I nodded my head and said, a hospital. I opened the door and entered Kumar's cabin and he sat there with the leads and machine switched on. I looked at the computer and it is showing the data being received from the machine and being sorted by the AI. I sat there watching him. 2 hours passed and there is no movement from him. I went to him and checked his breathing, and it is even. So, I touched his shoulder and looked at the monitor. The data display slowed and stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. I removed the leads. He waited for some time and got up. I took him to the house and sat him at the dining table. I brought the serving bowls and placed them on the table and served him. He ate silently and got up to wash his hand. Then he came and sat on the sofa, putting his legs on the table and sat in a relaxed pose. Then he closed his eyes. I let him be and I sat beside him. I heard the telephone ring and woke up. It seems I sat with him and went to sleep. I looked at Kumar and his eyes were still closed. I got up and lifted the receiver and said hello. It is from the office. Receptionist said, there is a call from Amanda. I said, connect me. She wanted some confirmation about the software. I spoke with her and cut the call. I looked at Kumar, his eyes are still closed. I went and checked his pulse. His pulse is okay. It seems he is in deep meditation. I could not leave him like that and sat back with him. Kumar opened his eyes after 1 hour, said, sorry I could not respond to you, I was receiving the information from somewhere else. This time it is another Kumar. He is sitting in a court and the court case is about his company. Still, he is smiling. That case would be a sham. Even if the opposite person wins the case, he would not lose anything. That is the last scene I received. I have to upload and see what that means. As my mind is getting cleared, I am getting more information. I don't know how it will be helpful for me. We went to the office and Kumar asked me to connect the leads and switched on the interface. Seeing the data received by AI, I went to check my work. Kumar. The story I received is another Kumar who started his Bombay journey after his SSC results. Here he had a close friendship with Suri and his sisters. But they marry and go away. Then he meets Sahiti and he joins in the typing institute and then joins the courier company. I worked as a typist. Then Sahiti and he goes to Delhi for an interview and gets their jobs in a hotel. Then she goes missing and he leaves the hotel and later joins the paints company as a data entry operator and later develops software and gets elevated to the EDP manager. Then when he goes to Madras he meets Sunita who is visiting her sister and working as a receptionist at the hotel he stayed. Sunita's sister Ladher and her husband are his classmate. He then asks Ladher to get Sunita's introduction and they both fly back to Bombay together. Then she gets appointed in the airlines and goes for training in Delhi. He follows her and they stay in his hotel room for some time together. Then when they were about to get married, she cancels the wedding, goes and comes back with a 2-year-old son named Atul. Now dead Kumar also has 2 children from Sneha, Atul and Reena. Then Sunita's work in the airlines brings a little distance between them. At this time, he meets Loveleen during his train journey to Delhi and they connect and have sex in the train. From that time, he goes to visit her in her flat. Then Loveleen conceives and gives birth to a boy named Dhruv. After that she goes back to stay with her husband and gives the flat to him for running his software firm. Then they take a bigger place for his software firm and he let his new developer Joy to stay at this flat. One day he takes her to the flat after she sprains her leg and had to stay there because of the rains. He felt for her safety and stays more days with her. By this time Sunita leaves the airline's job and starts working as an operations director. Now Joy and Loveleen also invest with the company. Next, he meets Nandini when he goes to Hyderabad for developing hospital software. Somehow she connects with him and comes to work with him in his software firm by investing with him. They go for a software contract in the USA and Joy avoids going there fearing for her safety. Nandini seduces him after he had a peg or two and they return back. When Nandini finds he had a son with Loveleen, she leaves him and goes back to Hyderabad. He cajoles her and brings her back to Bombay by renting her a flat. Then Sunita has a change of heart and they come closer and she conceives. Now Joy and Nandini go to court to dissolve the company and get their money back. He safeguards his interests by transferring the product licenses to a firm named after Atul and Dhruv. They purchase the computers and servers by a third party paid by Loveleen. Joy and Nandini take whatever money they could milk from the company and go away. Joy was killed by her senior as she loses Kumar's protection, whereas dead Kumar saves her. I saved the story as one of Kumar's alternate timelines. Now from this, I know of another Kumar timeline. He does not meet Sneha, but he had close relations with Suri's sisters, as they study with him. Here Loveleen's husband is important too but not violent. He helps her conceive and her husband accepts the kid as his own. Sunita works as an air hostess and like in Dead Kumar starts working as an operations manager in the software firm. Here she leaves the job voluntarily, but for some reason keeps him away, which pulls him to Loveleen and then to Nandini. This could be the reason I would feel if Nandini leaves me, she would destroy our software firm. Somehow I felt this Kumar uses Nandini, and when he finds Sunita is back with him, he ignores Nandini and he gets a child with Sunita too. Which infuriates Nandini to go for filing insolvency petition. Here he is at a mistake in relation to Nandini, not with Sunita and getting a child with her. But Joy has no authority to involve with Nandini to bring the company down. Which might be the reason for her untimely death. I checked through the saved files and found Dead Kumar's Leena's family details. He has started his junior college in Vijayawada, staying at our grandfather's house in one town. Now he can see Sneha's house from his terrace and he found her looking at him from her terrace like me. From what I know about grandfather's clinic, he used to have it in near the new temples and beside the photo studio. It seems with the Kumar's help grandfather shifted the clinic to near the house and used to run it. He had made friends with Sneha and spent 2 years with her, but it seems he has no love for her. It seems he treated her as a friend on par with Srinu and Pradeep. Only thing they had spent more time than with the others. When she was taken away to her village, he did not have any regrets and went to Bombay and joined the college and also did his CA at the same time. He met Sahiti in similar circumstances to me, but when he joined the Godrej she was already working there. They continued their friendship, I won't call it dating, before marrying. Main events in his life are Sahiti's kidnap and later Leena's kidnap. Now I know this Leena had spent around 4 years with the dead Kumar. She went back and became what? A microbiologist or virologist. Who had diverted her to that line? Has Bob had any hand in that? This Kumar doesn't have much story except he became a chief accountant in Godrej. I think he should have started his own firm. He doesn't have many assets except his house. But the way he saved Loveleen from certain death is commendable. Then his way of giving her Dhruv was funny, going through artificial insemination and all. He was all like modern Rama, I will not touch another girl. Did he not understand Neetu's advances or did he play blind in relation with her? I found other timeline stories and I put them aside to read at a later time. Now I have to see what they are doing about finding the vaccine. I have already gave them instructions on making the vaccine and got them the required chemicals. I noted down the process they have used to create the vaccine and send it to Dimitri through the server, hoping they would be able to develop the vaccines. I started to note down pending works. Help Loveleen with her father to become CM. Find other uses for the interface developed. Make AI better software. Increase the assembly of products. Using INSAT transponder for communications. Mobile telephony. Until the mobile towers are installed, use satellite phones as an alternative. Cable internet rather than telephone internet. Looking into the television industry. Using the cables used to access the internet, can it be used for cable TV or vice versa? Development of CCTV technology. What about Wi-Fi connectivity? What other kinds of connectivity are available? Now we are using floppies, what else will be used in the future? I put an order for getting 50 sets of satellite phones. If not taken by anyone, we can use it for our lab and where they can use for emergency purposes. I already ordered dish antenna for installing at our office. Phone rang, I lifted the receiver and said, hello. It is Loveleen. I asked, what happened? She said, Nishita came to me crying her father is not accepting their alliance. I asked, what is his objection? He is saying you people are not genuine and you eat non-veg. I said, I want to speak with him, where he is available. She must have asked Nishita, she is saying he works in paints company at Vakola. I said, I know it, we used to pass it many times. She said he is in the purchase department. I said, I will go and meet him. I took the car and drove via car subway and reached Vakola and stopped outside the company, parked under a tree and went to the security and signed the register and went inside. I went and asked the receptionist about Mr. Patel. She called him and said, there is a visitor for you. Patel came out of the office to the reception area. Patel is a fair old man with only half of his hair on his head, a little fat and around 5 feet 8 inches in height. I went and shook his hand and said, I am Kumar, can we sit and talk somewhere? Patel said, we can sit here or in the canteen. I said, then canteen. We went and sat away from the cash counter and a boy came and asked, what would you like to have? I said, 1 tea for me, and looked at Patel. Patel said, get me a cool drink. The boy went away and I waited for him to serve us the order, and when the boy went away, I asked, you were rejecting our marriage alliance, what could be the reason? Patel said, I did not like his kundali. I said, do you know how to see a kundali? Did you not think there could be a little time difference? Patel said, I looked at it and I did not like it. I said, I also don't like so many things, am I going around objecting to those things? Patel asked, what are you not objecting to? I said, certain old man catches young girl's hand and calls them to his room, did I go and tell his wife? Patel said, what are you talking about? I said, I did not even mention it to his daughter, what would she think of him? Dirty jokes telling is okay, go and catch a young married woman's hand, and asking her for a night. You know what they call it in the future, sexual harassment, and take stringent action against them. Patel said, why are you talking about the future? I said, I know the future and your future, I can see it in front of my eyes. What is your MD's name? I forgot, I think he is Mr. Hatim Merchant, he is calling you and asking what did I hear, is it correct? And you would say what did you hear, sir? He says what is your age, why don't you act your age? I think you have served enough, why don't you go and sit at home? Then he will call Mr. Muralidharan and HR Khan and says to prepare your retirement papers as you are taking voluntary retirement. Then when you take your retirement papers and the staff were giving you a party and police will enter and ask you to come with them. You will ask what is the charge, he will say we will talk about it at the police station. You will insist on them telling it. Then he will ask you once more, do you want to know around all these people? Then you will say okay, I will come with you. Do you want to know any more? Patel asks, so, what do you want to say? I said, if you agree to the marriage of your daughter with my brother, then you will be my brother's father-in-law, then my hands will be tied to that, I can't do anything. Patel sat there thinking and asks, how do you know I caught any girl's hand? I said, Rajesh told me. No, it is Jatan. No, it is the lady whose hand you caught, Sneha. She said she resigned, and when I asked her what is the reason, she told me you caught her hand and asked for a night. Patel said, I just did it for fun. I said, there is a limit to having fun. If you had done that for fun, you would have told her sorry immediately and she would not have resigned from the job. Leave that all. What about the marriage? If you don't agree, another surprise is waiting for you. Patel asked, what is it? I said, do you want me to tell you? Patel asked, tell me. I said, then I am telling you because you asked for it. She is 7 weeks pregnant. Patel asked, what are you talking? My daughter is not like that. I said, your daughter is not like that, but our family is like that only. I had a daughter before marriage. What if my brother gets his daughter before marriage? We don't have a problem. It is you who has to show your face in your community. I can perform their wedding in a temple and send them abroad. Patel asked, what will he do going abroad? I asked, what do you think he is doing now? He is looking after 20 crores worth of factory. I gave my friends shares in running the factory. Can't I give him my share in the factory? He will help us from abroad. We are planning a branch there. I already got a person there. He will go there and look after the branch. He sat there thinking perhaps for 5 minutes. Then said, I am only agreeing to their marriage because Nishita is pregnant. I don't want to separate the baby from its father. I said, then go and make arrangements for the marriage. My father will come to meet you. Don't make a scene in front of him. Don't forget the police would be waiting outside the gate. I thought I should send my father in a police jeep. I got up and said, remember what I said, if you don't believe me I can make a call and the police will be here in a minute, then you won't have any chance of defending yourself. He said, okay, I have agreed to the marriage, now don't make any more scenes here. I came out, took the car and reached the office. I stopped the car outside the office and got down. A watchman came to me and took me aside so no one can watch from inside and said, Dolly seemed to have jumped jail. She is inside, she is not threatening or anything, so I did not inform the department without informing you first. I said, she must have come asking for help. If I come and stand at the window facing inside, you call and inform the department. If I look outside, you come inside. Okay. He said, okay. I went inside the door and Joy was making some signs. I nodded my head and entered my cabin. Dolly was facing my chair and I went and sat down on the chair. I said, hello Dolly, how come you are here? Where did you go away? Did you shift to Calcutta? Dolly looked at me to trust me or not, and then she said, I was arrested and I got help from someone inside and jumped jail. I said, tell me, what can I do? Dolly said, you have to help me get out of the country. I asked, how can I do that? I don't have any contacts outside. Dolly looked around in despair and asked, what is that machine? I said, that is the machine I check the future with. Dolly asked with surprise written all over her face, how can you check the future with that? I said, I connect the leads to my head here and here indicating both sides of the head and then I switch on the machine, it will show me the future in the system. I get some information from the future. There is going to be mobile phone introduction in 1996 and also internet. Then our company will be multi-billion company by then. I see bomb blasts all around in Bombay. She asked, can you see all that? I said, it reads all that from my mind into the system. You want to check your future? Dolly sat there hesitating. I said, then I will connect myself and show you, but somebody has to come and fix them on my head. She said, I will do it. I said, put them here and here, indicating with my fingers. She got up and attached the leads on my head. I said, sit there, don't disturb me. I closed my eyes. Nandini. Joy came to my room and said, Dolly came and sat in Kumar's room and Kumar went into his room. I think he spoke to the watchman, who had warned him. What shall we do? I said, let us go and see what they are doing. We went near his door and Kumar is asking her to fix the leads on his head. We stood by the door and looked inside. He switched on the machine and said to her not to disturb him. What is his play? After a few minutes he opened his eyes and removed the leads and told her, you were sitting in a political office, there is a U-shaped sofa and some policemen enter the office and you try to get away from them but they catch you and the politician's PA comes and tells that she is the one came to meet his boss. They take you away and put you in jail. When asked about her accomplices she tells them about a certain RK and they also arrest him. Then after some time a person looking like me comes and meets you. He asks, why did you get me killed? You reply, why would I kill you? I might kill you if you are a witness or something like that. I don't have anything against you. But I got Joy kidnapped while she is coming to see your body. But how did you rise from the dead? I say that I am not the same person, as someone who looks like him. Do you want to know more? She says, so this machine can show the future, whose future it will show? Can it show the past too? He said, yes, certainly. She says, then I want to see who has put me in jail. He said, okay, sit, I will put the leads on you. You don't open your eyes until I tell you, otherwise you may not remember anything. She nods her head. He puts the leads on her head and Kumar types something on the keyboard and then switches the machine. Seeing us at the door, he slowly gets up from the chairs and comes to the door and opens the door and comes out and closes the door. I asked, what are you doing? Kumar says, I am cleaning her mind of all the details of her activities. Then I will pass it on to the police. I will check how much I am getting into the system. You inform the SI to come to take her back. I rang up the SI from the phone book and told him I am Nandini, Kumar's wife. Dolly is sitting in his cabin and he told me to tell you to come and pick her up. He asked, is she armed? I said, nothing like that, she came to him to ask for help. He got her on an interface machine, it will pick her brain and you can get all her activities. He said, I am leaving just now. I said, there is no urgency, she will not open her eyes for another 1 hour at least. Kumar. I kept looking at the data received by the AI. After 1 hour the data retrieval slowed down. I switched off the machine and removed the leads and woke her up. She opened her eyes and asked, where am I? I said, you are in my office. Where is your office? She asked. In Santa Cruz, I replied. She asked, who are you? I now know the machine really cleaned her brain. What she might have thought when the machine was connected. It seems she went into a kind of amnesia. At least she will not do this kind of activities again. When the police came I told her, these police came for your security and they will take you to your home. I called the SI in and said, this machine retrieved her mind, I will print them and pass them on to you. It seems she has forgotten everything, so put her in a mental asylum instead of jail. He said, he will get her checked by a doctor and do what they say. One thing is clear for us, even if she remembers us, she will think of me as a well-wisher. I said, call Sahiti, I will try to clear her bad memories. Maybe we can use this machine for some kind of therapy. Joy came and asked, the Sunday is Nandini's birthday, what are you planning? I said, we will plan for a party on Saturday evening. Inform Krishna to make arrangements. Then call and inform all the customers. I will inform my family and her family and friends. Possibly her friends will come over. Joy said, I will inform Krishna, and went over. I called mom and said, I am arranging a party on Saturday evening for Nandini's birthday. Then I called Loveleen and informed her about the party. Then I prepared an invitation and put it on the server for general information. I will call them individually for the party. I called Praveen, he is still in Hyderabad to fix his alliance with Karishma. I told him this Sunday would be Nandini's birthday, so I am arranging for a party on Saturday night, it is your duty to get all her friends for the party. Praveen said, I will inform Karishma and round up all the friends and come to the party. I said, if you have any problem arranging tickets, please let me know. Praveen said, I will arrange the tickets, it is no problem. I called Mr. Godrej and spoke about using satellite phones instead of mobile at present for our communications. I can connect our server to the INSAT transponder we rented and can use with satellite phones. I have already put an order for those phones. We can use them without having to go through US satellites. He said, it's a good idea, I will inform others. I said, we will discuss this further at the Saturday party. He said, okay, and cut the call. Nandini. When the police took Dolly away, I went to Kumar's cabin and asked what just happened. I said, Dolly's mind might have been cleaned by the machine. She went into some kind of amnesia. I tweaked the machine to retrieve all her memories. I said, be careful when you connect to the machine. Kumar said, I don't have much use for the machine now. Maybe once in a week would do the trick. I said, I am telling you to be careful when you connect the next time. Kumar said, I know that. I am thinking of cleaning up the bad memories from Sahiti. I don't know how much she endured when kidnapped. I said, you better be careful with her too, what if she loses the memory like Dolly? Kumar looked at me, nodded his head and said, that is the reason I am using AI and I am putting some security patch so this will not happen. I did that as a test subject, I think what I thought was successful. I asked, do you mean to say you did that purposefully? Kumar said, yes, I don't want her to go and tell her gang to target us. If she came here means she has some doubts. She wanted to find out who has put her in jail. Whatever our work has been completed. What did you find from using the machine on yourself? Kumar said, I found about other timelines, which were all jumbled up earlier. The AI has separated those timelines and I made some notes about them. I asked, can I see them? Kumar said, I am still making notes, when I complete them you can read them. Otherwise, I won't know if I am mixing the timelines. This Saturday evening I am arranging a party. I asked, what is the occasion? Kumar said, I want to announce the engagement of Ram with Nishita. I said, oh, okay. Doesn't he remember my birthday on Sunday? Okay, let it be, I will take revenge on him. I said, I am going to my cabin, and left him to his work. On the way I met Joy, she winked at me, what does she mean by her winking? I saw Loveleen coming from out and going to his room. I wanted to go behind her and see what they are discussing. I controlled myself and went and sat on the chair. The receptionist called and said, call from Amanda. I said, connect. We spoke about the pricing and I remembered about the party. I said, we have a party on Saturday. Amanda said, I have already received the invitation. They have already sent the invitations. Who has done that? Is Joy winking for that? Is Kumar planning a surprise party for me? That is the reason they could be doing everything behind my back. Loveleen. I went to ask him about the Saturday party organized by Guru. Now he says on Sunday Nandini's birthday, so he is organizing a party on Saturday, possibly cutting the cake at 12 midnight. I asked, what shall I tell them? He said, let the two couples get connected, we have to see their reaction to their coming close. Then we have to organize our own party and they should attend that and we have to find a way to make them come closer if they are not already close. Maybe arrange an outing for them. Let us see how that works out. It seems whenever my work comes up, he is busy with something else. It seems he wants me to take decisions. I sat there looking at him working. Suddenly he said, do you know we two have close relations on all the timelines? I am correlating all the timeline data I have received. In one timeline I have studied, you were married and your husband is soft but he could not give you a child. We met on a train journey and have a relationship from then on. You also know Sunita is a friend, who is my wife there. There I get a boy with Sahiti, and she dies in childbirth. You ask me to give a child and Dhruv was born to us. Then you go back to your husband. You did not give any more details about him. Then you gave me your flat to start the software company and then you also invest in the company. Joy also invests with us at the time. Later Nandini comes to us for hospital software and she comes to Bombay with me and she also invests with me. Later when she finds out I am back with Sunita, both Nandini and Joy go to court and dissolve the company. You and I plan before and start a company with both the children's names and transfer all the trademarks and software licenses to that company. Then when the company is dissolved you purchase the hardware through someone else. So, we are saved from insolvency. In another timeline it is totally different. He studies first year junior college and come to Bombay. Then he studies for an accountancy diploma and later he completes his degree. During his degree, he meets Nandini through pen friendship. He meets her during his first year in Guntur where she is from. Then when he goes to Hyderabad for his second year and she calls him to her house when her parents are away. When he goes there for third year exams, she comes over to his sister's house and meets with his sister's mother-in-law, and when he calls her to meet him, she breaks up with him. Nothing about her after that. Then he knows Sahiti but just a casual friendship. Then he joins the paints company as EDP in charge when he was traveling to Delhi for software installation. Loveleen was going for marriage there, and they connect and after marriage, she comes to his hotel room and they came back together and marry later. Then they start to grow apart. Here it seems the time split starts. In one timeline they came back together and got kids. In another timeline, they are divorced and she goes over to Delhi. Then he appoints Joy at his company as a developer and they go to the USA for a contract. There her husband comes to the party and tries to hurt her. Instead he hurt himself and was taken to jail. She files for divorce and they come back to India. Then on the 2000 New Year Eve party, he comes and murders her. Then his PA comes closer to him. At the time Loveleen enter into his life again. This time they remarry and have children and she dies in an accident. I continued, I still have to read other timelines. Up to what I have read, we used to have some connection in other timelines too. In two timelines I explained now we were married. In another timeline, we both were already married when we met and continue our affair. In the first book I read about dead Kumar, he was twice married when you both meet. You met them when you hit his scooter with your car and you give him your card and go away. Then the next day he comes to your office and shows he is not hurt and then you start asking for his details. By that time, you are separated and you use Kumar's semen by drugging him to get pregnant. Then he helps your father win the elections. Your father announces your pregnancy on the TV with Guru. Later you come back to Bombay and give birth to Dhruv and you help Kumar in the business. When Guru is killed you come back, and you both start expanding the business to the south. Before that he creates the data transfer software and sells it to the courier company and later develops Pan-India Matrimonial and in a JV with you as the head of the courier company starts operations. Now when coming back from the meeting, you sprain your ankle and he catches you at the waist to take you inside. That is when you both realize you are meant for each other. You take him to Delhi and stay at the hotel to have an affair. Then you two start to move around the country and maintain the affair until he is killed saving Joy. Then my alter ego goes there and marries Sunita by getting a letter from Sahiti that he is not her husband Kumar. Now recently I have had a peek into an old Sneha asking young Kumar to save her nieces. Bob contacts him and gets them back. Here he is instructing that Kumar should look after some production and not waste time searching for these girls. Same information I used to save Nandini and her friends. All other Kumars have gone well into their 50s. Now, this Kumar is younger than me. And Bob gave him some work. So, it is not me alone Bob is helping or taking help from. Now except for dead Kumar and Leena whom he had taken to his house and who goes back I can't find any reference to Bob that also I am assuming he has hand in that. I have to check other stories to find references to Bob. From what Kumar says I am one of his priority persons in his life. That could be the reason he is keeping me close. All that talk about investing and making my father CM might be to get me to come closer to him and get me to get interested in his businesses. What is the need for him to get investment from me? Electronics production had been invested by Bob and the lab is invested by Nandini and her friends. Where did he take my investment? He did not even ask me any amount to invest. He did not care about spending on expenses also. He would be booking the tickets if he can. He does not care for money, even for the construction of the lab, they did not spare any expenses. For the makeup man how he had spent the money from his own pocket, even though it is for our operation. I don't know what he had paid those girls Dimple and Sonia, they did not ask for any payments. They have so much respect for him, that I think they would do his work freely. How many girls he had freed from Dolly and her gang and he had rehabilitated all of them one way or another. From what he says about timelines, he is not going to leave me and go anywhere. I am going to be a part of his life and it seems he is going to give me a son named Dhruv too. I have to see when he does that. Kumar looked at his watch and said, let us break for lunch, we will speak after lunch. He gets up and goes to Nandini's cabin to call her for lunch. When Nandini was away, he used to come to my house for lunch. Now I have to have lunch alone. Kumar must have seen me standing there, he said, come let us have lunch at my house. I said, Jyoti must have prepared something. Kumar said, then tell her to bring it to our house, and we will share. When Kumar said those words I felt very happy, he is including me in his life, and his reading about other timelines must be having some effect on his behavior. Until now he must be wondering what my role in his life is, it must have been confirmed now after reading about other timelines. Nandini and Kumar left for their house, I went behind them and knocked on the back door and when Jyoti opened the door, I told her to bring the lunch dishes to Kumar's house and went behind them. Nandini. Why is Loveleen coming behind us? It seems Kumar called her for lunch. He opened the back door with his keys and we entered the room we went in and Kumar sat at the dining table. Loveleen came from behind and sat down beside Kumar. I went into the kitchen to bring the dishes. I heard a knock on the back door. I went and opened it. Jyoti is standing there with dishes in her hand. I asked, what is it? She said, Madam told me to bring them here. I said, okay, put them on the table, and went into the kitchen to get more dishes. I sat opposite them at the table. I looked at them interacting while eating. It seems they were having lunch together for some time. They must have connected in my absence. But today, I saw a sea of change in Loveen's demeanor. What is that I can't put my hand on it? It seems Kumar must have spoken to her about his visions. What did he say to her to make her more amenable to him? Does that mean they are coming closer or what? Kumar said, what are looking at stopping your eating? I said, I am thinking I am seeing a change in you. Kumar said, it might be because I am clearing my mind from clutter. I said, I am also seeing a physical change in you. You have become taller and also put on weight. Kumar said, that is what I am wondering, now I have to change my wardrobe. I am just saying those things just for saying something to distract his attention from Loveleen. What did he find in his memories? He is acting so close to her. This is the first time he called her for lunch in my presence. I don't know about the time I was not here. Did I make a mistake going away? I had to do that for the country's sake. I have to check them up on how they were successful in creating the vaccine. Then I have to call them for the party. I have to see if they can make time for that. Then Sonali and her father might come and we have to discuss the manufacturing of the medicines and see if they can take up the manufacturing of the vaccine. Chapter 5. Loveleen. Day of the party, and I am concerned about how the party is going on in Delhi. At first, we thought we would go to the party in Delhi, but the last-minute arrangement of the party for Nandini changed the whole scenario. Now Kumar did not inform Nandini, the party is for her birthday. They plan to have her birthday after midnight. Her friends have arrived from Hyderabad, but they are staying in my house to hide from Nandini. I made arrangements for their stay and for enjoying the party. All the food items are being rerouted to them. It is 8 p.m. and all the VIP guests have arrived, and Kumar called for attention. Everyone turned toward him what announcement he is going to make. He called his brother Ram and Nishita and said, "Today I am here to announce the engagement of my brother Ram with Nishita Patel." He handed them rings to exchange. Her father is looking standing with her mother from a distance. He kept his face deadpan, he did not even clap when they exchanged rings. But her mother clapped and went and kissed her on the cheek. Then Kumar's mother went and kissed her on the cheek. So, everyone went and started congratulating them. Now Kumar again called for attention. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Kumar. I thought he is going to announce Nandini's birthday. But instead of that, he said, "As you are aware, I have a 70% share in the computer assembly company. On this happy occasion I am transferring my share to these couples at 35% each. These are share transfer certificates," and handed both of them some papers. I stood there looking stunned at what Kumar had done. It seems he made an agreement with Mr. Patel to transfer his shares as part of their marriage. If I am feeling like this, what is Nandini's feeling? I looked around for her, but she is not seen anywhere. He had given the assembly company to them, what about the manufacturing company? He might have felt it is not his investment, so not his company to give away. What would be the value of the assembly company? What is the reaction of his family to the transfer of the company? Now again the congratulating the couples resumed. I saw Nandini coming and I went towards her. Nandini asked, "What happened here?" I asked, "Where did you go?" Nandini said, "If you don't tell me, do you think I would not know?" I asked, "What did you come to know?" Nandini said, "My friends were at your place. They called me to tell me that Dimitri had arrived." I said, "They are really fools. Kumar just announced the engagement of Ram and Nishita." Nandini asked, "And?" I said, "And he had given them the computer assembly as their wedding gift." Nandini asked, "Why do you think he did that? Is there something to do with his knowledge of other timelines?" I said, "It could have." Nandini went to Kumar and took him aside. I followed them. Nandini asked, "Why did you give them the company share?" Kumar answered, "When a new Kumar went to them, they have taken their share and split from the company. So, I gave them the company, so they don't ask for their share and split away or try to break the company at a later time. Now let them do whatever they want to do with their share. I did my share for them, they are on their own from now on." Before I handed them the company, I made an agreement between the manufacturing company and assembly company. They had to buy the spare parts from us only and they have to develop our PCBs there. That means manufacturing the PCBs I transferred to them. So, if I get any more ideas like the interface, they have to prepare them and give us. Will they agree to that? I said, I made it a clause in the transfer of shares. If they don't like that clause, they can return the company back to me. Do you think they will do that? It is better to prepare a few PCBs and equipment than reject the whole company. Nandini said, "You did that to get better output from them. Now if it is their company, Nishita will push him to work hard to get better profits and your business should boom from that. And your reputation will be maintained with your parents and relatives that you did all that for your brother. If she knows that your sister would not get annoyed." Kumar said, "She is not my responsibility. Whatever my parents want to do for her, they would do it. If they want any support, I would give them, nothing direct to my sister." Kumar went back and announced whoever want to have dinner can start, but the party has not completed, as we have one more party after midnight. Some went to have dinner and some went back to the bar for a refill. Krishna brought a bottle of champagne and handed it over to Kumar and he handed it over to his brother who opened it and started to fill glasses with it. Kumar gave Nishita a peck and came and stood with us. Now one father and daughter had come to meet Nandini. She introduced them as Jason and Amanda from the Rodriguez hospitals. Amanda shook hands with Kumar and said, "We heard a lot about you." Kumar said, "About me, from whom?" Amanda said, "Who else from Nandini? If you have a few minutes we have to discuss something with you." I told her to carry on, "I will bring your friends from my house." Nandini. I looked at Amanda as to what she wanted to discuss. Amanda said, I want to invest with you after hearing about your future outlook. Kumar asked, two things I need to know, which field you want to invest in, and how much you want to invest. Amanda looked at her father. Then all hell broke loose. My friends came with cake and put it on my face. Seeing Sonali approaching us, Kumar introduced them and told them I will be just back. Sonali. Amanda asked, we run a hospital, what do you? I said, I am doing my MSc. And my father is in pharmaceutical. Amanda asked, how do you know Kumar? I said, I actually met him while going to Vizag for a marriage. T and Loveleen were going to visit the lab near Vizag. Amanda said, I heard about the lab. I said, I insisted on visiting the lab with them. It is very impressive. In the private sector, they have spent so much on building and equipment, it is a wonder. Amanda said, they are working on some virus. I said, with a low voice, I have seen them working, they were worried it may become an epidemic and wanted to develop a cure. Then I invited them to the marriage I am attending. Now the groom's family is related to Nandini. There was a problem with the dowry with the groom's family. Kumar told them if the bride's family couldn't pay the dowry, he would pay from his pocket and he was ready to give them an IOU. They said, we know your father-in-law, we don't need any IOU, your word is enough. He is that kind of man. He did not bat an eyelid in promising them ₹1,00,000. Amanda said, I heard he studied commerce, but did he know about the research? I said, I saw it with my own eyes. He was instructing the research head on ways to develop the vaccine and he made a phone call and ordered the required chemicals for developing a vaccine. He noted down the chemical mixtures for medicine and said he will need to check his computer for the correct medicine for the virus. I just met Dimitri, the research head. The chemical mixture sent by Kumar actually worked on the virus. They checked the vaccine they developed and it is working against the virus and they need facilities for manufacturing the vaccine. Kumar was asking me if we are willing to take up manufacturing. Amanda asked, what did you say? I said, we have to check investment and we have to set up facilities. Amanda said, we were just asking him about investing, I think we can make some collaboration in this. I said, let us discuss this with my father. He is somewhere around here. I looked around and found him with Mr. Tata and Mr. Godrej, said, he is there, showing him. Amanda asked, isn't he speaking with Mr. Tata and Mr. Godrej? I said, yes, a few days back they called the pharmaceutical companies for a meeting. In fact, they called them to warn about the virus, because the government is not making an announcement. And these companies thought they were inquiring about investment. My father told me we don't know anything about what they're doing, and how can we invest? After seeing their lab, I told him they are not looking for investment, they already have everything there, they only want to manufacture the medicines and vaccines at a moment's notice, and can you commit to that? I heard Kumar say to Loveleen, if they are not ready we should go ahead and manufacture the vaccine ourselves. Let us check the feasibility. He is very much worried about the virus infecting the general population, as the incubation period is very less, the vaccine is only guaranteed cure for that virus. Amanda said, you learned a lot from that trip with him. I said, he explained everything very patiently. He is very much worried about the virus. At one time I thought he was sick the way he behaved. He slumped on the sofa and went to sleep and Loveleen was with him because he needed a companion to look after him. Then he instructed Dimitri and he became normal the next day. He came to the marriage and spent the time joking with the bride. Amanda said, we rarely see such a young man in such a high position, that too on his own without any financial help. I said, I heard his story. He narrated to us his whole story after the wedding. How hard he worked to collect the capital and all. Amanda said, you have to tell his story sometime. I said, let us meet and see about that. Now my dad is free, let us go and talk to him. Loveleen. Nandini's friends are a blast, the way they treated her at the party, it seems they are still in their college days. It seems she was one of them, the way she was reluctant to come back to Bombay after engagement. Amanda and Sonali are talking and Sonali took them to meet her father. I saw Mr. Tata looking at me and went to him and said, hello sir. Mr. Tata asked, are you the one who came to meetings with Kumar? I said, yes sir. Mr. Tata said, there is no need to add sir every time. How is the vaccine work going on? I said, it seems they found the cure for the virus. They have tested medicines and vaccines too. Now Kumar is discussing about the production of the vaccine. He is not worried about the medicine, he wanted to have the vaccine produced immediately. Kumar thinks the government should pick up the vaccines at the cost. Otherwise, he might think to distribute the vaccine around the area where there are more chances of the virus attack. He had seen in another dimension, where the virus has already broken the cordon and they have developed the vaccine. He says he picked the vaccine from them. Mr. Tata looked at Mr. Godrej for confirmation. Mr. Godrej said, it seems he is picking up the signals from multiple sources. He developed a machine to read those signals and follow them. This vaccine is one of them. Kumar called for attention again. He was holding a box in his hand and Raj is holding a cardboard box in his hand. He announced, on this occasion for the consortium members, I brought this gift, satellite phones. Using this phone, we can call any number from anywhere in India and where our satellite can be reached. Now we will be getting the dish antenna tomorrow and we will connect it to the server here in our office building. Then we can call through the server any phone number. Until the dish antenna is connected, we can use it to call other satellite phone holders. So, Mr. Tata will inaugurate the phone and by calling another member. He gave the phone to Mr. Tata, one phone to Godrej MD who was standing beside him, and instructed Raj to hand over the phones to other members as per the name tags on the boxes. He showed him the number to dial and Mr. Godrej's phone rang. They spoke briefly and cut the call. Kumar said, if we had taken the US subscription for the phone, it would have cost us a lot. But we are using our own satellite transponder and the call cost would be an ordinary or a STD call for us. If anyone wants one, we are also providing subscription services. At present we have few in the stock which will be provided first come first basis. Then they will be provided on an order basis. If you contact Raj here, he will provide the subscription rates. I saw Amanda's father and Sonali's father going and checking for the subscriptions with Raj. Nandini. I went inside and washed my face and changed and came out as my dress was spoiled by their throwing cake. I was told it would have happened after midnight. They took initiative and did that at this time. Now they brought a 3-tier cake for me to cut. I cut the cake and fed those who stood around me, starting with Kumar. It was the best birthday party thrown for me. Last year it was a Friday and we had a small party at our house. This time it was grand and Kumar announced his brother's engagement and over that he gifted the consortium the satellite phones. It is a little heavy to fit in the hand, but we can keep it in the bag or in the car. From where is he paying for them? Consortium's account. Then Dad and Mum just arrived. They were to attend at 12 midnight. I went and hugged Mom and told them about Kumar's brother's engagement news. Then they went to his father to congratulate them. It seems Mr. Patel is happy as his daughter got 35% of the company and he went and shook hands with them. I am still miffed with Kumar for giving them his share of the assembly unit. I don't know the value of the company, but to give away just like that. Maybe he thought it is not worth his time to maintain that company. If he had given the manufacturing company, I should have been more peeved. More than 20 causes in that company, whose name the company is in. The total capital is provided by Bob. The party concluded on a high note. After the party we changed and he sat on the bed and I went and sat beside him. I asked, where did the idea to give them the company came from? Did Mr. Patel make you do that? He said, why would I listen to Mr. Patel? I don't want to give them anything else, so I gave them the shares. Before giving them, I signed a contract between the manufacturing and assembly units. They have to purchase all their spare parts from us. They have to provide PCB support to us. I got more ideas and I want PCB support for those products. Now when my alter ego went there, they took their share in the companies and separated. So, I made them separate from us. If they want, they can purchase others' shares or sell their share to them. Let them do what they want to do. We will get our work done. I withdrew cash from the company after paying the others' dividend, so the capital is reduced. Whatever I am doing, I do it for the betterment of our future. Now Bob went and gave him some blueprints for the development of some products. I wanted to recreate the blueprints and see what they are for. For the time being, you and Loveleen take care of the companies. I want to concentrate on these things. Now with the delivery of these satellite phones, they will understand my future outlook and starts to support us more. I feel I have got the future somewhere up to the year 2020. I heard Bob saying he could not travel beyond 2020. Because the future is uncertain after that. So, he must be planning something for that time. One young Kumar received these blueprints from Bob and told him to start making these products for internal use only. He is young, but others like Joy, Sunita, Loveleen and Mahira were all old and they are taking a meeting and discussing these matters. From their talks I understood my alter ego who went there had died in his sleep, possibly due to poisoning. Then this young Kumar's girlfriend was also killed in the same way. Now Bob sent him there not only to look after the company, but he also wanted him to make these instruments. Until I prepare these blueprints, I would not get a correct idea. In his timeline, some girls were missing and Bob went and brought them back. Using that I asked Bob to bring you all back. Where are your friends? I said, they went to Laveen's house to have an after party. Laveen. Nandini's friends have come to my house to spend time. I said, I have to make a phone call. I called Delhi and Dad said, Sonia has not yet returned. Once she comes home I will let you know. I went and asked them, what will they have? I sent the servant to bring a bottle of whiskey. I sat down with them. Praveen asked, how do you know Kumar? I said, don't you see we are neighbors? Praveen asked, but how did he make your acquaintance? I said, my dad this house, and when I started living here, I was standing on the terrace looking at his house. He was preparing for a party for his birthday. He must have felt me from the terrace. He waved at me and said hello Laveen. I had never seen him before in my life, and here he is calling me by name. I did not know what to do and came down from the terrace, and in the evening he came to my house with Nandini and introduced themselves. Then he started telling me about my past and future. I stopped him there and gave him my card and told him to come and meet me at my office. I don't want Nandini to listen to what he is going to say. Then in the night, my mother called me to tell me that they are in consultation with their business partner's son for an alliance. So, in the morning I sent my watchman to call him and asked him what is this all about my husband he was talking. He said if his name is Guru, he could be important and he could also be an abusive person. I asked him what should I do. He said for me to check him out or he will do that for me. Praveen asked, what does he mean by that? I said, I asked him the same. He said he might know someone who can check his potency. I asked him who would do that. He said when they caught some gang members who were staying in their present house, they released many girls and sent them to their houses or provided alternate employment like absorbing them in their factory. Now some girls continued in their profession and he could use them. I said try it out and let us see where this leads. He also said he would make my father CM of Haryana. He is still working on that. Praveen asked, but what happened with that Guru? I said, we went over to Delhi and he went to Guru and introduced himself as a supplier of girls and Guru asked him if any girls are available here. Kumar showed him a photo of a certain Dimple and Guru asked him to bring her to his house. He dropped her at his house and when he went to collect her the next morning she was hardly able to walk and he did not even have sex with her. Now it is confirmed he is a psychopath, so instead of breaking up with him, Kumar decided to use Dimple's friend as a doppelganger for me and send her dressed and made up as me to their party. She was such a good actor, nobody recognized her. Today we have sent her on an operation and awaiting the report. Praveen asked, what is the operation? I said, it is part of my initiative. I asked Kumar what should we do to break the present government. He said to target Dharmendra Singh's and Manohar Das's children. Get them together and then break them and see what are the repercussions. Praveen asked, what did he expect to happen? I said, he says CM's son Pratap Singh should like DCM's daughter Prachi. When the marriage proposal comes up, CM's wife should reject the alliance as Manohar Das is from a lower caste. That way they break up and DCM should take his supporting MLA and join my father's camp, then he can claim for the CM's post. Praveen thought for a minute and said, excellent idea, where did he come up with that? Now, what are you doing? I said, I sent Sonia to fix them up and then we can think about breaking them. Praveen said, fix them to break up. I said, something like that. Praveen asked, would it be successful? I said, I don't know, we have to try it out. Karishma said, what rubbish you are talking, come here. She took him to one of the rooms allotted to them. Lakshmi asked, what do you think of Kumar? I said, what is there to think about? He treats me as his partner in his business and he is trying to bring my father into power. Lakshmi said, I am talking about him in bed. I was about to say why are you asking me that, instead said, I did not get your point. Lakshmi said, I know how irresistible he is. He exudes some kind of charm. I asked her, did you, and stopped. Lakshmi said, I did not get a chance with him. Then Pranita and Monica came and sat in front of me. Pranita said, our cousin Nimisha knows him from deliveries. Then some way she trapped him and lost her virginity to him. Then she brought him with her when I visited Vizag in the winter holidays. That is also my first time. Then we were scared of the boys, they have a habit of shouting from rooftops that we slept with such and such girls. So, we kept them away. We were there with him for a week and we spent our time with him and I went to my house and they went back. Then she brought him to Dehradun for the summer holidays. During summer we don't get holidays like here for 2 months. We get just a week to spend outside the hostel. I joined Kumar with Nimisha at first and then after 2 days Monica here indicating the girl sitting beside her joined us. We spent with him 2 weeks instead of the 1 week we got. Those 2 weeks were heaven to us. We made him addicted to booze and cigarettes. We made him a kind of slave to us, he would play on our fingertips. He used to read books and experimented with us. It was added attraction for us. Except for me, Nimisha did not let him touch any other girl a second time. Nimisha strictly said no second servings. It is she who made a rumor that if any girl breaks their virginity with him, they won't have to worry about sex, they would get lifelong sexual satisfaction. She did that to raise his price. Nimisha would conduct auctions for groups of 4 in the second year. She would select the top 4 bidders and send them to his room. He would act with the hotel staff as our servant, and he would take them 2 in the daytime and 2 in the nighttime. But the last day would be something magical. He would take all the 4 and would satisfy all the 4, that is what we heard from the girls. Monica said, I did not get a second chance with him, but Pranita was with him on many occasions. Nimisha would call Pranita on holidays. They would meet him at Vizag or his house in Vijayawada. Then after his degree exams, he disappeared. We did not see him until he came to Rahul's wedding. First Nandini thought she would hoodwink us by introducing Praveen as Kumar, but Praveen's and Karishma's families were already in discussions, so Karishma saw his photo and recognized him. When he came to the marriage, I recognized Kumar and took him to our farmhouse. But I can see he is a changed man. I know he turned his life around and become a businessman. Out of either fear or love, I don't know, but he was loyal to Nandini, so I did not force him, or I would say I don't have any more interest in him as I want to cherish the week with him my whole life. After hearing all this I said, I know his story but not this detailed. He told me the story when we are traveling. But he did not tell me about the auction and all. Monica said, he may not know about the auction, Nimisha would conduct it in secret. First year it was not that much, she would only have 2 girls with him and she let them pay what they want. But the second year she doubled that, and he might have been scared so he did not turn out for the third year. That is what we thought. The reality only known later when Nandini went in search of Kumar when he did not return for the third year. She found out about Nimisha and went to her. Nimisha gave her his address. By that time he sold out the house and gone to Bombay. I don't know how she found him. At last she caught up with him and married him. I was surprised by those words. She had such a past with him. She went in search of him when he did not return in the third year. What did she do after she found that he had shifted to Bombay? She is not the type of girl to let go of things so easily. I heard Nandini's father and Kumar's father were friends and Nandini's father asked her to help Kumar's family during his sister's wedding. Did she know that Kumar would be there? Was she looking for an opportunity to meet him? At the first opportunity, she took him to her house and seduced him. Seduced him, yes, that is the correct word. He was down with the ladies in his life missing. He got money but no mental peace. That could be the reason he was so easily connected to her. But from that time, he was scared she would leave him and go. He was so scared when she went to her cousin's engagement and did not call him, he went over to her at first opportunity he got. But he came back disappointed with her behavior. What did she think then? He had become henpecked husband. He is not soft as he looks outside. Nowadays he has become mentally and physically strong also. Pranita asked, did you find any change in Kumar? I asked, like what? Pranita said, he has become taller and also become a bodybuilder. I asked, is he? I can't tell the difference as I watch him daily, those who see him after a gap might find the difference. Pranita asked, what is he doing to become like that, some kind of medicine or some kind of procedure? I said, I don't know, I don't think he gets time for working out also. Thinking in the mind the one workout he does is at night in bed. Pranita came and sat beside me and asked, in a low voice, did you have that experience with him? I did not know what to say. If I say yes and if it reaches Nandini, what would happen? 2 things can happen, she leaves and goes away, that would be to my advantage, he would be mine forever. Second, she would take him away. Where would she take him? Can't I reach there? Pranita asked, what are you thinking? Are you remembering how is it with him or imagining how it would be with him? From your face, either of them is going on in your mind. I turned towards Monica and she said, see her face, how she is blushing and see the glow on her face, it must be she is remembering her first night. Tell me how is it and where did you have your first night? I said, it was during the train journey, we had gone to Delhi by Rajdhani and I seduced him that night, he was acting all gentlemanly during the journey. But to travel with him alone, I was getting tensed up, it was like he was throwing some kind of magic into the air, it was intoxicating and I became sexually tensed. He was trying to go up the upper berth, I caught him and kissed and then he became responsive to me. Pranita said, I think that is what Kumar did with Sunita before coming to Dehradun the second time. He was telling us how he seduced her, how they had their first night in the first class compartment. He told us that as a reason why he came late to Dehradun. Then he had met us once in Vizag in the winter, that's when I saw him last time, until Rohan's marriage. It seems he was enamored by Sunita by that time. Nimisha was telling me, he was reluctant to come to Vizag with her. She had to cajole him by saying we two would be there with him and no one else. By that time, he did not care about money also. When we went to parties, he was spending the money from his pocket, unlike earlier, we had to spend on him. And by the summer holidays, he excused himself saying he is going to shift to Bombay to look after a small girl he found, that must be Leena. But she is so grown up. How she could be his daughter? He and his parents were behaving like she is his own daughter when she came to the lab. I did not want to open that story with them, so I kept quiet. Then Praveen and Karishma came from the room. It seems both of them were satisfied. Pranita whispered in my ear, she had missed her chance with Kumar as her grandmother died and she was disappointed with her granny for dying on that day. I said, those kinds of things happen. With the story turning to Sunita, she did not press for further details and I did not volunteer. I looked at the time, it is after 2 a.m. Monica asked, do you want to sleep? I said, nothing like that, tomorrow is Sunday, we don't have any problem. Lakshmi said, these people are like that only, they would party the whole night, I am going to sleep, and Twinkle followed her. Seeing their drinks completed, I got up and went over to get them some more booze. I have not seen any girls party like this. These are the kind of people who would spoil their men too. See what she made Praveen. Looking at him I asked, Praveen, when are you returning to the USA? He said, only after our wedding. I am trying to get visa for her too. Once we are married we both can go over there. Possibly after a year there, I am planning to come back and join Kumar in his company, he had agreed to take me also. I said, why come back, why don't you open a branch there for us? You can do sales there and we can develop and send you the code and you can install and maintain the software there. He said, an excellent idea, where did you get this idea? I said, it is the result of the association with Kumar. It seems to rub off me. Those words brought Pranita and Monica back to the topic of our escapades. Monica asked, so what did you do after the train journey? I said, what is there to do, I kept him closer from then on. Kumar said our bond reaches into many timelines. It is now the turn of Karishma to ask questions. She asked, what do you mean by timelines? I said, Kumar says there are no births and rebirths, there are timelines or alternate universes or dimensions, where we would be living with a different set of lives. In one of his such timelines he married me and we had our differences and we were about to separate but came together. Then in another timeline we separated and took divorce and he meets Joy, who was killed on the New Year Eve of year 2000, and I came back to him and we remarry and get 2 children. But by the next timeline, our stories have changed. Here he marries Sunita after having an affair with Sahiti and having a son with Sahiti. Then I enter into his life through a train journey and we continue our affair after that, and he gives me a son named Dhruv and I go back to my husband. He says there are more timelines, he had to check. Now they looked at each other's faces. Praveen said, there was some talk about reading into the future by Kumar, is he reading other timelines as you mentioned? I said, that is the first book he read through his alternate ego, who went into another timeline, and he would send him information from there. That timeline he went into is in 17 years into the future. Now where he went into another life of Kumar who was dead, had me, Sneha, Sunita, Sahiti, Joy, Mahira, Kirit, etc. Their Sneha was his wife and dies in fire accident and leaves 2 kids for him. Sahiti is his second wife and he has affairs with me and Sunita. After going in the year 2000 his alter ego marries Sunita there who is elder to him. Praveen says it is also confusing. Seeing the bottle empty I told them to go and sleep and I went to my room and closed the door. Nandini. Thinking about my friends in the next building I could not get sleep. I looked at Kumar, he seemed to be deep in his sleep. I felt a kind of unsettling feeling and got up and went to his liquor collection. I found a bottle on the table there half empty. I picked the bottle and went into the kitchen, picked a glass and came and sat on the sofa placing them on the table in front. I poured a peg and sat there sipping. Knowing about his past, am I doing the right thing by bringing all these girls into his life? He has a magnetism in him, which pulls girls towards him. See how Sonali came behind him after going to the lab and calling him to her friend's marriage. Now Amanda seemed to be interested in him, she wanted to invest with him. If these guys have not come she would have completed the sentence. I don't know what is his position with Loveliness. Now my friends are in her house partying. I looked through the window, the lights were on in her house. I can't hear any sound. What they are doing. I thought to go out and look into her house, then I scolded myself for thinking that. Let them party, why should I care? I came back and sat on the sofa and refilled my glass. I heard a sound and found Kumar coming down the steps. He came down, picked a water bottle from the fridge and came and sat beside me. He looked at me and said, "What happened, not getting sleep?" I said, "I am feeling a kind of uneasiness," and came down and found this used bottle and made myself a drink. He said, "I am not talking about you drinking, there is nothing to worry about. The cure, it was found for the virus and we are ahead in our work with our lab. We will soon start receiving the returns." I said, "It is not that, I was having a kind of uneasy feeling." Kumar caught hold of me and sat with me. He has a calming effect on me and I settled into his embrace. I opened my eyes and saw myself sitting with Kumar and he was looking ahead into the darkness. I removed the hands around me and said, "Come, let us go to bed." He got up and came with me and we lay on the bed and I put my hand on him, went to sleep. Kumar. When I did not find Nandini in the bed beside me, I was worried when I saw her with the bottle in the hall. I went and sat beside her and caught her in an embrace. It seemed to have a calming effect on her and she slipped into sleep. Then I saw Bob go and hand Lena a piece of paper and told her this is the vaccine for the virus and told her there is a chance of the virus infecting the people, so submit your thesis immediately. So, he is taking action against the earthquake. Then Nandini opened her eyes and told me to come to the bedroom. I don't understand how these timelines work and what is the time related to the timelines. Now I am seeing into their timelines which are running into many years in the future. Is there any mention of time? I tried to remember the date of her thesis. I think it is the 24th of March 2014. That is 25 years into my future. In their past, he had picked a paper prepared 25 years in the past. Nandini opened her eyes and asked, "Aren't you sleeping?" I said, "I am looking into vaccine creation in the future." She said, "To forget about the cures and come and sleep." She caught me closer and I felt her closeness and went to sleep. I got up, prepared a cup of coffee and called Dimitri in his hotel room. I asked him about his work. I said, "I will send the paper on the vaccine with someone. What time is your flight?" Dimitri said, "At 1 p.m. I said, "I will send it before you leave for the airport." Now at the house I got a computer installed in my study room. I went and switched on the computer and typed the matter from the paper Bob gave Lena. I printed it and called the watchman and told him to get it to Dimitri staying at airport hotel immediately. He said, "I will ring up a constable who stays nearby and get it sent through him." I thought we should have an in-house driver, who could do these kind of deliveries. Then I remembered Dad Kumar has an office boy and driver who is Krishna's cousin Ramu. I think I should talk to Krishna. He also got 2 dogs, I think they are Great Danes. He brought them as days old. I saw Nandini coming down the steps, and I asked, "Do you want coffee?" She nodded her head. I took my cup into the kitchen, rinsed and prepared her cup and took it to her and gave her. I asked, "What happened last night, why you were down?" She said, "I don't know, I felt kind of despair." I said, "You should not feel that way on your birthday. Happy birthday," and kissed her. She gave thin smile and said, "Thank you." It seems she has not come back from her depression. I thought there is nothing except good sex to cure the depression, and took her to our bedroom. Part 7. Kumar makes full account of the timelines. Chapter 1. Kumar. I sat down and started noting down the other timelines. There is Pujari Kumar, whom I know a little from Sahiti and Leena. He runs away from home and marries Sneha, and he also has Sunita, Joy and Loveleen in his life. He used Joy for the software business and Sunita and Loveleen in his various businesses. Atul is working in his software business. Sneha has cancer and Bob takes her away with the promise of curing cancer. He asks for an island in return for curing her. What Bob is going to do with the island? Now let me see how many timelines are there. First, Kumar marries Loveleen and had some problems and fixes them and continues with Loveleen, and in the second timeline the same Kumar or his alternate ego, Loveleen, forces him to give divorce and comes back after the death of Joy. She gives him 2 children and dies in an accident. Atul is in software development, his wife is also with him in software and his daughter Joy looks after Loveleen's interior decoration business after getting divorced. That is 2 timelines. Next timeline, thus Kumar starts his junior college in Bombay and he spends 5 years with the neighbors. When they are married away he meets Sahiti, they both go to Delhi for an interview and later she becomes pregnant and her parents take her away to the village and she dies in childbirth. He meets Sunita, who is his classmate Ladha's sister, and Sunita joins as an air hostess, but on their wedding day she goes and brings his and Sahiti's son Atul with her. Then he meets Loveleen and has an affair with her and she gives birth to Dhruv with him and goes back to her husband. He appoints Joy as a developer and he is worried for her and he meets Nandini when he goes to develop software for their hospital. She comes to Bombay, invests with him and has an affair with him, and when he goes back to Sunita, she and Joy goes to court to recover their share of the company. This could be the reason I was worried Nandini would leave me and I would have to safeguard my share in the company. That is the third timeline. I have to speak with Bob and see what should I do with the investment he had provided. I should transfer my investment in software company to some other company. My investment in the assembly company was minimal, now in it is Ram's company. Some assembly benches and initial kits purchases only, remaining liquid assets I had withdrawn after giving the 3 their share. The company is running on its profits. In the software company I have not taken any investment from these two, maybe I will sell my share to these two and think about something else. I called Sonali and asked, what is your interaction with Amanda? She said, we were discussing about investing in making vaccines. I said, I had a better idea. I want to invest in medical equipment, not like small costing X-ray machines. I want to invest in CT scan and MRI scan. Sonali asked, aren't these very costly? I said, that is why I want to invest in them. Can you contact Amanda and fix a meeting? I want to discuss this further with you too. She said, okay, I will do that, and cut the call. The phone rang and it's Dimitri. He asked, what is this paper? I said, it is the paper presented for preparing the vaccine. I think you can follow that for finalizing the vaccine. He asked, who has prepared this? I said, you must have prepared it after finishing your vaccine testing. Bob took that to Lena to prepare the vaccine. He asked, who is Lena? I said, she is from another timeline, where the virus has escaped the cordon due to an earthquake. Bob went there to check them up. He said, I am leaving for the airport now. After reaching lab I will give you a report on this vaccine. Loveleen. I have the report from Sonia regarding their operation to make friends. At the party, Pratap Singh met both Prachi and Kajal, and Vijeta with Surendra. How much they have connected will not be known until we meet them again at another party. I told Sonia this time we will throw a party and see. I will come over there and you can introduce me as your cousin from Bombay. Then we will see where this goes. Nandini. I don't know why I felt that dread that something bad is going to happen to me that night. Until Kumar took me to bed and gave me a good fuck, I was feeling that dread, and after that, I could go back to sleep, and by morning I am feeling lightheaded. What could that mean? Loveleen. Kumar came and I went and took him straight to the bedroom as Jyoti has gone to Vakola with Krishna to see her relatives. I think she will come in the evening. We completed our coupling and came back, and Kumar sat on the sofa and I went to get him tea. I asked, what news? Kumar told me he got the vaccine paper which was submitted to Lena and he had replicated it and sent it to Dimitri to complete the vaccine generation. Then he had a call with Sonali about starting a medical equipment company and asked her to speak with Amanda and arrange a meeting. I said, I want to attend the meeting. Kumar said, okay. I said, I had spoken with Sonia and asked her to arrange a party and call me. Kumar said, when I get a call from Sonali, I will inform you, and went away. Should I invest with him in this venture? I will ask Dad about it. Chapter 2. Kumar. Sonali arranged a meeting with Amanda and asked to meet her at her office for the meeting. I went to meet Sonali and Amanda with Loveleen. They have an office in Bandra Kurla complex. Loveleen said, it is a nice looking area. This is the first time for me to come to this area. We parked and went to her office. Sonali has a nice looking office. Amanda has already come and sat there, and we went and shook hands and sat on the chairs. Amanda asked, you said you want to speak with us. I said, that day our conversation got cut short with Nandini's friend's arrival. When you asked about the investment, I was thinking about where we could invest, keeping in mind the future. There is going to be good demand in the medical field. I have seen the CT scan and MRI scan were used extensively in private multi-speciality hospitals. The cost of these machines is very high and returns if they are properly run are also high. I will explain how those having these machines do the marketing. Now they arrange for other hospitals to send their patients to these hospitals by paying them a commission. Those who can't afford to install these machines would send their patients. Now what I am thinking is we will import these machines and install and maintain them. We will ask the US companies to give our people training for them. Our capital would be how many machines would be imported at one time. Now CT scan would be around 50 lakhs to 75 lakhs and MRI would be double price. Even if we get 2 pieces each, we need a capital of 3 crores. I think I can spare 1 crore from my company's liquid cash from my share. If you are interested, we can go ahead and discuss this. I think Amanda can throw some light on the use of these machines. Amanda said, these CT scan machines were there for some time, but none of the hospitals in India dared to install them. MRI scan is the latest entrant into the medical field. If we install them in our hospital, we can pull some of the patients from going abroad for treatment. I think we can start by getting a CT scan machine here in our hospital. Sonali, what is your opinion about this? Sonali said, if you are ready to put a crore in this business as Kumar, I can speak with my father for a crore to invest. Loveleen said, I think I can put a crore for a share in this business after consulting with my father. Sonali said, except for Kumar, we all have to consult our parents. If each of us put a crore as capital, we can each get a 25% share in the business. Would that be okay for all of you? I said, please confirm with your parents and come back to me, then we will discuss what we need to do further. I have to confirm with Bob about imports, he has connections there. He went somewhere, I can't contact him. I have also was thinking about other costly medical equipment like C-arm and angiogram. We shook hands and decided to meet next week to discuss the matter. When we sat in the car, I asked, Loveleen, you have committed to invest with them, did you consult your father? She said, I talked to my dad about investment, and I will confirm this. Do you think this idea will work out? I said, at present, we don't have anyone having this equipment in India. If Amanda gets one and Nandini's hospital gets one, that is 2 installations. Once these scans pick up, they can think about MRI, which works differently for a different purpose. If we can sell these once in each of the big cities, we have lots of installations. We can get them from the US on an exclusive dealership, so others can't cut corners with us. That is the main problem with Indian businesses. Now if we set up a business in an area and were successful and others start mushrooming around us, they know they can set up somewhere else and can get good business there, but no, they want to undercut us and take our business. That is their mentality. That is why you see particular businesses in a particular area only. We reached our house and I let her get off outside our office and went and parked in our parking area and came to the office. Loveleen already sitting at my cabin. Seeing me, Nandini came from her cabin and asked, where did you disappear? I said, I went for a meeting with Sonali and Amanda for a business collaboration. She asked, what business? I said, I am thinking along the lines of medical equipment, especially CT scans and MRI scans. She said, I heard about them, but they are very costly. I said, I found a way to recover the costs. She asked, what is it? I said, we collaborate with other hospitals to send their patients for scanning, which will recover costs easily. Those hospitals will get commission and they will also provide services. Nandini said, it is a good idea, we will look into that for our hospital also. I said, that is what I thought. She asked, so, what would be the initial capital? I said, I am thinking of around 4 crores, which would allow us to import 2 of each and some more to import at a moment's notice if the payments are delayed. She asked, what are you going to invest in this? I said, I am thinking of 1 crore to invest. After setting up the factory, I see there is liquid cash in our firm. I am thinking of withdrawing some amount from that to invest in this. Because the way we are working, we don't need liquid assets. I don't have a way to put that money in fixed assets. I don't want to waste that money on buying buildings or land here. I want to put it in high yield investments like these. Nandini must be thinking I am putting the money from the software company into the medical equipment company on their behalf. I have other plans for that. I want to take my part of the capital and invest in that. So, I want to cut down my share in the software company. I don't want to risk my investments by having these 2 as partners. I don't want them to try something like I have tried in another timeline, like they want to go to court. If they want to have their share, I will keep liquid assets to pay them off, or I will ask them to take the company and pay me off. We don't have any need for investment in this company. I don't need to expand like he was thinking in that timeline. I will keep new investments limited. We can run the company with the present staff and computers. We got all the products required, which I developed with the knowledge acquired from Dead Kumar's timeline. These people have only to sell these products, which I have already provided for the future. There would hardly be any maintenance. I don't know the status of the manufacturing company until I get confirmation from Bob, who had purchased the equipment and paid for import duties. I have time until I have to file income tax returns to know the status of the company. If he does not ask for the share, I will put them in my name and register the company this financial year. If it is possible, I will put Leena's name in the company. Leena is my daughter. I don't want anyone to question that in the future. I think the second Kumar started a trust in his children's name when he was about to marry Pauline. I should do something along those lines. We have not discussed children and I don't know what is Nandini's opinion about having children. These career women try to shirk their responsibility with regard to children. About Loveleen, I might let her go as I have done with Anjali. I don't want to get burdened by these ladies in my life like that Kumar. I love Nandini and I want her in my life. The other things are only safeguards. It seems Bob went and had a look at these timelines until the year 2020. Even though my alter ego is in the year 2007 only, I got information about all these timelines until somewhere in 2020. I saw him telling one of the Kumars that he could not go and see beyond somewhere in the year 2020. So, in Dead Kumar's timeline, my alter ego dies in the year 2015 and another Kumar is sent into the future from 1983 to replace him. That is why he is so young, younger than me at present. In his timeline, they murder two of the Kumars and an attempt is made on the third. It seems there is some kind of enemies in that timeline. Those servants have some hand in that too. I think I can trust these girls, but if any others are appointed from outside, we have to be careful. Now, I have to make a sweep of all these timelines and note down points to be used. Now I got information from Pujari Kumar's timeline that Bob took the island and converted it into some kind of underground bomb shelter. I think he wants us to set up some kind of operations center there. I think it is time I start to work on those blueprints he gave to that young Kumar. Now I am not troubled by the data received. Earlier when I started to receive the data from all these timelines, it was confusing and the AI and interface helped me sort out the data. Now, after clearing the data, my brain could sort out the data itself. I don't feel the need to use the interface. I can use it when I feel my brain is overburdened by the data. Everything now is also clear to me. Nandini said, "A penny for your thoughts." I said, "I am thinking about the blueprints Bob gave to one of them." She asked, "What are they for?" I said, "I don't have an idea, must be important to be given to him to be made. We don't have software like they have to make the blueprints, then I can ask the AI to prepare them. I think there is software available, I have to check them, then I can do that easily, thanks for your advice." I called Mahira and asked her to check for drafting software, if they are available, get me a copy. Nandini. Something or other is going on with Kumar. He is telling me he will take excess cash from the software company and he will invest in medical devices. I know as a medical field professional that there is a good market in the future. But to invest so much money, let him do what he wants, it is his hard-earned money too. He had not failed in any of his endeavors. He has something for everything. His mind is reaching far into the future. He has given an idea to increase the usage of those machines too. He must have seen how they are doing business in the future. But now what is this about blueprints? What are they, blueprints to the future? It is really difficult to follow him sometimes, his mind goes far into the future. There is a phrase from Star Trek to boldly go where no man has gone before. Loveleen. Why he did not mention to Nandini my intention to invest? Did he think if he informs her, she will say she wants to invest too? Did he not want her to invest with him in this venture? Was he scared if she leaves him and go away, she would ask him for her share in the software business? If she asks him, he can always say take it from my share in the lab, which is a bigger amount. Or he does not think that is his venture. It seems he wants to disinvest from the software business. It also seems he has his fill of software development. He is looking into future ventures. Maybe he will concentrate on internet and mobile telephony. He brought satellite telephones for the consortium members, maybe he is hoping they will get interested in mobile phones after using them. He is also talking about blueprints. The watchman came to inform us there are people to install the dish antenna. He said, "Coming," and went over to supervise the fitting of the antenna. I looked at Nandini, she is looking at some papers. It seems she is not aware of Kumar's intentions about his investments. If she had been thinking of going away she would have thought about it. She might have thought about taking him away as I dreamed. If she takes him away, he did not have to worry about investments or companies. If they have invested 30 crores in the lab, Kumar's share of capital would be 9 crores, which Nandini invested. In the software firm, he invested 50 lakhs and now the company value is around 4 crores. Kumar's share is 2 and 1 each for Nandini and Joy. If we see it this way, it is good returns for Kumar for investing in Nandini. Did he think this when he gave her a share in the company? I don't think so, otherwise, he would not have given Joy a share in the company or he would not be thinking she would go away and bring down the company. What did he see in Joy to give 1/4 share in the company without investment? Did he see something in the future? What happens if she is killed instead of Kumar in the Dead Kumar story? Would he retain her share in the company, without paying her parents? Would they think to ask for the money? What happens if she gets married before her death? Won't her husband ask for her share to be transferred to him? I think Kumar did not think of all these possibilities. His only thought must be Joy is good at software and he should give her an opportunity to bring her on board. Remaining things she will take care of. Seeing Nandini still working on those papers, I got up and went out to look at the installation. They are not in the front yard, so they must be installing in the backyard. They have installed the base where a cemented part exists in a corner and now fixing the dish antenna on top of that. It took them a few minutes and now they are adjusting it to face the satellite and checking through a meter for signal strength. Now one person went to the first floor and threw a cable down to be fixed to the dish. They fixed the wire and now we moved to the first floor server room, where they are connecting the wire to a receiver and then connected it to a new computer. Kumar told me that this computer is installed with the latest AI software to manage the calls. Next, they will install the same kind of setup in Delhi. Maybe other members may want to have connections too. Now I understood where did he get all the cash in his software company. Before handing it out the assembly company to his brother, he must have diverted the cash to his software company or manufacturing company. I think earlier he was talking about not having liquid assets to invest. Now the assembly company would have stock of some kits and some hardware. I think now he will have the consortium orders through his software company or the manufacturing company so he can retain the profits for himself. Somehow he made his brother and Nishita work for themselves to bring the company up. But how did he manage the three Mahira, Raj and Krishna? Did he pay them their share before withdrawing cash? He sat before the system and activated the AI to take care of the connections. Now he got a kind of telephone board installed and connected to the system to manage the calls. The software will manage the satellite calls and modem calls separately to either receive calls or connect to receive files. Kumar is using the technology to the highest order. From his satellite phone, he made a call to the office and it went to the board and he asked, "Give me Nandini." She lifted the phone and asked, "Where are calling from? You were here only." He said, "I am calling through the satellite phone, I am just checking the call. Now I will call Mr. Tata and inform him on his satellite phone." Bye. Kumar. I lifted the receiver and placed the call to the satellite no, that is phone no with extension no will connect to the satellite phone. Mr. Tata lifted and said, "Hello." I said, "Sir, I am Kumar calling from the normal phone, the dish is fitted and connected and I am placing the call from the phone. Now we can use the satellite phone for calling any number or receiving calls from normal phones too. With the phone, I attach the instructions to call the satellite number from any phone." He said, "I will check it and cut the call." Satisfied with the setup we came back to the cabin. I said, "Nandini, I am keeping some satellite phones for our use, you can pick up a phone when you are going out. Just note it with the operator, so she will know which number to call." Chapter 3. Kumar. We assembled in Rodriguez Hospital for our meeting. We sat in the conference room with me, Loveleen and Nandini. Dr. Jason Rodriguez, who is a general surgeon, and Amanda and Sonali and her father Amit 3G. I contacted Bob when he returned from Lena's timeline after giving her the paper. I told him, "It seems your trip was successful." He said, "It is, but how do you know?" I said, "I had seen the paper you gave to Lena and what report she prepared. I noted them down and passed them on to Dimitri." Bob said, "You seem to be resourceful of all the Kumars." I said, "I have received all the information about the other timelines except mine. I even prepared an interface to read my mind and retrieved that data into files." Bob asked, "What about the island?" I said, "Are you developing the island as a bomb shelter? I don't have a correct idea. What are you placing there?" Bob said, "It will be like an operation center for you. When the time comes, I will take you there myself." "So, why did you ask for me?" I said, "I got the information about the earthquake, which I want to pass to you. It seemed you have already received the information. I wanted to speak to you about a medical equipment company I wanted to start with some investors." Bob said, "You can do it, what do you need from me?" I said, "Some contacts for the equipment and some support." He said, "You have my full support." I asked, "What shall I do about the investment in the manufacturing company, how should I present it?" He said, "The company is yours, you take full responsibility." I said, "How can I show the investment in that company?" He said, "I already made the arrangements when I registered the company. It will be shown as your inheritance, which you got from your forefathers. You don't have to worry about that. Go ahead and do your things, you don't need my permission to do anything." Now sitting in this conference room, I felt my confidence levels rising. I have the full manufacturing company in my name and here I am investing with these people. Jason, after conferring with Amanda, said, "We are ready with our part of 1 crore as our investment." Mr. Mukherjee said, "We are also ready with their investment." Loveleen said, "I am also ready with my part of the investment." I said, "I have already deposited my part of the investment with the manufacturing company and showed them confirmation from the US company." But we have not confirmed our investment and you went and deposited the money, asked Jason. I said, even if you had not joined me in investing with me I would have gone ahead with the company and I have already ordered 2 CT scan machines and sent a man for training to the US. He asked, what are your sources of sales? I said, one I am reserving for a Hyderabad hospital. If you visit the hospital and see it, you may ask for the other one. Or we are looking into other hospitals for sales. We have connections with all the hospitals. I am not worried about sales. Even if I can sell one each in the cities, we will have work for 2 years. Else I will think about installing it in hospitals and give a commission to the hospitals. For example, if you don't want to put up that amount to purchase outright the machine, we will install it and run it with our technicians and give you rent for the space used. In the eyes of the public, you are a big hospital because you got a CT scan machine. You don't have to block the money. Amit said, excellent idea for selling, where did you pick up that? I said, I was scanning the future for ideas, I saw some companies purchase second-hand machines and use them like this. The two of them issued bankers checks for 1 crore each. I got their signatures to run the bank account. With the help of Bob, I already registered the company and we went and opened the bank account and deposited the checks. Now, Amanda, Sonali, Loveleen and Lena became partners in this medical equipments company. Yes, I want this company to go to Lena. Now I have received the CAD software from the USA and installed it and gave IA instructions to prepare the blueprints from the memory recovered by IA and filed by it. It has taken time for the IA for preparing the first blueprint. When I checked it, I was surprised it was for teleport devices. Using these we can travel from one place to another in seconds. I did not understand why they are required by Bob. So, I thoroughly checked the blueprint and made the required corrections and got it printed. I made an extra copy for Bob, I know he would come to me for a copy. I sent a copy to my brother Ram for preparing a PCB. Then the AI prepared blueprints for mind-controlled communications, anti-gravity packs, thrusters, sharp shifting devices and an invisibility cloak. It seems Bob wants to start aspiring or something like that. I plan to put the teleport devices in our office and one in Delhi where we are starting our server. All the equipment is received there and office space is selected as per requirements. Each of these blueprints I got printed and kept in a safe place. I got the PCBs prepared for each of them. It has taken my full time and all other works took a backseat. Loveleen. Kumar got immersed in his work. He was getting the AI to do the job for him. He is preparing some kind of plans with the computer software he got. He came with big sheets of paper, he said, these are called blueprints. I saw the blueprints he prepared for the interface machine. He did it manually and now the computer is preparing and he is getting them printed. Then he is giving them to his brother for preparing the PCBs. He says he will get them prepared at his factory. He made a separate space for that in the office. I got a call from Sonia about organizing a party on Saturday evening. I told Kumar about the party. He said, you better go and come, I can't move away from here. He has taken the best person from the assembly section and he called his brother to supervise the preparation of the assembly of the equipment. He got 7 feet by 5 foot boxes with a height of 4 feet made of plastic which is recently coming into the market. He had sent one of those boxes to Delhi and one to Hyderabad hospital. One box he had sent to the factory and he kept one in the office. When 2 sets of hardware are ready, he fixed one set in the box he got in the office and got the second set in the factory. There they fixed the set in the box. Now they put a small object and asked them to switch on the machine in the office. They pressed some switches on the machine and the object was received at the office. Now they caught a rat and put it in the machine and pressed the switches in the office. The factory received the rat and next they tried it with a roadside dog, which they sent from the factory. The dog came here and it was again sent back to the factory. It seems the machine was a success. But we don't want it to be known to anyone and asked the persons who participated in the test to keep their mouths shut. My father can't organize the party due to some problems and it was postponed to next week. Now Kumar and his brother plan to go to Delhi for the assembly of the transporter there. They packed it in boxes and took permission for the transport of the boxes and sent them by cargo plane. We went there and received the packs and took them to the office space rented in Delhi. Now we installed and checked the machine and his brother Ram went back in the machine to Bombay. It must be the first trip by a man by a machine. Kumar stayed back for the party on Saturday. He instructed his brother to prepare another set for Hyderabad office. For the party, he called Dimple to be at his side and I dressed differently and had my hair and makeup done. The party was arranged at a hotel. We were the first to arrive at the party being the hosts. Then Guru joined us. Sonia introduced me as her cousin from Bombay, Sonia. As she used that name at the last party with them, so I will use the name of Loveleen and she will use the name Sonia. Kumar came with Dimple after half an hour. Guru asked, where did you disappear? Kumar said, my boss asked me to visit other places to find opportunities. Guru said, if you had told me about that, I could have arranged for introductions in other cities. Kumar said, I would take those introductions from you. Frisk Surendra came with his two sisters. From what I saw in the photos they were now transformed into party girls. I told Sonia that, you had done very good work on them. Then Pratap Singh came with his sister Vijeta. They were specifically told about the party being for the younger generation, so none of the elders have come. Then there were other party hoppers and these people's friends and other politicians' sons and daughters. This party became a mix of political and business people, the young generation mix. Now Kumar did not try to run his escort business tactics with them. He let the Guru do his work for him and he stood with us at the party. Surendra and Vijeta became a thing at the party, but Pratap did not show much interest in Prachi, but he had an animated conversation with Kajal on politics and who in the center is better party and if Congress would come back to the power. Sonia went and tried to intervene and tried to mix Prachi in their conversations, but Prachi could not sustain discussions with them as she not much into politics. So, Kumar took away Prachi and let Pratap and Kajal come close. As Guru tries to approach him for Prachi, Kumar took Prachi and attached to another young man who has reciprocated her company. Seeing him fix her up with another man, Guru left Kumar alone. Seeing Sonia busy with the guests, Guru approached me and said, there is a resemblance between you two. I said, we are sisters and that much resemblance is expected. How you are sisters, he asked. I said, we have mothers who are sisters. As we don't expect him to know our mother side relatives. He would know my father's side pretty well. He is easy to talk to and he has a good height and he has a kind of charm that would work in the business world. As I know about him, I kept him at arm's length. Guru must be wondering why Kumar is not networking today. In the middle of the party Pratap Singh went away with Kajal. Before going with him Kajal whispered something in Prachi's ear. Now Prachi left the boy Kumar attached to her and came and sat beside Kumar. Kumar asked, got bored there? Prachi said, he does not know the head or tail of anything. But he thinks he knows everything. Kumar said, I know some people like that. Prachi asked, what do you do? Kumar said, I have some businesses. Seeing Guru looking at him he did not elaborate. Prachi looked at him appraisingly and asked, where are you from? Kumar said, Bombay. Prachi said, I think you are from the movie field, can you get me a role in a film? Kumar said, sure, he must have thought about where she is going to approach him in Bombay. When the party finished, Prachi asked him to drop her at her house, as her sister left her alone. Kumar looked at me, I nodded slightly. Kumar got up and Prachi linked her hand with his and took him with her. Guru took Sonia with him and went away. I came out and looked for my car, seeing me, my driver brought the car to me and I reached home. Kumar. Prachi caught me and took me to the door. Seeing her a valet brought her car. She asked me, can you drive? I said, sure. Prachi said, then please take me home. She sat in the passenger seat and I closed the door and sat in the driver's seat. And drove out to the main road, and asked which side to go. She gave me directions and I drove as she instructed. She told me to stop at an independent house with big gates. She got down and opened the gate and I drove inside and parked. Prachi said, come inside for a drink. I went behind her and asked, where is your sister? Prachi said, I don't know, and told me to sit on the sofa. I removed my satellite phone from my waist and put it on the table and sat down. When she went inside, I picked up my phone and made a call to Loveleen's house and was told she has not yet reached. I cut the call and placed the phone on the table. Prachi brought a bottle and poured it into 2 glasses. I sipped the drink and placed the glass on the table. Prachi looked at the phone and asked, what is it? I said, satellite phone. Prachi said, what is it used for? I said, I can make a call on the move. It will connect through the satellite to make a call. Prachi asked, can you make a call from anywhere to anywhere else? I said, yes. She picked up her glass and sipped and looked at me appraisingly and asked, Guru told me you supply girls, but you don't seem to be that kind of man. I said, no, I have lots of businesses. Prachi asked, what is your relation to Loveleen? I said, I know who she is. Prachi said, I know you know her and you had come with her. I said, why do you think that? She said, when I asked you to drop me, you looked at her for permission, and when she gave permission, you had come with me. I said, she is my partner in my businesses. Prachi asked, what she does? I said, she looks after my businesses. Prachi said, it is not just that, you have a relationship with her. There is that understanding between you two. I thought, did she study us in that few hours time? Or she had some inner knowledge about us? As we studied them, did she put someone to look into us? I looked into her eyes. There is nothing in her eyes. Normally I would know a person from looking at their eyes. But she is unfathomable. It seems I had found my match in her. On the outer looks, she seems to be an ordinary girl. But I could not read her as I could read others. So, I picked up the glass and started to sip it looking at her. Finding no drink in the glass, I put it back on the table. She was about to pour another peg into it, I stopped her. She put the cap back on the bottle. I said, forget all about it, why did you bring me here? Prachi said, I wanted to know what is your play. I said, play, I don't have a play. Prachi said, come with me. I got up and picked up the phone, and went behind her. She took me to the first floor and she took me to the balcony there. There is a swing there. She sat there and showed me the place beside her. I went and sat there. I put the phone aside and took from my pocket a pack of cigarettes and picked one and lit it. She put her hand up, I opened the pack and showed her and she picked one, I lit it and put them back in my pocket. Then the phone rang, I picked it and said, hello. Loveleen asked, where are you? I looked at Prachi and asked, what area is this? She told me and I relayed it to her. I asked, can you send the driver? She said, sure. I said, send him with the phone, I will tell him where to come. She said, okay. I cut the call and put it aside. Did you see what is the use of this phone? Prachi exhaled the smoke and nodded her head. But where did you get this? I said, supplying them is part of our business. Prachi asked, how will it work? I said, does phone connect to the transponder on the satellite we rented, and if it is another satellite phone, it will connect directly, otherwise it will connect to a server in Bombay, from there it will connect to any phone. Prachi said, impressive technology, whose idea is this? I said, mine only. Prachi asked, can I have one like this? I said, yes, but you have to take a subscription. Prachi asked, what would be the cost? I said, we have not worked out the costs yet, I have come to install the server here. Maybe 2 or 3 days we will fix the prices. Now these I have to import from the USA. It might take some time to get them after ordering. I have stocked them up, I am just telling her for conversation's sake. Prachi sat there thinking and said, I can't place you, Guru told me you are a escort supplier, you don't seem to be that kind of man. You seem to be a proper businessman, I don't understand your end game. I took a pause and said, I had come to check up on Guru, I suspect he is important, so I came as escort supplier and sent him one girl. He did not have sex with her, but he did something to her, she could not walk for a week. Prachi asked, but what is the need for checking him? I said, Loveleen's family was in talks with Guru's family to fix their alliance, so we wanted to check him up and it was found he is not only important but also a psychopath. Prachi asked, if it is the case, why not cancel the match, with all these parties and all? I said, I don't know, it is all Loveleen planning. I had come to install my servers and she called me to the party. Then she turned towards me and kissed me on the cheek. I turned towards her and her next kiss landed on my mouth. I waited to see what she will do. Prachi said, from the time I sat beside you, I felt a kind of sexual tension. I did not understand why. I said, you had hidden it well. I could tell from other girls with one look. Prachi said, I can't bear it, please satisfy me. I got up and she took me to her bedroom. The room is tastefully decorated. I asked, you stay here alone, where are your parents? Prachi said, they are in Chandigarh, me and my sister stay here. I satisfied her and came back to the balcony to pick the phone. I called the driver and asked her to tell the address. Prachi told him the address and asked me to give my telephone no. I gave her my card and seeing the number she said, this is a landline number with an extension. I said, yes, that number connects to my phone. She asked, what will it do if I don't dial extension no? I said, then it will connect to the operator. She said, I will call you tomorrow, and brought me outside. My car is waiting there, so I got in and went to the house. I went and changed and fell on the bed. Chapter 4. Kumar. I installed the computer systems and kept them ready after attaching them to a telephone board and activating the AI. Now they have fixed the dish antenna and pulled the cable to the room, which is connected to a receiver and the receiver connected to the system. Then various telephone cables are connected to the system and server. When the whole system was ready, I switched it on and checked the satellite phone connections and data transfer system. Both were working satisfactorily. Mr. Tata has presented satellite phones to PM and President. I called those phones and it was lifted by his PA and informed them about activating the phones. Having completed my work in the office, I went back to the house provided by Loveleen. I called her and informed her I am back at the house. I lay down on the sofa and thought, what should I take up next? I think I should concentrate on the TV industry. There are different projects related to TV. Manufacturing of the TVs. Cable TV connectivity, creation of TV content. I have seen big TVs and flat TVs. They are as thin as 4 inches and as big as 70 to 80 inches. The clarity of the TVs is excellent. I think I have to do something to bring that technology from the future. About the blueprints I prepared, do we have the technology for preparing these items? Especially the mind-controlled communications interface. This is a very experimental subject. If we have that, do we need mobile telephones? Anti-gravity packs can be used to lift heavy weights and move them from place to place. I don't think we need them now. Same thing with thrusters. Shape-shifting devices and invisibility cloak will have some uses. But we have to check how they can be used. What shape-shifting it can do, like a person can imitate another person or change into animals from one to another. I know how the invisibility cloak can be used. One can be invisible and watch the surroundings. It can be used as a spy instrument. Shape-shifting also can be used as a spy instrument. One can change into supposing a cat and sat on a wall and check the surroundings. These can be given to the government, to get goodwill from them. Do I need to go through consortium with these items? I don't know if I should expose these items to the public, even consortium members. I should only let them know of the items for the general public, like mobiles, internet or cable TV. These have to be kept for internal use only as suggested by Bob. I heard the sound of the door and opened my eyes. Loveleen came and said, "Sorry to disturb your sleep, why did you not sleep in the bedroom?" I said, "I am not sleeping, thinking how to go forward in my futuristic products." She asked, "Did you have lunch?" I said, "No." She said, "Let's go for lunch." We came back after lunch. I asked, "Did your work finished here?" She said, "I did not get back any status report from Sonia." I said, "I saw her going with Guru. Is it the first time he took her with him after the party?" She said, "I suppose so." I asked, "She did not report back. Is there some problem with her? Ask your father to check with Guru." She called her father and came back saying, "I will meet with my father and come back," and went away. After 10 minutes my satellite phone rang. "It is Prachi," she asked, "Where are you?" I said, "In Delhi." "What is your address?" Prachi asked. I told her my address and how to reach there. Prachi said, "Be there, I am coming in 10 minutes. I opened the door and stood outside the gate. Seeing her car, I waved and she came and stopped the car and I took her inside and told her to sit on the sofa and sat beside her. I asked, "Is there any problem?" Prachi hesitated. I asked, "Does it have something to do with Guru or Sonia?" Prachi looked at me and asked, "How do you know?" I said, "Loveleen was telling Sonia has not returned and she called her father and went away." Prachi thought for a minute and said, "Something happened last night. Pratap and Kajal went to our house and later Pratap asked Kajal to drop him at Guru's house. While returning from Guru's house on the way she stopped to buy something and noticed Pratap's wallet on the seat. Thinking he will have problem to return home, she went back to Guru's house. As the watchman saw her going out, he did not object to her going in. She went in search for Pratap. Now what she finds, Guru and Pratap were doing something with Sonia. Her both hands and legs were tied to the bed. Pratap was bent on Sonia. Now she went in calling for Pratap. He turned towards her and she saw blood on Sonia's private parts. Seeing the blood, she fell down and became unconscious. By the time she was awake, they tied her to a chair and when she promised them she won't tell anyone, they released her but did not let her go. Guru took Sonia somewhere and when he returned, Pratap told her to drop her at his house and told her to go home and don't tell anyone. If she tells anyone, they will turn that onto her and say she has knifed Sonia, and they took her fingerprints on the knife when she was unconscious. Now she came home and was crying non-stop. I told her I will do something and call you. What shall I do? I said, you go and give her company. I will do whatever required. There is no need to worry about the knife, Pratap was just bluffing. You go home and tell her to forget everything ever happened. Okay, I will clean up this mess and I will make sure it will not blow back on your sister. Give me your phone number. I noted down the phone number and I left her at her car and said, I will come in the evening to your house, don't go anywhere. Now I understood why Loveleen went away. I called Loveleen's house. She and her father went away somewhere. I called her satellite phone. She said, I will speak later. I said, if it is to do with Sonia, you better call me as soon as possible. And cut the call. Now is the perfect time to play a perfect play. I called Prachi's number. Prachi said, "Hello," I said, "I am coming now to your house, pack a small bag for your sister and be ready." I caught an auto and reached her house and paid for the auto and went inside. Kajal is still crying, I told her to come with me. Prachi asked, "Where are you taking her?" I said, "I am sending her where Pratap can't find her." I picked up the bag and took her in her car to my office. I rang up Bombay, asked, "Joy, look after the girl I am sending through transporter." I put her in the transporter and sent her to Bombay. Then I put her bag and sent it over. I called and Joy confirmed Kajal has reached. I told her to take Kajal to my flat in Andheri and take a maid to look after her. I went back to Prachi's house and told her I sent her to Bombay. She can talk with her in half an hour when she reaches my flat. You better come with me, they may come looking for Kajal. Prachi asked, "Who will come looking for her?" I said, "Who else, either Guru's or Pratap's gundas." Prachi asked, "Why will they look for her?" I said, "I am going to play my game with them and going to send them to jail for what they had done." Prachi asked, "How will you do that? Won't my sister get involved in between?" I said, "You don't worry, I won't leave them alone. Your sister will be safe. Pack a small bag and come with me," and took her to the house. Prachi asked, looking at the bedroom and hall, "What is this house?" I said, "I use this house whenever I come to Delhi." Prachi asked, "Do you come regularly?" I said, "Yes, I have business interests here. Last time I came to visit the railway minister." Prachi asked, "Railway minister, what for?" I said, "It is about a contract for ticketing. They are going to use our technology for railway ticketing forward booking." Prachi asked, "What do you mean?" I said, "If you want to go to Dehradun, you have to go to Howrah and change the train there to go to Dehradun. They have reservations up to Howrah, what about the reservation from Howrah to Dehradun? From the Delhi reservation center to the Howrah reservation center a message will be sent to book tickets for you. Then they see the onward booking message, they will book your ticket. If seats or sleepers were not available, they will put on priority wait list so your ticket will be booked first." "So, for this they needed your technology?" Prachi asked. I said, "We are using this technology in many places. One courier company uses this to send information from branches to HO, then we have a national server to send and receive messages. Now we are using this technology with satellites too. How do you think I have sent your sister to Bombay, using our technology? I will check if she has reached my flat." I called the flat number and Joy lifted the phone. I asked her details of their journey and asked her to give the phone to Kajal. I asked Kajal, "How are you feeling? And don't worry, I will settle everything. Here, speak with Prachi." Prachi spoke with Kajal and said, "She is saying she lay in a box and reached another box in Bombay in a second." I said, "That is the level of technology we are using. Don't tell anyone about this." Prachi asked, "Can you send me there?" I said, "When the time comes I will send you there." I called Nandini and asked, "Is the transporter reached your hospital?" Nandini said, "It will be reaching by the night." I said, "I will try to come by tomorrow." Nandini asked, "Is your work finished?" I said, "Finished, but we got into a tricky situation." Nandini asked, "What it is?" I said, "I will tell you later," and cut the call. Prachi asked, "Are you having another office at Hyderabad?" I said, "Yes, my wife has a hospital in Hyderabad. She can go and come using that." Prachi said, "So you are already married?" I said, "We are married for 2 years." Prachi asked, "Then who is Loveleen to you?" I said, "I told you she is my business partner. Recently we set up a company to import medical equipment, especially CT scan and MRI scan." Prachi asked, "What they are used for?" I said, "They are used on critical patients. We have computer assembly unit, electronics manufacturing unit. Loveleen runs an interior decorations business. Then Nandini, my wife's father, runs an hospital and she helps me. We also have a lab researching viruses and cures. I have to check." They were preparing sample doses to check. I called Dimitri, spoke about the sample and checked them against the people near the site. Prachi asked, "What site are you talking about?" I said, "There is an expected virus attack at a site. They are preparing the vaccines for that only." Prachi asked, "What all are you doing?" I said, "I have lot more ideas to achieve. We need internet and mobile telephony, that is my immediate target, but for that we need government support." I called Loveleen and asked, "Is there any new information?" Loveleen said, "Guru came to us to take them to Sonia and he said that is the doing of Pratap, but I think it is Guru's doing and he is trying to shift blame to Pratap." I said, "Don't talk rubbish." Loveleen asked, "What happened?" I said, "Without knowing the facts don't speak. It was Pratap only, I have an eyewitness." Loveleen asked, "Who was it?" I said, our eyewitness is Kajal, she has seen with her eyes, and he threatened her with throwing that at her as he collected her fingerprints on the knife. If he is innocent, he would not threaten Kajal. Now don't talk anything to anyone. Where are you now? Loveleen said, in the hospital. I asked, which hospital? Loveleen said, Galaxy Hospital. I looked at Prachi and asked, do you know Galaxy Hospital? Prachi nodded her head. I said, I am coming there. I said to Prachi, let us go and visit the hospital. Prachi asked, what have you got in mind? I said, now we will threaten them, let us see what they will try. We went to the hospital in Prachi's car. Seeing her, Loveleen asked, what's she doing with you? I said, she came to consult on Sonia. Tell me what happened to Sonia. Loveleen said, she is still unconscious and doctors are not telling us anything, Guru must have told them not to disclose anything. Rajveer said, I can't say she is my daughter to get them to tell me about her. I said, I will try to get some information. I went to the nurse and asked about Sonia. She asked, what is your relation to her? I said, she is in my employ. She asked, what does she do for you? I said, she is a confidential informant for me. She asked, what do you mean by that? I said, I can't disclose about myself, if you want I can connect to the Bombay CID office, they will know what I am working on. Do you want to speak with them? And lifted the satellite phone. Seeing the phone, she must have thought I belonged to the police and said, no need, I will take you to the doctor. She said to wait outside and went inside and spoke to the doctor and called me inside. I went and sat on the chair placing the satellite phone on the table. The doctor looked at the phone and looked at me and asked, what do you want to know? I said, I want to know what happened to Sonia. He said, she was injured on her private parts. I said, then you should have informed the police when she was brought here. He said, you don't know about Guru, he has lots of political clout. I said, that is what I want to check. He asked, what do you mean? I said, we are running an operation on Guru. Okay, you don't need to tell anything to the police, I will take care of it, without involving you. I just want to know her status. He said, until she gains consciousness we can't tell anything. I said, you continue your treatment, don't spare anything, I will take care of her bill. This is my card, you can call me anytime for any emergency. He asked, is this number belong to that phone? I said, yes, it is a satellite phone, only a few phones are available in India, 2 of them in Delhi, one with PM and one with the President. He asked, can you speak with them? I said, I can certainly call them, if you want to check with PM's PA, I will connect the call. As he is looking at me expectantly, I called the PM's number and switched on the speaker, PA lifted the phone and said, PM's office. I said, I am Kumar speaking, is your phone working properly, can you connect to the outside lines, please check it out, I have connected to the server in Delhi, so all calls to Delhi will be on local cost. PA said, okay, I will check it out, and cut the call. I said, are you satisfied? I got up and said, I will meet you later, and came out. The nurse came behind me and asked, did you really speak with PM's office? I asked, do you want to speak with the PM? She said, no, not required. I went back to the group standing outside Sonia's room and said, she had been injured by a knife on her private parts. The doctors will only know when she gains consciousness. I looked at Prachi and said, Prachi, you better call your father and explain the situation to him. She said, how can I explain to him all this? I said, okay, if you are scared to talk to him, I will let him know of the situation when the time is right. I told Mr. Khanna, call Mr. Dharmendra Singh and explain the situation regarding his son. He looked at me, what should he tell? I said, tell him he has injured your daughter. We will make explanations later. He has injured her thinking she is your daughter only. Or just call him to come over here. I handed him the phone. He checked a phone book and placed a call. When the CM's PA came on the line he said his name and asked to speak with the CM. The other side must have asked what is it about. He said, it is an emergency and it is about his son. When the phone was passed on to him, he asked, can you come over to the Galaxy Hospitals, Delhi? He listened and said, I want to show what your son has done to my daughter. He listened and said, come fast, we are waiting. It seems he came by special flight, he was here in 2 hours. I took Loveleen and Prachi aside when he came and Rajveer Khanna took him to see Sonia. The nurse went and called the doctor. Dharmendra Singh asked, what happened to her? The doctor said, she was injured in her private parts by a knife. Now he turned to Rajveer Khanna and asked, what is the proof this is the work of my son? Rajveer Khanna said, there is an eyewitness. Dharmendra Singh asked, where is the witness? Rajveer Khanna said, she is safely tucked away. Dharmendra Singh thought for some time and asked, what do you want? Rajveer Khanna said, I would have asked you to resign from the chair, that would not save my daughter. Dharmendra Singh asked, then what do you want? He looked towards me, I nodded my head. Mr. Khanna said, give me the Deputy CM's post. Dharmendra Singh said, there is already one DCM. Rajveer Khanna said, then you can put another DCM, what would be the problem? Dharmendra Singh said, I will go and call a meeting, please come with me to Chandigarh. I think you have someone to look after her. Rajveer Khanna nodded his head and both of them left. Loveleen came and hugged me. I told Prachi, I did all this to clear your sister, otherwise, they would have targeted her. Now they will leave her alone. However, let her be there in Bombay for some time. If you want to go be with her, you can come with us. She nodded her head. I told Loveleen to get the three of us tickets. She took the phone from me and called their agent. I told them to let us go to our house, from there we will leave for the airport. Loveleen. Kumar turned a grave situation to our advantage. Now my father would be a deputy CM of Haryana. If we follow the CM's post as not far behind. Kumar has put life into my father's political life. But why is he asking Prachi to come with us? After going home, I took him aside and asked him that. Kumar said, I don't want to leave her here alone. She has some sensitive information, I don't want her to leak it to anyone. We have to keep her with us until this thing is settled. I have sent Dimple to look after Sonia. Send her some money through someone. However, Guru will pay the hospital bills, just give her some expense money. We will settle their bills later. We landed in Bombay late at night and took a cab and reached our home. I told Prachi you can stay at my house or Kumar's house. Prachi said, I would like to stay at Kumar's house and I want to see his wife. So, he took her to his house and I went to my house and went straight to bed. Kumar. I gave the watchman the luggage and we went inside the house and he rang the bell after placing the luggage down. Nandini came and opened the door and I introduced them and took the luggage in and closed the door. Prachi asked, is he your watchman? He looked like police constable. I said, you have a keen observation, he is a police constable disguised as a watchman. The three bungalows and the pawn shop opposite are manned by policemen only. She asked, are you some kind of VIP? I said, nothing like that, we have some security problems, and did not elaborate. I told Nandini to show her the guest room and went to my bedroom and changed and sat on the bed. Nandini came back and sat on the bed. What happened? You had sent that girl through the transporter. I said, I thought her life is in danger and sent her here and we negotiated, and now Rajveer Singh would become deputy CM. She asked, would it be sufficient for them? I said, I hope so, at least for the time being. Is Prachi comfortable there? Nandini said, she is already snoring. I said, okay then, let us go to sleep.